my computer has enough space. Good. Good. Hello, everybody. There's people joining. We'll just play some music as long as that happens. Thank you for renaming so you can actually read who is in the room. I know Victor, despite I know the spelling of the Cyrillic spelling of Victor. Hello. Jonathan is here.
Hi, my friend.
Hello. Okay. Keep yourselves muted throughout the session. I am going to... Taras is good. Yeah, waiting for a couple more people. Good. Hello, Jonathan. All right. Okay. Taras first. I'm going to make you co-host, or maybe also Jonathan. Don't let the people coming in disturb you. And Taras, if you could make people, I'll make you co-host now, so you can let people in. Cancel. Hold on. There we go. Jonathan co-host. Okay. Great. Good. All right. So the music has stopped and the day has begun. So first of all, welcome everybody to the kickoff of this day, the explosion of social trust. It's going to be quite a long day. We're going to be going for at least 8 hours, I think, and this is the start of that. So I want to really thank you all for coming. I see some people are even joining from America, I think, Bowen. And that's really wonderful to see. Taras, obviously, Alessia are also joining in from the United States. So first, I'm Ivo Mensch. I work for Perspectiva and Emerge, and have been with Emerge for, well, let's see, about like 3 years, I think now, going back to the first gathering, actually, which was in Kiev. And for me, at least, before that, we had one in Berlin. But so that is the brief history that I have with Emerge, and equally my connection to Ukraine. So the short version is I am here today because I was there in 2019, and obviously a lot has happened since, especially since the beginning of this year. And this is again why we gather online, and why we have been gathering online with many of the faces you also see here on the screen. So we'll get into that. We have a whole day. You'll hear from these voices. We have a schedule with at least something like 8 sessions lined up on a variety of topics, coming out of the many conversations that we've been having since. That's actually been 20 weeks. Every week we've been gathering online, again, with many of the faces here from whom you'll hear today. So stay tuned. Feel free, obviously, to drop in and out throughout the whole day, and yeah. So the first 30 minutes here is basically a welcome. We want to land it, and we want to open it in style. We're going to hear from Jonathan and from Lilia to look back on these conversations that we've been having over the past weeks since the invasion began, and it's actually quite cool that we can. I can welcome Joe Ross here. He's been the one who actually wrote a poem for the very first session when we kicked it off. and yeah, it feels like a long time ago already. And we thought it'd be great to do that again. So Joe is an author and a poet, a social strategy designer. He developed new thinking around economics and social issues, often using art as a vehicle for transformation. So first, Joe, I want to give the floor to you, and then later on we come back and speak a bit more about like the past weeks in our conversations. And I'm going to spotlight you right now for everybody. So hold on, and I need to ask you to unmute, obviously. Sorry, yeah, I did. I was a bit too stringent with the security settings. Sorry. Here we go.
Okay, it's good.
Good.
Well,
Okay.
thank you, Ivo, and hello, everyone. It's good to see familiar faces. I'm going to take just about 5 minutes. I just want to put this in a little bit of context. So I went to Kiev at the Emerge gathering in 2019, and it really made an impression. The conversations that I was having with the Ukrainians, and I saw that there was they were approaching intractable issues such as governance and social organization in a new and fresh way. And I became very intrigued. And then we had the pandemic, and weren't able to gather again until Berlin in 2021. And during that time, I was thinking about how do we address the non-trivial collective organization conundrum that's stopping us from acting on climate and other issues. And around that time, Jonathan, you put out an essay called "The Impossible We," and I sat with that for a while. And before Berlin, I was thinking, what is missing? And I wrote an article for Emerge on maybe we don't have a collective we archetype. Maybe we just don't know how to recognize ourselves as collective. And at that gathering in Berlin and talking with my Ukrainian friends, I came to understand that that's what you had been doing since 2014 in after the original incursion. And so when Russia turned up the heat in February, I wasn't really surprised by the level of grassroots organization response. And that it took the world by surprise. And the courage, the collective, the coordination, seeing the organization of the people going from organization to more of an organism-like. And I began to think, and have seen over the last 20 weeks of our calls, that maybe this impossible we is becoming possible. And maybe what we're seeing is the beginning of an emergence of some type of collective we archetype, something. It's been very heartening. So I thank you all for allowing us to witness this and your openness and generosity. And the last thing I want to say is that we know from the calls that you're already thinking about the future, the post-war Ukraine, and the danger of, or the concern about messing up the victory. Well, I would say trust what you're doing. This renaissance that's going to come isn't going to come from the institutions that we've built in the West that haven't been serving us all that well. I think that something new is going to take form, so it's going to emerge. Yes, the West needs to continue material economic supports, but I think I feel we're in good hands with the Ukrainian innovation. So onto a little art and poetry. I'm going to read a soliloquy from my very first book. It's called Guards of the Heart. I thought it would be appropriate for this gathering. And it's, I'm going to read a scene. It's a soliloquy. And in the book, there's two main characters. There's an old woman who's sort of the wisdom keeper, transmitting wisdom to Samosa, who's a younger woman. It's set in medieval-ish Europe at a time of pestilence, war, famine, and the old woman dies. And this is Samosa reflecting after her funeral. It's about 3 minutes. Directions. Samosa is in the kitchen of her home, very earthy, knotty pine, this black cauldron. Her hair's tied up and she's wearing a red apron while she cooks at the cauldron. Samosa. Such a stew the world is in, left redder by the blood that is used to heat, the tensions that confuse what should be together apart. And I stand apart, knowing the lies we must learn to refuse the simple suggestion of battle, as if that could lead to victory over ourselves, isolated, broken, needing mending, answered by war. Such insanity looming from the part that forgets the heart. There are no solutions in mind. Man, you have thought too much. You reason not to truth or knowledge or home, but to further apart from the wholeness you so desperately seek. And the reasons are plain. Spread before what you see, your eyes have created such a maddening vision, where your domain rests on the broken souls crushed underfoot as you strive to get ahead. And now you're on the verge of losing the one you had, not mounted on the shoulders of the world, but rather the one you've lost, trying to conquer the one you seek. There's a knock on the door, large wooden metal cross ties. Always a knock, trying to uncover what secrets that the passage of years hides so close to the ground, as if the very earth revolved about the lies we speak. And is taken as gospel by masses forced to their knees by the need of reason to control their scattered lives and give direction to what broken belief that too many have died for. Always a desperate push to shove the dirt away from our eyes to see clearly just once what we hope for. And now, to be elected to a position of answering the doors that appear shut and deaf to the pounding between the years, ringing the passage of time, coursing through such narrow corridors that so many try and are squeezed out by their own belief turning to doubt, and left embracing any convenient illusion, springing to fill the spaces that we've created between what we seek to hold together and what we are alone apart. Second knock. Always a knock, trying to unravel what riddles that the mind pulls closer apart, so shoutingly quiet, as if out of range of the years revolving about the deafness we profess. And that becomes the canon of the masses aimed at their hearts, left bleeding in their need to realize what seems as possibility and give wings to hope that so often lies only in grace. Always that deep burning need to find the half that hides, to hold dearly just once what we love for. The third knock. Always the pounding, to design what shapes we live in, to give so much to what becomes another's cause, to fight or not to fight the need to be held, close to what pulls the strained longing to return to dreams, completely free of any desire to know what was left in pools from which we spring into light and last our hours caressing memories as candles to illume the blackness we've become. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Gosh, like that's already hits home. And I think it's also a beautiful like compacting of the day and what we actually want to go through. It touches on so many of the points that we hopefully can speak to and that we can land, not just like intellectually, but emotionally. And I want to also invite Jonathan and Lilia here into the room to speak to this. Like it feels already like like part of the journey that we've been on. So thank you for sharing this. And personally, Jonathan asked me, okay, if I can connect to this emotion that is behind this. He asked me to like, okay, so why am I here? I already alluded to it. I'm here because I'm here. I was there in 2019, and obviously much more what I believe in. But I'm also here because I'm angry. Basically, I'm angry. I wrote a few things down, and it almost started to sound like a poem of my own. But I'm here because I'm angry. I'm here because I was there. I'm also angry because some Russian fuckwit with an imperial hangover turning the clock back 80 years for all of us, perhaps even further. I'm angry at the past for not letting the future come into its own. I'm also angry at awakened ignorance and the spiritual bypassing in even some of my close networks and friends. I'm angry at vain old men consuming the future of the young, many already dead at the battlefield. I'm angry at the increase in defense spending that could have gone to addressing inequality or education or climate change, fully knowing that freedom also needs to be better armed than tyranny. So I'm angry for selfish reasons also, because I have better things to do than watching clips of Russian tank turrets being blown off and sent flying, even though I love to see them fly. So, but I'm also here because I'm grateful, and I'm grateful because the Ukrainians show us that in the complacent West, what is worth fighting for and what is important. So that's why I'm here. I think you're all unmuted. So I think this is the part. We have about 15 minutes left to go before the next session. And Lily and Jonathan, you've been part of the weekly sessions. We're coming up to a 20th one now. So I thought it'd be great if we could just have a relay of our experiences over these weeks, what has come to the foreground, like what has led to this day, and some of the things that we felt was important for people to know. So I guess, Lilia, with you, I should introduce you, right?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You're the co-founder of New Thinking School, Lilia Lut, in Ukraine, organizational consultant, professional certified coach, an NLP master, and in the methodology of diagnostic and leadership maturity. So, Jonathan, you want to introduce yourself? You're always quite good at that.
Right.
There's so many ways to introduce you. So
I'm Jonathan Rowston. I'm a 45-year-old white man living in London, and the rest you'll have to work out for yourself.
Good. Yeah, we'll be hearing more of you during the day. So. Okay, well, yeah. So I'd be keen to hear what have we been living through actually in the last 20 weeks in the conversations that we had. Lilia, do you want to share your observations?
I would say some words. As Eva and Joe and Jonathan mentioned, we met at a March gathering in Kiev in 2019, and Ukraine was at one state at that moment. There was war on the east of Ukraine, but the feeling in Kiev specifically was like we are safe. We are working on the question of the war. We are somehow managing that, and we were hoping that we will manage the war, and the society is growing, is developing, and we discussed the question of self-realization, of consciousness, of development, of coherence, and everything. These important aspects of our daily life and the senses that are important for all of us who gathered at the match at that time. And later, everything clashed, everything disappeared and was ruined on February 24th. I remember our first meetings. I was almost the whole month in Kiev for the first hour meetings, and the only light that I could afford at that time was the kitchen hood light. I was sitting. I couldn't switch on because it was. We gathered. It's 5 o'clock in the evening Kiev time. It's dark outside. You cannot afford to switch on the light. We were asked to switch them off. Kiev was sieged at that time. There were Russian troops. I don't know, somehow for at that moment for me, it wasn't that much scary, but it was really disappointing. So much that everything is ruined, that the whole life, all the dreams, all the plans. We have this project, New Thinking School in Kiev, and on 24th, one of the courses was planned, and it wasn't happening. It wasn't taking place there. So a lot of people had to flee from the country, and the moment when we got together and we gathered gave me this connectedness back to normal life. Yes, terrible things are happening around, but there is normal life. There is still the life which has senses, that will bring senses, that is still goes on, that has still some balance. There is still earth under your knee. There are still people who surround and support you. I remember that some of our members who participated in these meetings, they sent me money on PayPal, and I was able to buy some night vision devices, some equipment for the military forces, for the volunteering, in fact, territory defense volunteering men who went to territory defense at that time. So it was of great support. It was connectedness to normal life, to something which is bigger than the horror of the war, something that shows that life goes on. And we spoke a lot about Ukraine, about the situation, what is happening, because for us, it looked in one way that it is obvious, like we are living in this context, what is happening and why Ukraine is defending itself, why it is opposing. It was kind of obvious to us, but it wasn't obvious to foreigners. And we spoke a lot about the context, the reasons of war and everything that is happening, the actions that Ukraine is taking, what is coming through. So it was of a great support for me personally, being a Ukrainian. And since that time, the life changed drastically, because right now I'm in the UK. I flew to Western Ukraine and then to the UK after some time being in Kiev. And yeah, so thank you so much, every one of you who supported, who were there for all these meetings, and for everything that you made for me, and for all the Ukrainians who were present on these meetings, because it was really important at that moment, realizing that not everything was ruined. There is still hope. There is still earth underneath, under your feet, and you can still move forward, even though everything around you is not that pleasant, let's say.
Thank you. Thank you, Lilia. Jonathan, anything you'd like to add? What's it been for you visiting through these weeks?
So thank you, Lilia. It's been meeting people like Lilia and Tarash and Anka and Victor and Katya and Vitas and various other people, just to share some of the time with them as this event has unfolded, has been a kind of solidarity, I suppose. And I'm to be honest, when the war broke out, the strangest thing happened to me, which was that I was reminded of a song, and the song I actually asked you, Ivo, to play for the first weekly gathering, the first of 20 weekly gatherings we've now had. And it's a song by the Argentinian writer or lyricist, Leon Gieco. But the reason I mention it now is that the lyrics, just I tend to hear music very lyrically, maybe because I'm mostly a writer by background. And the lyrics are all about not being indifferent to suffering, that it's a rhythmic song. It's written in quite a simple kind of language in Spanish, and the translation in English doesn't really change that. But the lyric keeps on saying, I only ask of God that I am not unmoved by war, or I'm not indifferent to the suffering. I only ask of God. So the reason I was touched by that is I think when this happens, like, don't turn away, like, stay awake to what is happening in Ukraine. You cannot do much. Or the first feeling is, I'm not there on the front line. I don't know what it's like to have my home destroyed. my sister's raped, my brother's killed. You know, I'm not there. And it would be foolish to pretend I can be really to have the empathy of people who are really on the front line, or even those who, like Lydia, have been forced into exile and obliged to live in several different places. You know, there's a limit to what we can do. But then I'm reminded, what can you do? The main thing is doing what I can over the last few weeks, just to share with people that this is a real thing. It's going on. Don't turn away from it. Particularly because Perspectiva and the Emerge are often in networks that do risk certain kinds of spiritual bypassing. There's always a risk of thinking that we can solve the world's problems somehow, if only we meditate better, if only we somehow do a bit more circling practice and you know, bring out the latest developmental model to see how we have to grow into goodness. There's a great deal of avoiding the world as it is. And while you don't want to dwell on the darkness, and you, like Lilia says, need to keep your feet on the earth and moving forward, it's also true that to really, if spirituality means anything, it means a kind of encounter with reality. And reality in its fullness contains a great deal of darkness. And that's very difficult for most people to attend to and accept. It's why quite late in life, Christianity began to make some sense to me. As a child, it just seemed like a foolish notion. But then you begin to look at the Easter story and the suffering and the torture and the sacrifice and the crucifixion, and you're like, what is this trying to say? And it's speaking to moments like this, moments where the world is turned upside down and where it feels like darkness is overwhelmingly powerful. And you have to find the light and do everything you can to find the light. And Ukrainians have done that. They've been luminous in their response, not only because they've resisted and said no and fought back with everything they have, but they've also had the kind of dignity and skill to ask for help in the right way at the right time, to help each other, to make the absolute most of what they have, to keep morale high. The spirit that we sometimes call post-tragic is exemplified by the Ukrainian response. It's not the naive, everything's going to be okay, because everything's damn well not okay, far from it. 9 million people, I believe now, have fled the country. God knows how many dead, but many thousands, many others mutilated, psychologically destroyed for life, trauma. Like, it's deep, dark stuff. But I think it's really important to attend to it. You know, insofar as I can invoke that song again, now I only ask of God not to turn away, not to imagine these things are not happening. It's a lot just to stay with people who are living it, thinking about it every day. And so the small offering of meeting once a week, through that, of course, you begin to meet more than once a week sometimes, because there's spillover effects. But I suppose it's just a way of encouraging those like Ivo and I who are not on the front line, you know, do what you can, like figure out what you can do and try and do it. And it's enough sometimes. It's enough for that one person to find out what you can do and do it. It's not enough to save people's lives on the front line. It's not enough to stop the relentless bombardment of artillery and shelling, the brutal occupation, the loss of terrain, the exile, the plunder. You can't really stop that. So you have to figure out, what can you do? You keep the issue alive to the people around you. You try to speak truth to power. You encourage people to find their own capacity for discomfort. Because a lot of avoiding this issue is avoiding the discomfort. Many people, of course, try to explain away the invasion, which is also a war, which is also perhaps and probably a genocide. Explaining it away in terms of provocation of NATO or these alleged neo-Nazis in some parts of Ukraine. Many people in the West really want to believe those things are at least partly true, because the alternative is to face up to the reality of narcissism, sociopathy, corruption, venal brutality, which are features of life, sadly. They are part of what it is to have a whole relationship with reality, including all of those things. So
Yes.
I think for me, what Ukraine brings out, and the reason that it is kind of prismatic, and there are other thematics that we've discovered before about authoritarianism and democracy and so forth, but the reason we feel that way, and I know Ivo, you're worried about time, the reason we feel that way is just Ukraine reminds us that to live a full life is possible, but it's a full life in the context of the darkness and the light. And I think there's something there about contending with that we're only going to get through these next few decades if we have that depth of spirit and courage that Ukraine is trying to demonstrate now. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, and speaking to that getting real and not turning away, in 45 minutes, we have Olya Rishetilova. I hope I pronounced her name right. She's coordinator of the Media Initiative for Human Rights, and we'll be looking at this. We'll be hearing the stories about what is happening in about human rights abuses, life in occupied territories. So I invite you all to stay and listen for that. But first, we have Vitas and Jonathan in conversation. Vitas Buchinas. Let me work the tech a little bit here, and thank you, Lilia, for sharing. We'll be hearing from you more later today in the afternoon, so we'll see you back. Spotlight. Where are you, Vitas? There we go. Boom. Great. Okay, good. Thanks, Vitas, for coming on. Great, you're already unmuted. I see that. Yeah. This fundraiser, this day, is called an explosion of trust, and there's a good reason for that. Like we saw the driver of much of what we saw happening in these 20 weeks, the formation of networks, the agency that was kicking in coming together, like driven by trust. And Vitas is an integral master coach, a business trainer, and author and facilitator of leadership and organizational development programs, professional board member. So he explores the development of human consciousness and complex social systems from a holistic perspective. And it was interesting because we saw a presentation of his during the European Integral Conference where he spoke to what was going on and his explanation for this, and he spoke beautifully to this notion of agency, and he's going to give the Ukrainian word for that and dive into that a bit more, and afterwards we'll have a little discussion with that together with Jonathan. So, but first, Vitas, you have a presentation prepared, I think. Do you need to have slides, or are you going to also, are you going to need a share screen option, or just speak?
Yeah. Hello to everyone. Thank you for inviting, and this is a great privilege to be here. And big thanks for all you're doing, guys, at Perspectiva and Emerge. It's really important. I've not been an active participant in all the calls, but our family was actually, and Katerina Yasko will also participate. She's my wife, and she's been always updating me. So big thanks for what you're doing. I'm not sure about the slides. I have a couple, but let's see how it goes. If just this talk format is okay, then I'll probably not use. Maybe I'll show a couple of pictures. And yeah, and this explosion of trust is a very good topic, because trust is everywhere in all societies, in all communities, in all organizations. Is always very multifaceted and multi-layered. Think very complex, and it appears and it disappears for very different reasons. And now what we witness in Ukraine in these difficult times, that there's in this boiling pot, the trust issue is basically obtaining different shapes. And I'd like to start from the another fundamental value of freedom, which is always connected to Ukraine and to what is happening in Ukraine. And I'll maybe show you still a couple of pictures. At least one is pretty impressive. I don't know, some of you remember the the Kiev post-revolution of dignity from 2014, and there was one very impressive poster. If you could allow me to share slides. No, who's the host?
Yeah, okay, I think that should be okay now.
Okay, yeah, it is. Just 1 sec. So yeah, so I want to show this picture. There was a huge banner put on the building of labor union, which was burned to ashes, basically, and only the structure left during the Revolution of Dignity of 2013 and 14. And right after it finished, pretty quickly, this banner was put that freedom is our religion. So it's very much part of the Ukrainian identity, as you know. And another recently very famous brand name, I would say, is that Kiev is the capital of freedom of the world. And it's saying a lot, but the concept of freedom, as you know, many philosophers from ancient times to now are kind of are approaching this extremely complex concept from many ways. But if we look at the Ukrainian aspect, we need to include one very important word, which is voля. Because when you speak about freedom with the Ukrainians, they would usually use voля. And voля is a very interesting concept because it's not only, it does include the factor of freedom or liberty, but it also includes will. So the will to be free, in a sense, yeah, the will to express your freedom, and that tells a lot, that this freedom is a kind of active. It's a kind of proactive concept which contains the dynamic element inside, and another so if we speak about this freedom, the war context has amplified and brought much more nuance to it, and I think that what we discussed recently is all brought by the war. It's not something that has matured before, and what we see that the Ukrainians are recently expressing lots of universal virtues, not only values but virtues, and it's coming from this inner force of fight for its survival, of course. But now we have a unique opportunity to look at it and to analyze it from the point of view of what it is it coming from, and what's the fabric of all that. So one more fundamental concept that you asked to speak about, and which I spoke about in the Integral European Conference, is subjectiveness, and I want to explain this concept in a little bit. So it's if we look at more precise, I borrowed this definition from Mikhailo Vinitsky, another colleague from the New Thinking School in Ukraine, which we are all very proud of, our pre-war project. So this subjectiveness, there's not exact English word for that. It's something between subjectivity and agency. It's probably the agency part, and it's very intrinsic. It's something about the ability to act or willfully affect the events, and at the same time not to allow someone else decide for ourselves. So this concept of subjectiveness where to come from that? I have too many avenues that I want to go. I would start probably from that. Putin, by invading Ukraine, he made lots of miscalculations, despite of his enormous resources in intelligence and in many other ways. But from my point of view, his greatest miscalculation was, or underestimation of Ukraine, was in this very particular factor. Not that people would not support him, not that the Ukrainian army would not go to his side, but he really underestimated the force of this subjectiveness that is woven into the fabric of society, and that's probably what is keeping Ukraine so vibrant and so strong in this very war. So where is this subjectiveness as the fundamental layer to the freedom, to vola, coming from? I think it's coming from the very structure of society, and historically the Ukrainian society was formed of really small groups, different. Would it be Cossacks, the warriors, the free warriors? They always had these small social groups, and always deciding for themselves what would be their organizational and decision-making structure, so to say. And as you know, Ukraine didn't have its statehood, the full independent statehood, since, okay, the first attempt was in the beginning of the 20th century, but formally in a recognized way, it's only 1990s. So despite of that, the Ukrainian society managed to survive all those extremely difficult historical context, even very deliberate attempts by the Russian Empire to destroy this national identity. And I think that the secret where this subjectiveness is coming from, and where this social strength and sustainability is coming from, is exactly the network, the way the society is structured and formed. And these are small hierarchic groups. What is hierarchic? It's not hierarchical, because the Ukrainians have a very strong allergy against vertical hierarchical management. I will come to that in a moment, but hierarchical groups, that means that they're depending on the context, the kind of the layers and levels can differ. It's like in paper, scissors, stone game. It's you don't know what is coming first. So these are pretty much small groups connected based on personal knowledge of people. Usually these are not only families, but usually friends. And another Ukrainian word for which I don't have a slide is kum or kumovia. I'll probably stop sharing at the moment so we have a better contact. So kum is a social connection through God, becoming godfather or godmother of someone's child, and these networks of kumovia is also something very strong. Of course, it has shadow sides, but otherwise it brings very strong connections. So these small groups are based on common values, common meanings, common viewpoint of the world. And I think that those values and meanings are not only the connecting factor. I think they are generated in these small groups. They are born there. So from my point of view, this, since we speak about trust here, I think that those small hierarchy groups, usually from, I don't know, from 4, 5 to 10, 12, maybe up to 15 people, these are people with whom you do barbecue, with whom you you talk about things, about politics, about how you hate something or how you love something, and so on. And I think these are the molecular structure of trust, kind of where the trust is generated and where it is coming from. Because the problem with trust, that as soon as you come to those hierarchical structures, there's no trust. Ukrainians don't trust authorities in general. They don't trust someone who is telling them how to live. And of course, Ukraine is a democracy. There's lots of hierarchies, the necessary hierarchies, but the society is always kind of distrustful towards them. And even at the moment, of course, we have a very strong figure of Vladimir Zelensky as a president, and he's very, very popular. But he's not the people of Ukraine. They are still slightly. We'll see how he'll behave after we gain victory and so on. So there's not much trust. But the trust is in that network of horizontal, small hierarchical groups. And it's really strong and flexible. Probably it's not a network, but a meshwork, kind of even a stronger and more vibrant and alive structure. And I think that this solidarity and trust is born and sustained there. And also, I think that these are the places where metaphors and narratives and meanings are born, and the new dreams, new aspirations. And the practical implication, what we see in the war, that the Ukrainian army is much more flexible and vibrant and quick to react, quick to make decisions and so on, because of exactly the same reason, because they operate in small groups who make decisions for themselves. So to round this up, I think that at the moment, of course, as the whole country is wounded and going through a huge trauma, this meshwork of small groups is also impaired in a sense. I think it will sustain. I think it's the most fundamental layer that will create this general societal sustainability. But it's impaired in a sense that during this time you cannot look at the future with any kind of certainty. You cannot plan, and when you cannot plan, you cannot build this what you think how you want this future to be. So of course now the situation is pretty fragile, but still the structure itself is very vital, very viable. It's few centuries old, and I think it's the basis of the basis of the society. The historic paradox is that if you look, starting probably from the 17th century, if you look at the evolution or different ups and downs of the institutes in the territory of current Ukraine, you would see that there was an opposite correlation. So that when the institutes decay or are destroyed, this social fabric becomes even stronger. So this is the compensating force in a sense. And now we see something similar in a sense, at least to this aspect of resisting to occupation. And the challenge is for us and for Ukraine to build on that, to really honor this unique force, unique kind of structural element, and to build more institutes and solutions based on heterarchy rather than hierarchy, to make it more flexible and more viable in the way. So probably I'll stop here because there are so many aspects and so many perspectives to explore. And Jonathan, I'd be happy to continue in that discussion.
Thank you, Vitas, very much. I was, when I first heard this subjectnitya, I'm going to try and say.
Subjectnist.
Subjectnist, okay. I think in English, I'm guessing subjective agency is a good approximation, probably not a very precise, something might be lost, but I think is it good enough as a placeholder? Maybe.
I think so.
Maybe, okay, maybe, at least maybe. And yeah, when I first heard you mention this in your talk at the Integral European Conference, I was very intrigued for lots of reasons. One is that it rang true. Yeah, no, I can see the spelling there in the comment there. It's just, it's a challenge to get your mouth around that as an English language speaker, but we will get there eventually. When I first heard it, it sounded distinctively Ukrainian. It also sounded very useful as a juxtaposition with Russia. And it also sounded something interesting about what it might mean to revitalize the European Union. So it had a lot in it, like it was just one term. And to be honest, where I start, and I'm curious to know your response to this, is in the world of sort of science fiction or folklore. It made me think of two things. If you juxtapose a society based on hierarchical order and authoritarian command, in which individuals are seen primarily as agents of the will of the state, not as subjective agents with their own will, their own intentionality, but as effectively tools to be used for another's will. That's what you see now with the cannon fodder of much of the Russian army, often from the pariah of rural communities being brought to the front line, not even knowing where they're going, what they're fighting for exactly, but just following orders to get the salary they need. But what it made me think of actually is Star Wars and Lord of the Rings in different ways. So first of all, in Star Wars, as some of you will know, there's especially in the sort of the more recent movies set after in the chronological terms after the originals, you see examples of when the Sith Lords die, that their followers kind of crumble, like literally kind of just disappear. And similarly in Lord of the Rings, when Sauron is finally defeated, the ring is destroyed, the orcs appear to kind of dissipate, or kind of almost as if they'd have no independent existence of their own, as if they cease to exist because somehow with the master dying, their own will doesn't exist anymore, because they only exist to serve the authoritarian hierarchical command. So these two parallels in mind, it made me think vis-a-vis Russia, a lot of what's going on now is something a little bit similar. There is individuals as instruments of the state, instead of instruments as people with wills of their own. Why I find that fascinating is that the spirit of resistance that we see, like you say, it has a distinctive flavor. Like Anne Applebaum, when she spoke about something has changed in Europe, she said, people see Ukraine as one of their own, as part of the European family. And I think something about that is not that you're like everyone else, because Europe is defined as much by its diversity as its unity. Like, you know, British people are not like French people, not like German people, not like Spanish people. It's not so much that Ukraine suddenly looked like everyone else. It was that you had a distinctive quality. And I think the distinctive quality was recognizably European in its spirit of freedom and subjective agency. But I guess what I'm trying to get at, you've already pointed at the sort of history and the political sociology of how it arose, the social structure that may have given rise to it over many centuries. And you've shown how it is juxtaposed with what is being imposed on you by Russia. Do you think it is actually distinctively Ukrainian, or do you think it's somehow takes elements of other aspects of freedom from other cultures and contexts and is a kind of mishmash of them? Or is there a sense in which it really does arise from the Ukrainian story?
That's a That's a difficult question, frankly. And thank you for bringing up those metaphors from the Sith Lord, the Sauron, and their troops. It's really difficult to say, because on the one hand, I would like to say that it's pretty unique because of and I know that you will be referring to Timothy Snyder's and Harari's discussion, and I think that Timothy Snyder is emphasizing the unique importance, the geopolitical and even geographical importance of Ukraine over the centuries, which was a very, how to say, underestimated factor historically. Mm-hmm. So there is this unique part, of course, and Ukraine formed as a nation or as an ethnic group, which not necessarily that homogeneous ethnically, as it is homogeneous through some values, because, as you know, there are lots of Russians, ethnic Russians and Russian speakers who rather identify themselves with the Ukrainians because of the set of values and the worldviews and the approaches, and the way this ethnic group formed without having statehood, without having its own independent state. It's pretty unique. I don't know if there are close parallels in I don't know, in other countries, because the European history generally, especially Western European history, is very much connected to the statehoods, all small kingdoms and small knightdoms, and then joining and merging. Right. So it's pretty unique. At the same time, I think that many of European nations and nation states have gone through some similar stages in their history where they really were expressing the same vibrancy, the same strength, the same determination and willingness to fight for their, not only their survival, but their right. future. Yeah, so I think it's both, and thank you for bringing this factor up, because the whole discourse about Ukraine joining the EU, first of all politically, but the political part is only a small part of that. I think that the cultural and culture and integration is even more important and more potential in many ways, because Ukraine is now, there was another metaphor from Valery Pekar, who will also join the event. I will repeat. I don't know if he was going to use that, but I really liked it. He compared the old Europe as an old lady sitting in her chair in a very calm and beautiful, well-ordered house, and reading some classical novel. And then there's this teenage crazy girl kicks in and breaks in her house and starting to mess things up and creating lots of noise, lots of trouble. And she's come on, like she's really irritated with all that noise, but there's also a life energy coming back to this old house, so this metaphor of old lady, for example, an old grandmother and then a teenage granddaughter, with these different energies, I think this is exactly what Europe needs and what Europe now is experiencing.
No, I agree. And what's striking about this is one of the reasons I asked about this, whether it's distinctive Ukrainian, and as you say, the answer is always a bit of both end, is that my sense of one of the things the war did and the Ukrainian response within the war was it revitalized Western appreciation for many of the forms of life that we take for granted. It's very easy to critique democracy when bad democratic decisions are made. It's very easy to critique free markets when there are all these major ecological impacts of unchecked market forces. And it's very easy to sort of be a bit sort of nonchalant about freedom or human rights until they're really dreadfully under attack, as they often are now in many Western countries. And what you found in Ukraine was, at a time when we were getting jaded, frankly, a time when many in the West were like, maybe we need to rethink everything, you know, maybe we need an entirely new form of governance, maybe something post-democracy, post-capitalism. Now, that might be true, don't get me wrong, there is still some case for that. But what I found amazing was Ukraine's kind of, you've no idea how good it would be to have a functioning free society. Like, we're fighting for our lives quite literally to uphold that ideal. So in a sense, you're saying, don't you dare go and sort of take it for granted. You know, you've no idea how effing lucky you are to live in a country that isn't under attack for just wanting to be the thing that you take for granted. And I find that one of Ukraine's main contributions is like, we didn't realize, in a sense, I say we here, big collective, sweeping European we, didn't realize, you know, how much the things that we took for granted were valued by those who don't have them, or those who are beginning to have them but feel they're fragile. So in that sense, I think Ukraine's, I mean, whether it was the spirit of the subjective agency, in some ways I think it is. I think it's directly connected. I think the love of democracy and the love of trying to become a European nation is probably quite closely linked, do you think, to this underlying spirit of, here we go one more time, of where's it gone? The word's gone. Here we go. Subjectiveness.
Oh, you're doing better.
Okay, next time will be perfect. Yeah.
But the subjective agency is also good.
Yeah, although I feel sad. I feel like it's a defeat to give in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think the Ukraine was kind of a wake-up call, or a cold shower to the collective West, to the wealthy, and more or less with when I say wealthy, it's probably from the West. It sounds difficult, kind of hard to accept, because it's always there are so many problems, and everyone is so unappreciative of the level of wealth and security. But this wake-up call was really something needed, and taking so many things for granted, especially taking the peace for granted. Actually, it was something common. The peace was normal. No, it was not normal. It was something unbelievably, uniquely good, which needed to be appreciated. And thankfully, this is happening now through such a huge sacrifice of the Ukrainians. So many things need to be rethought and reconsidered in many ways, from very small kind of things related to the way we live, to large global structures and systems, such as system of security and others. So yeah, in this respect, Ukraine is, without being conscious of that from the beginning, is really bringing up this unique gift to the West, and what we expect that the West will really appreciate it, because there's still lots of resistance, lots of, okay, don't bother us, like don't bother our calm and easy way of life, and as this old lady in the metaphor. So this waking up is happening, I would say, inconsistently so far as it looks from here. Right. Still, there are many people, and even many intellectuals, or so-called intellectuals, who are still like, okay, let's get back to normal, kind of. Ukraine will still need to sacrifice part of its territory, and Russia is still stronger, so don't pretend we are going to change anything. Let's sit at the negotiations table and stop this war, and let's get back to normal, because we still need the Russian gas and oil, and so on. And so, and you can still find these narratives voiced even now, which is very disappointing and very surprising, looking from the Ukrainian perspective. Yeah.
Would you, Vitas, would you even say, I'm just thinking, the more you're speaking and the more I'm thinking about it, this principle of subjectiveness, it begins to sound almost sacred. It begins to feel like the reason Ukraine will not just accept giving away territory, allowing Russian occupation, is something about they would rather die, quite literally, right? And that's often one of the main definitions of the sacred. It's like the thing you'd be willing to die for. Maybe even the thing you'd be willing to kill for as well. That's a slightly different angle on it. But it seems to me that as if the experience of subjectiveness or subjective agency is so central to what it means to be a human being, particularly for most Ukrainians, that to lose that would be a sort of death of in itself. It feels as though it's worth fighting and dying for. And therefore, it has this quality of being a bit more than just another value. It's almost like the touchstone or the ultimate sacred value. That is what it is to be a human being. It's to have that thing, that freedom, that spirit, and not to have it is to sort of to already have died at some level. Was that going too far? Or does that sound about right?
No, I think it's exactly right. And for most of the Ukrainians, this volia and subjectiveness is something so intrinsic and something so deep that they're literally willing to die for, because most of them don't even imagine living under in the prison, literally, which Russia, whatever it comes, it builds a prison. So this country has been living in this prison first under the Russian Empire, then under Soviet Union. And me, I'm Lithuanian. I've been also living part of my life in this prison, and my parents and my grandparents were kind of, their generation was exiled to Siberia. So they don't even accept the idea that they would be living under that. Yeah, that's really life and death.
And so that's interesting. So related to that, vis-a-vis the oppressors, and as we've spoken before with Katya and others about, there's a wide range of people in Russian society. And we can't speak of them all as being the same. There's quite a large resistance movement that cannot really express itself for fear of serious reprisals. Many Russians living abroad who have different views and so forth. But by and large, is it fair to say that many in Russia and among the Russian political leadership struggle to empathize with the desire for subjectiveness, like the taste of subjective agency is one that they can't imagine to be willing to die for? That one of the things that Putin didn't really grasp was people would be willing to fight and die for this, not just this principle, but a particular kind of experience of being human that was distinctive to Ukraine. How do Russians see this? Do they see it as an indulgence? Do they struggle to understand it? Like, how would you begin to explain that?
So I think for the Russian authorities, for Putin's regime, this is the most dangerous, the ring itself. That if you destroy it, the Sauron is over. So it's the most dangerous factor they are fighting against. So they perfectly know that if the Ukrainians succeed in building more wealthy, more secure, more kind of open society, and the Russians see it, obviously, then they will have no arguments to explain why the hell they are living, having all those resources and earning billions of dollars daily, why the society lives in these poor conditions in the prison. So, so this is the factor they are most afraid of, and they're exactly fighting against. And the Russian society is of course not homogeneous in this sense, but mostly because of the propaganda starting probably not only from the revolution of dignity, but from the first Orange Revolution in 2004. They've been really exploiting this factor, and for 18 years in a row they've been like building the narrative and the kind of the collective belief system that this fight for will and freedom is bad. Look how the Ukrainians are failing. Look how bad they live. And they've been always taking something dirty and something dark and emphasizing this. And they've been always, Maidan is something the most toxic and the most negative kind of word in the Russian discourse. So even the decent people, after these many years of consistent propaganda, they start really believing that fight for freedom is something really, really negative. And right. And yeah, so this is the key, the ring itself, I would say, and the main difference between the two societies. Because you know, as I said in my presentation in IC, that in Russia they have very strong state, but not much of the society, and in Ukraine, vice versa, we have a very weak state but very strong society because of that network of small groups.
Wow, I mean, it's all fascinating, and I think there's almost a political theory contribution to be made. To sort of, because if I look at it sort of as a more of an academic perspective, there's an incredible story to be told about the political history of Ukraine vis-a-vis its relationship with Russia, the patterns of agriculture that you have due to your land and so forth, and quality of your soil, giving rise to certain kinds of settlements, certain kinds of communities, and through that to certain kinds of norms of social trust and certain ways of being that led to decision-making in small groups, that over time led to a kind of national consciousness and culture across society that didn't yet have a state or a form of expression politically, but over time became a kind of nation with this distinctive quality of freedom, which then became a threat to your main and most powerful neighbor, which then led to a very serious geopolitical conflict that is still playing out today. So I'm very grateful for your bringing this to our attention. And Ivo, I don't know how we're doing on time, but if there's a time for anyone else to ask a question, I would be happy to cede that to them. But for my part, Vitas, thanks very much. And I look forward to talking about this further in due course.
Thank you, Jonathan. It's been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you both. You still had a couple of minutes, but we're almost at time, 15:15. So if you feel this is a really good place to round it off, then that is good.
You know, it was more that I'm conscious of other people might want to ask Vitas something directly.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any. Yeah, I haven't seen direct questions in the chat, but that's usually the best place to put them. But since we're a bit on time, close to time, so if you want to unmute yourself and ask a question, that is also well possible. Don't be shy. Okay, well, it seems like no one wants to step forward. Oh, wait a minute. I see we cannot unmute ourselves. That's really, really bad. It should work. It is. So maybe raise hands or put something in the chat. I think that's probably the best way to do that.
Vitas.
Yes.
Добрый день. Добрый день. My name is Evgeny. I am from Moscow. Now I am from Mannheim, Germany, since March of this year.
Well,
I send a question about difference between кумовство and дружба. And it seems to me the good test for people is ability to pronounce subjectiveness.
That's a good question. A quick answer: there's an overlap between them, but not always. I mean, there may be some differences, and Kumasor has both sides. You know, the bright, positive side, which connects people, which creates space for connection, discussion, and dialogue. And it also has a dark side, because if you see like many Ukrainian,
yes. I'm from Rostov-on-Don. That's why I know what does it mean kumovstvo.
Yes. So yeah, usually it coincides with friendship, but not necessarily. And still, even if it doesn't, it creates some connection, and that connection can bring to both, you know, positive and negative.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Yes, we're at time.
Thank you.
So I want to thank you, Vitas and Jonathan, for being in conversation and unpacking this super important concept more. So let me just unspotlight you.
Thank you to both of you.
Yes. Okay, spotlight. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so now we are moving on to a different subject, and very important one, I feel. Vitas, you referenced already that there's still narratives happening in the West, people calling for cessation of Ukrainian territory without actually realizing what is going on and in those territories under Russian occupation. And that is why I have invited Olya Rishetilova. I hope I'm pronouncing that fairly okay. Let me bring you in. There we go. Let me see if I can. Okay, I got to do this differently, I realize. Just a second. Very strange, my spotlighting is gone. Yeah, that's quite odd. Maybe it has to do with the Olya. Are you present here? Can you unmute yourself? Okay.
Yes, I finally can unmute, but I can't start video.
You cannot start the video.
Yeah.
That is not good. Yes, start video. Here we go. So can you try now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. And now I'm going to try and get you in the spotlight. That's better. I can see your face already. That spotlight. There we go. So yeah, somehow the tech can be a little tricky sometimes. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. I already gave a little introduction on why it is important that we hear actually what is happening in occupied territories, as we're still hearing narratives about from the Western commentators often saying Ukraine should just cede territory. Simultaneously, we don't get enough stories, I think, sometimes of like what is actually happening, the human rights side of things. Before you joined us, we briefly spoke about not turning away from what is happening, which is like for some people quite hard to do, to numb themselves, stop reading the news, not wanting to hear the stories, and so this is what we want to bear witness to, and if possible, of course, also change the course of events by keeping narratives alive and making sure that others go away, stay out of the media about, like, for example, the cessation of territory. So Let me just give you a brief give people a brief introduction about who you are. I found you through a colleague, a journalist, Olga Tukaryuk. She was interviewing you specifically on this topic, what is happening in occupied territories. So you are the coordinator of the Media Initiative for Human Rights with a long experience in journalism, and also working as an editor of a regional network department, social political newspaper Den, special correspondent of the Russian liberal mass media Grani.ru in Ukraine. And you've also been a co-founder of one of the largest support fronts, Come Back Alive, which has been operating since, I think, the 2014, right? The first invasion by Russia in Ukraine. So first, yeah, I'm really wondering about, like, you maybe tell people about like what happened for you from 2014 up until this new invasion, the latest invasion, something you can share, and later on we can tell more about like go into like what the Media Initiative for Human Rights actually does, and from there on stories of what is going on in occupied territories and other matters.
Thank you very much for having me here, for this invitation. It is very important for us to tell the truth, what is going on in Ukraine, and to keep in focus of the whole world, the events here. So it is very important for me to be here. So thank you once again. So let me start with the fact that the war in Ukraine started not on the February this year, but the February 2014, and from the occupation and annexation of Crimea Peninsula. And so when Ukraine was very weak, without proper authorities, so Russians like hit us in our backs and occupied our one part of our country, and then a lot of Ukrainians were looking for how they can be useful for their own country, me as well. I was like I was babysitting with my elder son, and I didn't know what to do. How can I help? And one day I saw a message on Facebook, not a message, but post on Facebook of one guy. I didn't know him. He wrote that he is collecting money for the some support for one of the units of our armed forces, and I wrote him, text him that I don't have a lot of money, but I have a lot of contacts. I'm a former journalist, so I can help you if you need. This guy was Vitaly Dinega. He and so we together started somehow to help our armed forces, and so we established one of the biggest funds for supporting army, Come Back Alive, and it was like even not a project. It was like a local initiative in the May of 2014, but a lot of people started to trust us, to give us big money even, and so we could help to our armed forces, and so I began to some field missions to the front line, and I saw different stuff there, you know, like I understood that war is not only heroic thing, but also it is like very dirty, and not everything is as it seems from Kiev on the front line. And as a former journalist, I couldn't not to talk about this, and so in 2016 me and my colleague and good friend Maria Tomak decided to establish the Human Media and Human Rights NGO to investigate and to highlight the human rights abuses which were going on in near the front line, both on the occupied territories and on the under-controlled by Ukrainian government territories. And so we established this NGO, which is called Media Initiative for Human Rights. And now I'm the coordinator of this NGO. And we started from the investigations of those human rights abuses. Then we've had been doing a lot of different things like advocacy of the issue of political prisoners, for example, of civilian hostages who were in captivity on the occupied territories and in the Russian Federation. We've done a lot of analytical papers for the our Ukrainian government and for the international community as well. We were conducting like different events on the local levels and on the international levels. So for now, we keep doing the same, but in much more bigger scale after this large-scale invasion. And just a few days ago, we came back from Europe, from the Hague and Vienna, where we were arranging some events in OSCE and related to the 20th anniversary of the ICC, International Criminal Court in The Hague. We brought along with us witnesses of war crimes in Ukraine and tried to give them the floor there. So as many Europeans as it's possible can hear their testimonies by themselves, not only from the media, from the news, but from them personally. It was two very brave ladies. One of them is Alena Lapchuk. She is the wife of the territorial defender from occupied Kherson, who were tortured to death, and his body was found in the Dnipro River. And she told her story. And the second one is Elena Shevchenko. She is a sister of Lyudmila Shevchenko, who is missing in Hostomel, Kiev region, which is already liberated, but unfortunately we don't know anything about Lyudmila and what happened to her. We know that she was wounded, and her husband tried to help her and to bring her to a hospital, but they disappeared, and we found her husband Igor in Russian pre-detention center in Bryansk region. But what happened to Lyudmila, nobody knows, and we can't find her. So this is what we are doing. We are like we established a list of missing people, of those civilians, hostages, of prisoners of war. We tried to help their relatives with activities, how to help those people. We tried to create some proper mechanism how to help those people, because nobody knows what to do with it, with those a great number of missing people, with of prisoners of war and civilians hostages. And you know, all those international humanitarian organizations which were created after the Second World War, they just failed. They are not helpful in this situation, because Russia doesn't react on the, for example, the International Committee of Red Cross, or on the requests of UN missions and so on. And there is no proper mechanism how to deal with it, but we as NGO, we as a member of a big coalition of Ukrainians, NGO 5 AM coalition, we try to create some mechanism to help those people. So it's what we are trying to do, like in short.
Yes, thank you. I can imagine that the scale since February has become quite overwhelming for you, and sad to hear that the old school, the legacy mechanisms are not sufficient. Is this awareness present in The Hague? Do they see that as well, that they need to step up this infrastructure and building this to deal with all these the issues, the abuses, the persecutions that are coming our way?
They are conducting some persecution, of course, but the communication with the ICC is very strict. They don't share information they have collected, and of course, for me, is big deal is that when you try to talk with the representatives of ICC, you see that very often they are talking only about the budget, that they don't have enough budget to conduct activities, and I understand this situation because it's a big structure. It's like they have to operate, they have to have money to operate, but when I see, for example, witnesses who came to them to share their testimonies, for example, but they keep talking about the budget, the lack of capacity of investigation. It seems like not, but I understand them, but for us it's not not pleasant to see it and to hear it, of course. But Ukraine also didn't do its domestic task, because we didn't ratify the Rome Statute of the ICC, and so Ukraine isn't the part of this community of international humanitarian law, and so we as well try to advocate the ratification of the Rome Statute, but I don't know why, and I don't see the real reason why our parliament didn't do this from the very beginning of the war, from the 2014. But they have their own arguments. I don't understand them, but for us, it is also the task to do this, to ratify the Rome Statute of ICC.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I can understand the frustration that must bring, on the one hand, feeling and hearing the personal stories, and that's what I would love to get into. And on the other hand, having to deal with the sluggish institutional insensitivity that is also part of this story, obviously. So, if you don't mind, can we get a sense of the kinds of stories you mentioned these two witnesses that have been telling their story, and a brief insight into what that is about, people missing, torture, etc. So what can you tell about what is going on, what you have collected so far, but also what is currently happening in occupied territories, some personal stories of people there?
Really, it's very hard to collect this evidence for now from the occupied territories, because there is no connection with those people, and even if we have connection, there is always a danger for them to communicate with us. So this communication is very complicated, but from the questionnaires of those people who managed to flee from those territories, or who who are brave enough to communicate with us. We have different information about enforced disappearances on the occupied territories, especially in the Kherson and Zaporizhia region for now, and especially of those who are active, who try to keep resistance there. So Russians not only detain them, but they also try to beat and torture there as severely as they can. So for others to understand, to be scared with the things which can happen to them if they keep be resilient, you know. But what we see is the same practices as we see from the very beginning, from the occupation of the Crimea. All those enforced disappearances of pro-Ukrainian activists, of Crimean Tatars, were conducted before the so-called referendum, when those occupational authorities tried to establish their administrations there. So we know that from March till May of 2014, they were missing at least 40 people, 40 Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars who were active in their position, you know, who tried to who keep communication with the with Ukraine and with the Ukrainian authorities. So they are still missing, and we still don't know what happened to them. And what is happening now on the occupied territories, on the newly occupied territories, is a consequence of the impunity of what happened to Crimea and occupied Donbass from the very beginning of this war. I think that of course, it is like our accountability, but the international community is also responsible for this, because a lot of people in the world just accept the fact of the occupied territories of the independence country. For many people, the annexation of Crimea was just okay, and not many people saw the problem in this. And when we were trying to deliver this information about human rights abuses, which had been happened to those people in Crimea and Donbass, not many institutions, not many organizations in the world heard us, unfortunately. And this when people saw what happened to Bucha or Irpin, of course they were shocked, but we were not, because we had been seeing it from the very beginning, unfortunately. And I understand that when those regions as Kherson and Zaporizhia and partly Kharkiv and Lugansk, Donetsk regions will be liberated, we also will see awful things there. A lot of people are killed, kidnapped, and tortured, and this is what is happening in 21st century in the center of Europe. When after our traveling through Europe, through different countries in Europe, I understood that a lot of people got used to the news from Ukraine, and a lot of people are tired from the news from Ukraine. And I understand we are also very exhausted with it, but it is very important for now to keep in focus what is going on in Ukraine, because if we get used for it, it will repeat once and once again, and it will repeat to other countries who are in the focus of the Russian Federation, and so we have to find the energy, the power to keep in focus all those abuses which is going on now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's the this is the reason why we're having this day, to not let this get out of view. And again, thanks for sharing your story, because as you say, it's a repetition often. I mean, I've since the latest invasion, I've started to, of course, read up on things, and one of the things that I pick up on is that how deep the historical roots of how Russia operates actually go, how deep it also goes into, for example, you mentioned Crimea, and we can, maybe there's a good segue into the people who are being deported, like the changing of the population over time, so they become more pro-Russian, for example. So these tactics, which are actual part of genocide, like the definition of genocide, obviously, seem to be like a very, very old playbook by Russia. Is that your sense as well, that this is just a repetition of what we've been seeing play out over centuries, maybe?
Yes, of course. It is what we see now on the occupied territories. It is very much Soviet practices. Even all those tortures, they are like in the books, in the textbooks of the KGB. Those with the using of electricity, with using different tools for the tortures. Even the tools of the tortures was like written in those books of the KGB. But of course, it even didn't start in the 20th century. This like battle for our independence, for our liberty, had been going on, I think, for 4 or 5 centuries, from the very beginning of our relationship with Russia, with Moscow Empire, and so on. And not many people in the world understand how deep is this problem. It is not because of I don't know, like a modern situation. It is not because of Putin. It is because of the empire culture of the Russian Federation, and it is because of the fact that Russians can't accept the fact that Ukrainians can be successful without their support, that they can be free and they support democratic values, and the success of Ukraine is very dangerous for the regime in which many Russians believe, and so we understand that the success of democratic Ukraine is the further success of democracy in Russia, but it is very painful process, both for us and for them, and so it is very like philosophical issue, but it is very important to explain this to the world, that it's not because of just Putin. Putin is the consequence of the centuries of the imperialist behavior of Russian elites and so on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, throughout the day, we will be revisiting this topic in the various sessions that we have scheduled for the rest of the day, and I think it's actually for especially for Westerners that do not understand this topic, because it's coming back to the narratives that we saw play out in Western media about appeasement. We shouldn't let Putin suffer humiliation, for example. To me, it was so refreshing to see the leaders in the Baltic states and Eastern Europe actually step up and change that narrative and school Westerners on the thinking that actually the difference in thinking and the different cultural codes that have been kind of clashing, you could say. So it's thanks for like highlighting that again. And connected to what we just talked about, like the changing of the population and deportations, like, is there anything that we know? I mean, I learned also that this actually happened in Crimea, like in the history of Crimea, that the population, which now it was sold during the invasion there, the annexation as some call it, that, oh, well, it's a pro-Russian population, but it was actually also because of the engineering of the population towards a pro-Russian balance, let's say. So, and do you think this is behind the deporting of many Ukrainians from occupied territories within Russia? Is there anything that we know about their fate, for example? Many children. I read something like 20,000 people. This is probably numbers from a couple of months ago, actually. What do we know there? What is their fate? Stories coming back from them?
Yeah, first of all, you are absolutely right that this forced deportation is also the Soviet practice. We have these facts from our history when, for example, in 1944, Crimean Tatars were deported from the Crimea Peninsula, and or, for example, Ukrainians were deported from the modern Polish territories, and instead Polish people were deported to those territories, to those areas. And of course, it also the tool of breaking resistance. Of course, when the whole or the big part of the nation is deported, they like lose their connections, their social surrounding and so on. And of course, it makes the nation weakly, of course. And I think that what they've been doing to those who were who were deported forcibly, it is the decision not of some commanders on the ground. It is the decision somewhere in Kremlin. And yes, of course, some people decided by themselves to go to Russia, but I don't think that there were many of those. The others just had no chance to go to the under-controlled by Ukraine territories. And so yes, these numbers, which were reported by Ukrainian authorities, about almost 1 million Ukrainian citizens who were forcibly deported to different regions of the Russian Federation, they are, I think, they are truly, and so it is at least 1 million of Ukrainian citizens from Donetsk and Lugansk regions. The others were taken as hostages from the northern regions like Kiev, Sumy, and Chernigiv regions, and we conducted some investigations to and tried to find those people, because we knew that they were kept during the occupation of those northern regions. We knew about the places where they were kept, but after the liberation of those regions, we couldn't find them, and we tried to investigate where those people are, and thanks to releasing some of them from Russian prisons, we identified that at least 400 people were taken, just civilians. They are not military, and they had no connections to the armed forces of Ukraine. That were just ordinary people. They were taken as hostages and were transferred via Belarus. It's also very important to tell that Belarus is involved in this conflict. And they were transferred to Belarus to the Russian prisons and pre-detention centers, and they are still kept there, captured there, and we have no information about them. Relatives have no access to them, and we try to use different tools and instruments how to get the information, what happened to those people. And we wrote requests to the working group of UN on enforced disappearances. We tried to use different instruments of UN committee. We received the decisions of the European Court on the Rule 39 about immediate acts of the Russian Federations, but nothing helped, and Russian authorities didn't react to any of our attempts, and so we know that in some of those prisons, those people are not even named by their names. They have only numbers, and so they named by numbers they have. We know different situations when, for example, Russian ombudswoman Moskalkova came to those places of captivity with Russian propaganda channels like Russia Today or TV channel Zvezda, and those people were forced to give an interview to those propaganda channels that the treatment to them are okay, that they are very pleased of being there in those places of the captivity, and it is about the institution of ombudsman, which is created to defend human rights, and a lot of those people who are definitely civilians, and we knew about their civilians. Russians tried to present like militaries. For example, they dressed them into Ukrainian uniform, and public the pictures of them in their Telegram channels, or they wrote that this person was detained with gun, for example, or something like that. So as we understood, they detained those people to create so-called exchanged fund for the exchanging to their prisoners, or to Russian prisoners of war. And of course, those funds, sorry for this commercial word, but those funds of prisoners of war are not equal, because of course Ukrainians don't detain civilians. They can't detain civilians for the exchange. And of course, those numbers that Russians present, that they have more than 6,000 of prisoners of war. It is right number, but a big part of those people are civilians, not military. And Ukraine has these funds, and these numbers are not equal, because Ukraine has much more less people, and one of the problems, of course, is that we don't have proper mechanism for this exchange processes. The negotiations about the releasing of those people are very, very difficult, and as I've said, International Committee of the Red Cross, which were created to conduct those negotiations, to control the proper treatment to prisoners of war, they are absolutely failed in this situation. And what we see after the questioning of those prisoners of war who was released, that there are not many of them, but there are, they told us that just every one of them told us that they were severely tortured in the Russian prisons. And all those people are suffering now, just now when we are talking here. All those, both civilians and prisoners of war, they are very much suffering in the Russian prisoners, in different places of their captivity. And we have to highlight this issue as well, and because a lot of different international organizations are talking about mostly about civilians, because prisoners of war are combatants, so it is okay to keep combatants in captivity. But yes, but it is not okay to torture them. And we have to talk about this, about what is happening to those people in Russian captivity.
Yeah, thanks for sharing all that. It's a lot to process, and I'm again sorry to hear that so much of the institutional work, like rule of law, needs to still be put in place here, which obviously frustrates much of your work. So we're nearing the hour. We have about 3 minutes left here before we finish. What do you? I guess my final question is like, really, how can people support here? We have people on this call, some from the United States, many from Western Europe. So how can people, for example, find your organization and support? What is the best way to channel this?
First of all, I have to say that you do support Ukraine, and we really feel it, and we so much appreciate it, and it is so important you stay with us, and even this event is very support us a lot. But as I've said already, we feel that people in the world are tired from this situation, from those economical issues that they're dealing now due to this war, and of course we will face a big economical crisis, and we all here in Ukraine, we are already face it. But of course, the world will also deal with it. So I call you not to be tired about this, because it is, I think, it is the main challenge of the main historical challenge for all of us. It is our struggle for the values. It is what we have to do this task for our next generations, for our children to live in better world. So I call not to be tired. I call to keep supporting Ukrainians. Of course, we need a lot of different stuff, starting from weapons, and it is very important that different civil societies in different countries advocate these decisions in and try to push their governments to give to give to Ukraine as much weapons as they can, but also we have to talk about human rights in this situation, because it is the base of everything. Because the resistance of Ukraine is about that. Is about democracy values and human rights. And so we also call donors, different like funds from the international community to support Ukrainian human rights NGOs, because we have to deal not only with this aggression, but we have a lot of stuff to do on our domestic level, you know, because we also have different risks due to this invasion, because we can't be very critical to our government publicly, but of course we have a lot of like questions to our presidential office, to our government, and to our parliament, because we have to control the these human rights issues on our national level, and this is a lot of a great number, dozens of tasks we have to do for every day. So your support in this our work is also very, very important for us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you so much for sharing this, and we'll do what we can from our side to not fall asleep on this issue. We're in it for the long term. Be keen to hear more at some point in the future down the road, and I invite you also to stay tuned. You know, because if we look towards the future, this is what we also will be speaking to for the rest of the day. More journalists, thinkers speaking to what can be done, the regenerative efforts. So if you can, stay tuned, and I'm looking forward to speaking to you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We're going to go into a 15-minute break. Am I still visible? I don't see myself anymore. Probably got to get to gallery view here. Okay, yeah, we're going to go to a 15-minute break. After then, we have a discussion and a presentation on competing cultural codes. So we're going to be looking under the hood of the conflict, as it were, what is going on, some of the issues we already talked about and touched upon. So stay tuned, come back in 15 minutes at 15:15. That's in 12 minutes, and then we'll pick up from where we left. Okay, looking forward to seeing you in a bit.
Be sharing today will be many of the reflections that I will be sharing today are based on our conversations as well. So I just want to highlight that it's not the product of my personal thinking, it's the product of joint efforts. And also the presentation, the small presentation that I will share today is also a product of collective thoughts of some people who are also participating today, not just on this panel, but also other panels like Valeri Pekar. So anyway, you know, Ukraine is now working in small groups, not just in territorial defense units, but also everywhere. This volunteering network is very powerful. So we also try to get together and formulate the main points that we are kind of trying to give voice to. And I will share a presentation now.
Yeah, let me just, okay, this is good for everybody to see. Yeah, great.
Yes, and just a second, I will make it full screen. So very often we look at the war from quite a flat view. And of course, this picture is not a modern one. However, not many things have changed besides the armament. Still the emotion is the same, and the behavior is more or less the same. But it's very important in our view to look at the war from integral perspective. And remember, I will be now presenting one of the frameworks that I like the most. It's all quadrants, all levels, and this is Ken Wilber's work. But I won't, you know, go very deep into it. I just want to highlight a few things that the war is simultaneously happening in all four quadrants, not just in upper right. So it's thinking, values, behavior, individual health and education, the lifestyle, culture, language, religion, customs, stereotypes, economic systems, political system, legal systems, environment, everything affects the war. And so war is equal. It's all happening in all quadrants and all levels. It's an integral phenomena. The complexity is very high. And we do not want to be locked in one quadrant or at one level. We do not want to miss the essence, the truth, and the moral compass. So I would really like to call us, when speaking about the cultural codes, and the clash of civilizations that we observe now, not to look at the war from just one perspective, but from a broader view. And the question we can elaborate on is basically why the second most powerful army in the world is unable to win. And the answer is that a war is waged not only by armies, but also by states and societies. And let us remember that in 1991, Ukraine and Russia was more or less at the same level or in the same status when the Soviet Union collapsed. And then there was this cleavage, this fork after 2000 that we could experience very vividly. Ukraine cures its social trauma by going forward to modernization, and Russia cures the social trauma by going to resentment and revenge. So, and the difference and the reason why we believe lies in the domain of this lower left quadrant from integral perspective, which is different political cultures for centuries created conditions for emergence of different cultural codes. I do not want to delve deep into the frameworks, because I know different people share different kind of background and knowledge. However, one of the frameworks that is, I believe, the most popular in the world today is the work of Claire Graves and his students and followers, Don Beck and Chris Coven. And so spiral dynamics, I suggest to use it here, but this is not the only framework that I will be referring to, just, you know, touching base, can give us a clue on what happened. Basically, we need to acknowledge that the gap is not too big between Russian and Ukrainian population at the moment. We believe that it's not enormous. However, the dynamics is very strong. Ukraine has made its way towards modernization. We do see orange, we do see a postmodern green emerging in Ukraine quite intensely. And at the same time, the dynamics of Russia is returning to more traditional, more archaic and primitive cultural codes or cultural, let's say, vibes. So what happened, let's see very briefly from different perspectives. From economic perspective, Russia went from oligarch feudal model of power balance to the despotic hyper-centralized system. In politics, Russia went from non-liberal democracy to the autocratic empire. And in the domain of religion, from Christian orthodoxy to heretic promotion of superiority of one nation above others. And here on the picture, you can see a Russian priest who is blessing the aircraft so that it would go and bomb maybe the Mariupol maternity hospital or some other either military or civic objects in Ukraine. So what is it for Ukraine? It's obviously a war for national liberation, anti-colonial, anti-imperialistic revolution. It's the war of independence, and it's so, of course, we understand that it's a continuation of anti-colonial revolution, and while empires do not ever release anyone voluntarily. So for Ukraine, it's a really big battle. Sometimes some friends who are also connected to Hindu philosophy, they call it, this is our Mahabharata, as an archetype of the big battle for the future of our nation and the freedom and dignity of our children. As I said, Ukraine, and it was also already repeated today, that Ukraine is fighting for its future and waging a war of independence, of true independence and ability to choose its course and future. And Russia is fighting for its past, for the restoration of the empire and a seat in the club of great powers. From spiral dynamics perspective, we can obviously call it blue-red dynamics. Let's remember that it is impossible to win a war for the past. At least we believed so. So two different societies are in clash. Hierarchical and centralized society governed by an omnipotent system based on fear and subservience versus modern network society of free citizens accustomed to the values of freedom, dignity, self-sufficiency, and mutual assistance. It's very also important to know that Russian army is facing the whole Ukrainian society. What we also notice in Ukraine is a bright manifestation of what could be called meta-modern cultural code. When we see this wiki cooperation, when we see collective leadership, when we see the whole spiral playing out and people of different professions, different statuses, cooperating together on the matter of victory to make it as accessible and as soon as possible. This is also a bright example of, we believe, meta-modern cultural code is could be described and manifested. What is also characterizing Ukraine, a wide-scale network civil movement for supply, rescue, and assistance to IDPs, a rise of diaspora, guerrilla war and nonviolent protests in the occupied territories, volunteer information resistance movement, enormous support for the army from local people, dignity of the local leaders, almost absence of quislings. and density of the social fabric ensures collective resilience. So what is also we can observe from the Western world, let's involve also the conversation about the cultural codes and psychocultural dynamics in the Western world. From spiral dynamics perspective, we usually call it green or postmodern. And Green understands war as conflict of two evils, where good people suffer on both sides on the front line, and no matter who wins or who loses, start dialogue as soon as possible. We don't care who rapes and who is raped. Let's reconcile as soon as possible. Conflict is bad. Green meme has difficulty to see a war where one party is innocent or fighting for its life and freedom, for independence and against dictatorship. Also, Green thinks a war always ends with peace. Usually, Green is lost in the face of what is called red aggression. Sincerely advocating for peace and harmony, Green often and unwillingly nurtures it, and Green meme answers to red aggression often with peace mantra, Stockholm syndrome, and the habit of powerlessness. In our case, unfortunately, there is no simple green option, or fortunately. As Golda Meir said, we intend to remain alive and our neighbors want to see us dead. This is not a question that leaves much room for compromise. Let's remember what is red manifestation, and I believe you will see some figures and images in your head now. So red doesn't think about long-term consequences. Red considers politeness as weakness. Red never remembers lessons of the past. Red never negotiates. Red understands only immediate response. So what is important to consider? The response to unhealthy green is healthy green that includes red strength and resoluteness. It's also blue moral compass. It's also orange rationality and creativity. Healthy green is resilient, decentralized, anti-fragile, and we see the examples in Ukraine now of quite healthy green. Also, we're not sure. These peak states are triggered by unprecedented circumstances, or rather by established mass practice. We do not feel like it is stabilized, but in terms of the states of consciousness, we definitely see that it's showing up. So we also need healthy red because we still have unhealthy red to oppose in the world. I'd like to finish here the presentation and just mention briefly that literally we believe that the developmental lens is extremely important now, and it could help a lot to understand the nature of this war. It could help understand that there's this clash of civilizations that is happening: authoritarian versus democratic, power with versus power over, horizontal hierarchical structures of volunteers, open civic society with open mind, heart, and will in Otto Scharmer's terms, against a society that is vertically organized in its overwhelming majority disempowered mentally, emotionally, and spiritually numb. And it's a war of society with solid self-authoring collective mind, in another scholar Robert Keegan terms, with multiple virtues against the society with impulsive and socialized mind absorbed by propaganda. So I would like to stop here in order to involve more and encourage more conversation. We can speak more about the dialogue between different stages, which I consider a very important topic. But I guess that this more conversational mode will be more serving our participants.
Yes, thank you, Katja. Yeah, Taras, Lilia, if anything already comes up or to take this, please unmute and take it away. Some reflections, some initial reflections. when I read Claire Graves' original book, his research, I also couldn't. I never forget it. He wrote about the stage of green that you highlighted here, fairly beautiful, I think, in its essence. He also mentioned that he wanted to move people through it as fast as possible because they were just simply unable to see evil, aggression for what it is. So in this context, I think it's actually very apt that the developmental lens is also brought in, and especially when we're thinking about responses from the West, as you mentioned, the untimely calls for peace and dialogue. And as we just heard, like what that can actually mean in the context of having peace, quote, have people live further under occupied territories, for example. So yeah. Taras, Lilia, you want to come in and and react to this presentation, and also again for the people in the audience, if any questions come up, also about terms that were unfamiliar. We heard metamodernism, for example. If you're unfamiliar with this, we're happy to, of course, talk about that and clarify it somewhat, as far as I can do that. But I'm sure there's the right people in the room who can. So.
I wanted to ask both Katya and Taras, how do you think, what was the secret that Ukraine moved in one direction and Russia moved in another direction? What happened? We've been for decades together, though unwillingly. Ukraine wasn't. Well, it wasn't Ukraine's willingness to join Soviet Union. Nevertheless, we were part of one country for some time. And later, after Soviet Union was collapsed, we moved, as Katya mentioned, in different direction. How do you, as Ukrainians, see what was the secret that we didn't move to the that we didn't go back? The history didn't drag us back to the previous levels, and we managed to go further.
Taras, would you like to start?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
First, thank you, Ivo, for making it possible. I want to join Katerina's gratitude because what you're doing for all these months is just of immense importance for all of us. Thank you so much for this gathering and for all of it. Coming back to Lilia's question, I remember from childhood reading these books on Ukrainian history that was made by Canadian diaspora, because I remember times when being Ukrainian was low status in a way, because Russian culture was oppressing it for up until year 2000. I was afraid to speak Ukrainian because it was seen in Kiev as a low status, as a sort of some sign of inferiority. And getting from childhood, from very Ukrainian family, this message that we tried to fight for whatever is our cultural code, mimetic code, something that is our sort of informational DNA, or maybe something that historically pulls us, we didn't have for a long time chance to win, but we preserved this ability to somehow still fight for that. And now this fight is in its culmination. So all the historical events that happened before, it led to this. And now arguably the biggest fight in our history, in our about, depends how you count, 1,000 years old history. And one of the notion that even Russian intelligentsia brings, that Russian culture was different in many ways, starting from middle of 15th century. So when the first Russian Empire emerged with Ivan Grozny, it was built on top of the Golden Horde, on Mongol invasion into the territories. And there were a couple pillars of power. First of all is the vertical power, which was never dominant on the territory of Ukraine. So vertical power that is very strongly reinforced with the belief in the might of the Khan at that point, and later in the might of Tsar, and later in the might of Tsar dynasty, and later in the might of Stalin, and now in the might of Putin. This continuation of might and belief in that vertical coming from the leader is, I think, differentiating our cultures. And another thing, believe that the government, how would you justify the atrocities essentially and oppressions that such vertical of power allows? And we shouldn't undermine such structure, because it's very beneficial to survive some of the historical events. Like some strong vertical of power, sometimes very helpful, it's just very oppressive. And in order to justify such oppression, you need to believe in sort of sanctity of the governments of the empire. And we never had that. Ukrainians never believed in some strong hierarchies and strong cohesive structures. We were constantly floaty. Anarchy arguably was invented in Ukraine. You know, you would go and collect and converge with people and make your own meanings, and then you come to other people and collaborate on an equal basis, on horizontal basis. You come with your village and say, let's exchange, let's make common local government, let's make something like fluid democracy, which was functioning already 100 years ago, when we had between 17 and 21 the Західноукраїнська Народна Республіка and Українська Народна Республіка, when we had this like emergent modern countries. So then coming back to what is now, it feels that we never had this belief in the vertical power, in the sanctity of the leader, and in the sanctity of some empire. So over this 900 years, or you can say from mid of 15th century, it was two divergent cultural codes, the bifurcation that happens then. And again, arguably that we connected through some of the through the Volodymyr who brought Christianity to both Russian line and Ukrainian line, and then partially that the princes of Kiev and Rus was later ruling Russian Empire, but everything else culturally was very different. So I think now we feel in that difference. We get into the point where we don't believe in vertical power, we don't believe in sanctity of Tsar, Putin, or anyone else, and we fight that. And we believe that these values will promote flourishing, not just ours, but humanity, because you cannot build diverse and kind society based on vertical oppression, and that's for what we're fighting.
Yeah, Katya, yeah.
Yeah, I would add here that the Kazakh traditions are playing an extremely important role in our culture, and these traditions are based on democracy, on self-organization, on meritocracy, because the hetmans were elected. This is 16th, 17th, 18th century. They were electing their leaders among the most experienced, among the most wise and skilled. So meritocracy was there, and the kinship was not that important. There were some aristocrats who became hetmans, but this is not them, wasn't the key characteristic. So Cossacks, then very deep roots of democracy and self-organization that are coming from the 10th, 11th century. Of course, it was an autocratic state, Kiev and Rus. However, as you know, and Taras used to remind us a few times that in the 11th century, Kiev was one of the biggest cities in the world, about 100,000 population and 5 huge markets and a lot of churches, and respectively London and Paris had at least twice less population. So Ukraine has this powerful cultural code, and one of the things that differs, I also want to outline one of them quotes from Chekhov's Vishnyovy Sad, the cherry orchard, is so explanatory. Gaev says, perhaps it's some sort of bird or a heron or something Trofimov, Orenol, Madame Ranievsky, shuddering. There's something uncanny about it, fierce. The same thing happened before the great misfortune. The owls screeching and the samovar kept humming. Gaev, what great misfortune, fierce, the liberation, volia in Russian, in Ukrainian. So for in the Russian cultural code, the отмена крепостничества, the end of slavery is considered a misfortune. The talks about returning even to the same mode of living and social social structures is alive in the consciousness even now. One of the big, most important film directors and cultural activists, Nikita Mikhalkov, recently, just a few years ago, raised this question that maybe we have to come back to the same. So basically, this is returning to the past, and this slavery aspect is a huge part of the Russian mentality, and in Ukraine, it has never been so.
I remember that interview of Mikhalkov, and I cannot stop but asking you a question: if there is no in the history deep roots of liberal structures and democracy and everything that Ukraine was having, how can Russia make the step forward for the present moment from your perspective, as you see? As psychologist, you, Katya, and as biologist, you, Taras, how do you see, how is that possible without having those without having that historical background? And I know it's challenging. It's a question that I'm asking honestly myself for not even months, but for years, how to make this step. If you hear in the response, it's not possible to do anything. You don't understand, and this, there is no, as Vitas mentioned, subjectiveness. There is no simply whenever you ask, and the pity that I would maybe mention, like when sanctions appeared, Ukrainians' reaction for sanctions from Ukrainian side would be, we have to do something about that. We have to make the steps, so they were cancelled. At the same time, what is appearing in Russia, that how to get adjusted to sanctions, how to live with them, not how to cancel, but how to live with them. What can we do just to get adopted somehow?
Yeah, I imagine that this is part of the helplessness syndrome. I mean, when you cannot influence, when you cannot create impact, when there is no infrastructure to fight for your rights, I believe this is the vivid manifestation of Stockholm syndrome. Then you start to adapt and also justify someone who is leading the way he is leading in order to protect yourself. This is very, I believe this is one of the effective coping strategies when the person is feeling helpless.
But is there any, Taras, maybe you do have some ideas how to deal with that on a collective level? And
it seems that artificial cohesion of what is Russian memeplex, Russian empire, is bonding it together, and there are groups there, intelligentsia, who can be resistant, and they are vocal now, but it's not enough critical mass. So it feels that the answer to that would be to support them, to support this inner dissolution from inside, essentially, to create the diversity of thought that can fight for itself, because the bigger power structure you have, the less ability to fight even for those people who still kind and loving and can voice some protest, because some people do. It just the power of this vertical top-down oppression is insurmountable. There is just incomparable amount. And many people who of that thought in Russia, they just escape Russia, so they cannot destroy it from inside. It feels that we, as a community of people from open society, need to somehow make a maybe cultural invasion in a way. I don't know how to say it in a more polite way, to promote those memes in the Russian society that allows them for more freedom of expression and more self-determination. Because there is a huge cultural difference between people who live in St. Petersburg and in Chechnya. It's very hard to combine this meme codes under one emperor. It doesn't feel cohesive truly by desire. So the more information and the more capacity for them to be self-determined, subjectively. We need to help them to be subjectively. This agency that will allow them to self-determine. I believe that would be the mood that we can help facilitate.
I will read the question from Evgeny, and then I can see also Evgeny raised a hand. Maybe he wants to ask, because the question was, what is the cost of human life in Ukraine, as badly as in Russia, or better as in Europe? Guys, what is the cost of human life?
I would probably need more clarifications for this question, but even literally, I guess 15 million hryvnias the government pays for to heroes, to soldiers who lost their lives during war, to their families. And I guess in Russia, it's incomparably less. So I'm not sure that there is nothing behind this question. I doubt this is literally the information that you need, but even on that level, I think the difference is huge.
Excuse me. I just wanted you mentioned this difference because you started to talk about differences. It seems to me this is one of the most important difference, because this is huge our problem, cost of human life. I talk about Russia now, and it seems to me this is not war between Russia and Ukraine. This is really war between old and new. Between modern and old-fashioned, and about future of Russia, if possible, just 1 minute. Russians are really not the same, and now it is just a time of very old and went crazy people. From former KGB on the top of power, on the top of our power, with nuclear bomb, unfortunately. So I think that when they come, when they live their lives, we will begin to the normal development, and will very fast try to increase the gap between civilized countries, civilized world, and our situation. Because now it's about, I think, if I can see from inside, it's 15% to 15% people, modern people, and people who support war. All people in the middle, it's about 70%, maybe 60%, maybe 80%. This is people who have not its own meaning of situation. They just ill and crazy because of propaganda. and they change. This is not fair statistics, and they change their mind very fast when we switch television channels. But now television channel and nuclear button, unfortunately, in the hands of very crazy and very old-fashioned KGB officers.
Thank you, Evgeny, for
Thank you so much.
Meaning it's extremely important highlight. And Lila, answering your question, one more piece I'd like to add. I believe that we will have Lena Rachel Anderson soon on the panel, and I think that her work and Thomas Björkman's book on Bildung and the Nordic secret of beauty and freedom is extremely important for both societies, Ukrainian, Russian, but the whole region and the whole world. So I think Bildung is the only thing that may save us, because if we want people who have immunity to propaganda, we need to get to the self-authoring mind from, based on Robert Kegan's terminology and his theory. So self-authoring mind has the capacity for discernment, has the capacity for critical thinking, and the impulsive and socialized minds is just the simple object of propaganda. So we really needed to work hard on creating conditions for education, but special type of education that is facilitation based. It's not from a teacher to a student sucking in knowledge, but really creating circumstances where people can speak up and calibrate their opinions and learn to live together and in negotiated conditions and way. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Taras, do you want to add something?
Not on this part.
No, not on that element. Okay. So Nancy is asking, after the destruction of many buildings, will the education be slow for young people?
After the destruction of?
Many buildings. Buildings, schools, hospitals, everything. So what is going to be with the education?
That's a helpful problem, and I can tell it as a mother of 3 school children. Unfortunately, the main reason why I'm staying in exile, involuntary exile, is because of our 8 years old. Because my 17-year-old son has decided to return to Ukraine after he's been in States for a year, and he could stay longer because there's this regulation that allows all Ukrainians who stayed at the beginning of the war in the US, they could stay for other 18 months, but he decided to come back to Ukraine. He's in Ukraine now. And my daughter who's 15, is also in Ukraine, but she will live to States for another year. But my 8 years old, and the reason why we are in Lithuania, is the only reason why.
He appears on the screen. Your 8-year-old son.
Yeah, he's driving with his dad now, and because it is impossible to get quality education. Only those schools who have bomb shelters will start working from September 1, and it's about 10% of schools. With online education, especially for primary school children after the pandemic. So you can imagine that when the first grader finished first year of school online because of pandemic, and then second year because of war, also online, basically these skills are missing. Reading, calculation, writing, everything. So we have a huge problem with human capital. We will need to catch up, and we will need very advanced humanitarian technologists, methodologists, and experts to help us catch up with this, especially with the primary school children, because those who are more adult, they can online education and combined formats, but with the little ones, it's very hard. And this is the reason half of the children of Ukraine are now away from home, are abroad. And this is an awful tragedy for the country. Can you imagine what effect on the future it creates?
Yeah, thank you. We have 15 minutes left. There was one more talking point on dialogical capability. I don't know if this is interesting to dive into at this point, or do we want to continue and come back to the cultural codes thing? I have some reflections to share. I can do that at the end. I'm very happy to do that. But there's also another question, I think. So
there are two more questions, but I don't know if we have enough time to dive into them, as one
I think
is quite wide, I would say, about Ukrainian perspectives of ideas of metamodernity, which is quite wide. I'm afraid 15 minutes is not enough. And another question is about if anyone knows about the position of Ken Wilber on this war. What is he saying about, if anyone ready to discuss that?
Yes, sorry for interrupting, guys. I just want to clarify that I am searching for his thoughts on this item, but I can't find anything. That's why I'm asking. I was a fan of his theory, but I think that it's more theoretical right now, and not so practical as I would like to be.
Okay.
I can comment. We expected some reflection on the war at the Integral European Conference, because he always keynotes during the first day of IEC. And my personal conclusion is that Ken he's an old man with all our love and huge respect and appreciation for his work. I believe that he's kind of losing the wit of mind, and he did speak. He read something that he prepared on integral education, and the war was mentioned just one or two times in the beginning, and then nothing concrete. So I think that we need to refer probably to his students now. The time comes when their opinions and actualized kind of status is more helpful on the war. And I know Taras has a lot to add, maybe not from the integral, whatever, kind of Wilber's perspective, but more from his professional stance in biology on this war. So I just really would like to hear. I always enjoy hearing Taras.
Thank you so much.
Taras, you're welcome, please.
I'm always cautious to bring biological perspective to social systems, because historically it didn't bring much good, but I cannot resist it in parts because the development of systems has similar properties, similar patterns. And what seems we are facing now is, as a humanity, as 8 billion people, that the challenges that we need to solve, like climate change and existential threats, will require coordination on a global scale. We all need to work as one organism, one family. And from organismal perspective, it's the vector towards more coordination, more win-win game theoretical scenarios where we need to not just share resources, but share information and share trust. Trust building is a very integral point here. It binds everything. And in biology, this movement, this vector, is usually observed from the interest. In biology, we don't think there is an intentionality of system, although now there are perspectives bringing back intentionality and meaning, purpose and meaning, because in human life it's very pronounced. In biology, we were shying away from that since the times of enlightenment, and now we're bringing back that perspective because it's very hard to explain things from very reductionistic point of view. We had a culmination of that with behaviorism, which was a very misguided kind of direction in modern sciences, and then from that time on we're trying to reconciliate that. And where do we get with that? Imagine when we had just one cell, or even before that, we had just nucleic acid surrounded by protein. And then we had the cell that the only care for the cell was the gradient of sugar around its boundary. So the only thing it cares is just sugar in and out. That's it. Then we developed multiple cells. We have like a group of cells. Then they can care about your neighboring joint. So we together, we need to care for each other. It's way better than just sugar around, but it's still not enough. Then we developed single organism that was complex. We had different tissues, we had organs eventually, and we would care about cohesive structure of that organism. But we didn't care much about, and by we, what I mean, all organisms that were before social structure. So separate lizard, separate bird, separate plant. The care would be about the integrity and maybe immediate surrounding. And then when we got to the level of ecosystem and level of biosphere, we need to include the well-being, for the lack of a better term, of the whole system, because it's all interconnected, and there is truly network interaction and not single unit here. And how it's possible that we need to communicate and care about this well-being. So where I believe we emerge in as humanity, we think about sharing information and sharing resources, and just to simplify it, energy and information. And I believe that now on the global level, we face something akin to virus or prion, even simpler than virus, where the structure of the element in this field, in the whole ecosystem, is malfunctioning for the survival of the whole system. If someone with nuclear weapon and with the system that wants to control can undermine survival of the whole system of 8 billion people, because now by workings of various existential threats, institutions that work on the existential threats, nuclear threat became the number one. So by most analysis, it's higher threat for survival of civilization than climate change, which speaks a lot. So now, being at the precipice of this civilizational collapse, we need to question what to do with this postmodern stance, with green stance that Katerina was bringing, that we need to, in order to survive as the whole, we need to have some sort of reaction to limit virus, to limit cancer, because it will take over the whole organism. And it's not with hate or with some attitude that is unwholesome, for the lack of a better term, but with the attitude of kindness and acceptance of the bigger whole that needs to survive. We need to dismantle that virus. We need to dismantle that cancer. And the feeling here that we can do it only as a global community. And that's why this sort of events that we're doing now and bringing the perspective globally, because it's we hope that there's going to be the last instance of that, but seeing geopolitics now, how similar diplomatic and military pushes happening even outside of Ukraine now from Russian part, we can see intent that the virus essentially continues to act towards threaten our survival. So I see it as our civilizational calling now. We need to change global attitude towards this, and we see some actions towards that, and some geopolitical forces reacting more or less promptly. But we need more. We need, and that's why these events, Ivo was mentioning. One thing that it's good that people bring resources, but it's even better if people bring informational networks. So all of you could carry that message to your communities and say, we need to come together and collectively converge in some sense making, how to stop that, how to maybe help Russian elites to destroy Russian empire, how maybe to bring resources to those countries that surround in Russia, to provide with some sort of healthy boundary that will create cultural pressure to again dismantle it somehow, because nuclear war is not the answer in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. And very interesting to listen to you all the time.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, thanks for that, Taras.
Wait,
Connected to this, there's a question that I think is great. It's from Paulina. Paulina, are you willing to be unmuted and be spotlighted so you can read it out yourself? I can also do that for you, of course, but I think it's a very good question, and it speaks to the dialogical capabilities that we have as a. Oh, she's in the bus. I'll just read it out if you can't read it in the chat on your phones, whatever. So it's a question from Paulina, and it's a question from a Russian passport holder. How do you see our involvement with helping Ukraine? Should we stay away from you doing our humanitarian activist stuff silently? I myself have friends and clients in Ukraine, so I'm well connected to different initiatives, but sometimes I wonder, should helping, quotes, Russians not remind about our existence?
good question.
Yeah, do you want to take that up? I see.
Yes. First of all, I would like to touch something that we've planned to speak about. This is actually this dialogue trends and just something that we faced during the first months of the war. There was a very active impulse from the international community to call Ukrainians and Russians and sometimes even Belarusians into dialogue. And there was a lot of frustration around it. Different professional communities struggled with it. And especially Ukrainians, mediators, facilitators, nonviolent communication trainers, we had a lot of pain until a group of professionals have got together and formulated the official public statement, and it's called 7 Points on the War from the Ukrainian dialogue facilitators. And basically they highlighted that there are different tracks of dialogue, and one track, which is political dialogue in relation to exchange of captured, a ceasefire, etc. It should never stop. But other tracks of dialogue that involves other levels, basically simple citizens, it's not timely. And calling Ukrainians into dialogue could be even considered as another form of violence. And I just wanted to mention that that was coming primarily from the international actors, from the different international organizations. And I believe this is coming out of willingness to help, this action bias. So let's do something. We have peace building skills. We are professional mediators. So let's just let them face each other and find peace, which is not possible. And I believe it is very important for everyone to understand that this is not timely, that until the ceasefire, until the bully is stopped, until the blood is shed, no dialogue is helpful. However, Polina, answering to your question, I also want to acknowledge that I am in contact with, at a personal level, with a number of Russian friends. And some of them are, by the way, Yevgeny coming from Rostov-on-Don. And these are intimate connections, very frequent, almost at a daily basis. And that's what I would like to suggest to you. Do not try to manifest, to show up too much with the willingness to help, and do not try to go into public with this. But if you have some good friends whom you trust, or if you do not, you may consider that you already have them out of this community. I believe there might be people who would want to be in this kind of contact, and ask them what is needed. And believe me, you will find a lot of ways, very concrete things that could be done. I personally was involved into, let's not call it project, but we were trying to move people from Mariupol through Russia to Estonia, Latvia, and then Lithuania, and getting them settled here. But people who were hosting them in southern Russia were our personal friends. So of course, there are many ways to help, including very practical things.
I would add probably one comment that Katya was speaking on a personal level and on a collective level, what really Ukraine probably expect from Russia is managing its own country, helping to develop its own country in a more democratic way, to find the ways to do that, and to get together and to form the teams, organizations, whatever, but to make the country develop. In that case, we both countries are going to be safe, and Ukraine and Russia as well.
Thanks for that. We're almost quarter past the hour. I just want to thank you so much for bringing this and your reflections. There's unfortunately not enough time to like really share my own here that I've been taking away, listening to all of you. And we have more raised hands, I see, but unfortunately we can't take those anymore. So thanks a lot, Taras, Lilia, and Katya. You can stay behind, Katya, because you're up next right now with poet Adrian Scott to read a poem. So everybody, please stay tuned for that.
Thank you so much once again.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
and Paulina, I have your email address and we can send you that document that you asked for. Okay.
And anyone else who would wish to receive it, please just put your email into the chat.
Yeah. Okay, good. Adrian, I have seen you in the, there we go. Good, yes. Great, there you are, amazing. Katya, could you maybe introduce Adrian and tell us more about what you have in store for these coming 15 minutes? And I'll get out of the way. Okay. And of course, Adrian, and introduce Adrian.
Yes, I just want to start from sharing that in Ukraine now we not only have the explosion of social trust, but we have a tremendous explosion of creativity. And the number of poems that were written both by poets and simple people is enormous. And even the Ministry of Culture has made a special website where anyone can upload a poem. I truly enjoy visiting it from time to time and reading random works. But there are a few poets who have literally exploded from the first days of war. I don't know where are they channeling this from, but I believe that what Ukraine is manifesting and what we've already touched upon in terms of the meta-modern cultural code, it's also through poetry. There was one poem that struck me deeply, and this is a poem by Maxim Korovnichenko, written in March 2022. And I was preparing for the Inter-European Conference and other events and thinking, how can we also involve poetry in order to express what we are feeling in a more understandable and cohesive way. And this poem was with me throughout all these 4 months of war. And then at a certain point, I decided we need to have it in English. Maybe it won't sound as brightly, as vividly as in the language we understand. And by the way, it's Russian. It's this poem was written in Ukrainian, was not written in Ukrainian. I suggested to the author to try to translate it, and I so much appreciate that he said no. He said no. This is the way it came, and basically I'm accepting it with gratitude. So I contacted him and said, listen, we need to have it in English. And he said, okay, if you find someone, I would be happy to listen to it in English. I've started to look for someone who can really, really grasp the essence. And believe me, it is not easy. This poem is full of dance of polarities and paradoxes. And that's why I think it's a bright example of metamodern. And I've contacted a dear friend, Gail Karen-Young, who will be speaking today very soon. And I said, Gail, please help me to find someone who really can do it. And she introduced us with Adrian, a bright English, coming from UK, poet and theologian and philosopher, and wonderful person with whom we sat together for hours. And as a result, we have this poem translated. It's called With Love. And I believe it is the manifestation of the state of consciousness from which the Ukrainians are fighting in this war. Because we really want to highlight that it is not hatred that is driving us, it's something else. And this state of consciousness is brightly described in it. And Adrian, over to you to say a few words, and then maybe I read it first and then you read it in English. Mm-hmm. Adrian needs to be unmuted.
That should be possible now.
That's great.
Yes.
Thanks, Katerina. Thanks, Ivo. It was a shock to be asked at first, having no knowledge of Russian or Ukrainian. But it was the day after the Eurovision Song Contest that Katerina and I spent a few hours working with this piece, and she sent me the video of the winning entry, and that was an entry into this poem. It was so powerful to see the way that video portrays what's happening in Ukraine, and it immediately had a resonance for me. Katerina said to me, "How do you understand this? You seem to understand what's happening here." And my mother and grandmother lived through the Second World War in London, in what we call in London the Blitz, the bombing that went on for years. And something in the way she had helped me understand where this poem was coming from resonated with my family memories of living through these terrible events and the feelings of helplessness, but also the feeling of, as Katerina says, these contrasting feelings of hatred and love, of fear and courage, of darkness and light. And I was completely taken with this poem and tried to render it in English as brightly as Katerina explained. And it was a privilege and an honor to be somehow, as a poet, connected with what was going on in the soul of people in Ukraine, what was happening to people, ordinary people, not what you see of the politicians, but the actual people on the ground. This seems to be speaking with the voice of the ordinary people, and that's what my memories are of my mother and my grandma, what ordinary people went through. And I wrote a poem about them, and I called it The Beautiful Ordinariness of Love. So the constant refrain in this poem, with love, is to me the refrain of the human spirit in the face of terror and fear, is that people find a way to speak with love. So if Katerina reads the Russian, and then I'll read my translation that we worked on.
Максим Коробниченко. С любовью. Вгрызаются сутками мысли, как сверла, где-то в районе надбровья. Впиваться зубами врагу в его горло. С любовью. Из яблочка шкурка скользит по ножу, потом потереть с морковью. Сметаной полить и подать малышу. С любовью. С колонной врага возжелать жарких встреч, И поступь, услышав слоновью, коктейлями танки безжалостно жечь. С любовью. Завешены окна, как в склепе, точь-в-точь, поставить свечу в изголовье и долго молиться про тихую ночь с любовью. А врач из кусочков нас целых сшивал. Спасибо вам, док, на здоровье. Плевать, что без ног мы поедем на бал с любовью. Придет похоронка и сухо собой окрестит твою долю вдовью. Ты деткам расскажешь, что папа — герой с любовью. Я эту войну никогда не прощу. Смешалась ненависть с кровью. Мы сотку победную выпьем к борщу с любовью.
With love. Thoughts hammering in drilling litanies every day, igniting fantasies that arrive to bite the throats of our enemies with love. And the knife snips under the apple's skin until it is naked and grated and soused with cream to feed the smiling child with love. Awakening our hunger to meet the tank's elephantine plod. The people move, bringing cocktails to burn their flanks with love. On the bedhead, a candle of prayer we light. Entombed by the window's blackout, in long hours we pray for a quiet night with love. From scattered pieces, the medics sew us together. Thank you, Doc. You're most welcome. Without our legs, still the great feast we enter with love. The black telegram arrives, the fatal fact that dryly dubs you with the lot of widowhood. Tell the children of their father's heroic act with love. This war I will never forgive. Its effrontery, our rage is sustained by a blood moon above, until we down vodka and borscht in victory with love.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adrian, for reading that. And Katja.
Thank you.
Let me spotlight myself again. Yeah, thanks so much again. Where can people find this in written form? Is this also something that we can possibly share so people can reconnect to it in case they want to?
We will share it in the chat. Actually, we didn't publish it in some big resources just on Facebook. We did a common post together where we shared. Yes.
Super. And you also mentioned that it was like I was having a toilet break, but I overheard there's more poetry, there's more creative expressions, and they were in a central place. Maybe a link to that could also be wonderful to have.
Yes.
Please do.
Do you have it to share in the chat, Katarina?
Yes, I will. I will do that in a minute. And I also just want to say that I would feel blessed if someone would share like what effect it creates on you, if you feel like, because we actually didn't get much feedback about it, and we wish we would, especially Adrian, would hear how is it, how it lands with you.
I'd be happy to share.
Yeah, briefly, we have to move on to the different session. We got a minute and a half to get some reaction from people.
Yeah, that was amazing. Katarina and Adrian, thank you so much. There's a very strong transmission in that poem of something that you helped us feel that's emerging in the Ukraine, and the spirit that can embrace all those the vastness and the depth and the intensity of all of that and the brutality and embrace it with love. I mean, that's a really very, very strong spiritual transmission.
Thank you, Shaila.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can have one more brief reaction very quick before we go on to the next session. Anybody wants to share? Or just express yourselves in the chat, so it will be recorded for eternity. Okay, good. Adrian, Katerina, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us share it.
Yes.
I have to go in a second. I'm really sorry, but it's an honor. Always. Always. And I read it every so often because it connects me with what feels so far away from us. So
yeah, exactly.
Thanks for asking me, Katerina.
Yes, and Rainer, you can share it. We have a permission from both the author and Adrian, so please share it for good purposes.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Good. Okay, so we're going to move to the next session. It's the journalist panel. We have two journalists from Ukraine here. Let me just find them and spotlight them in the. There we go. I think here is yes, great, familiar face. Hi, Veronica. Perfect. Can you unmute yourself? I can ask. Maybe that helps. Okay, you're still muted. Let me also get.
Sorry.
Hello. Here we go. Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Super.
Sorry.
And Katarina also joining.
Hey.
Hey.
Here.
Great. Hey. Amazing. Good you're here. Super. Yes, that's amazing. Well, let me just really quickly introduce you from what I pulled from the web and what you provided to me. So Katarina, you can read the names. Veronica first. I hope I pronounced your name right. Malkozerova, is that well done? Yeah, pretty good. Good, thumbs up. Yes, so you're a Kiev-based journalist and the executive editor of the New Voice of Ukraine. You've contributed to multiple international publications as well. I saw some also written on the war, including NBC News, Politico, Vice, and several others. You were working at the Kiev Post from June 2015 until 2018, and won the top Ukrainian journalist contest Chest Professi. So that's also a wonderful accomplishment. And Katerina Sagatskova, you're also a Ukrainian journalist, TV presenter, editor-in-chief, and co-founder of Zaborona.com, board member of Hromadske, and co-founder of the 2402 Emergency Fund for Journalists. So there's much more. If you want to know more about them, go check their websites out. We'll put them in the chat for sure. Anything already that you want to add there, Katerina? Did I see you maybe want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for inviting me to the event. I can say that Zaborona Media is a news media outlet that emerged in 2017, and it covers, I would say, pretty difficult topics in Ukraine and across the post-Soviet countries, such as human rights violations, far-right and radical movements, etc. So we try to go in the topics that that most of the journalists in Ukraine wouldn't go. But after Russia decided to invade Ukraine, we switched more to cover the war against Ukraine, and we are covering human rights violations committed by Russians and war crimes of Russian army. So that's what we are doing now. And our 2402 fund is aimed to help Ukrainian journalists to get certificates, bulletproof vests, and to cover the war in war zones, which is the whole country. Yeah, we collect funds from across the globe to get it and to get our journalists those certificates and make them report from the war zones.
Great, thank you. And Veronica, could you say a bit more on what your focus is and what New Voice Ukraine's focus is?
So the New Voice Ukraine is pretty young. We are only like 6 months old. We are an English version of one of the top Ukrainian language media outlets, which is just NVUA. And we mostly focus on covering Ukraine for the international audience and for the countries that are interested in Ukraine. And our kind of thing is that we translate and deliver exclusive materials by top Ukrainian journalists you cannot actually read anywhere else, because those people are usually writing in English or in Ukrainian, and we translate them. So it's kind of our thing.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Yeah. I asked you on because, as it's often said, like, truth is the first casualty of war, of course, and we're dealing with a flood of narrative warfare, both from, of course, Russian propaganda that we have to learn to see through what the influences are, and especially in this post-truth world with social media now also here, it's becoming harder and harder to, for most people who are not familiar with the narrative being pushed to kind of weed through all the chaff and the distortion and the noise to really come to a sense of what is actually true. So today I was hoping that we could speak to that, like partly the information space, what it is right now, but equally also, as you suggested, Katrina, to talk a bit about what it's like to be a journalist in Ukraine right now, reporting on this war. And I think that's going to be like a really good place to start. How easy is it? Like other taboos, as you say, you cover very difficult topics. So please share to our audience, many from the West here who don't know what that's like and what you're dealing with. So. Yes, for you, Katrina. Oh, sorry, the muting. Gosh, this. Yeah, you can just keep yourselves unmuted. I think you can unmute yourself now.
Yeah, no.
Perfect. Sorry about that. Yeah.
I can start from the beginning because in the morning, 24 February, we all woke up almost like absolutely vulnerable. We didn't know what exactly to do because we just Russia invaded our country and we've heard the sounds of explosions. And when you are a journalist, you have a feeling that you have to do something right now. But at the same time, you understand that you're in the same situation as like everybody in the country, and you can be killed just the next minute. It could be everything. It can happen. And I think this is something about journalism in Ukraine. We are still try to figure out how like to be a citizen or to be a journalist or just to find a place where to hide from bombs in a bomb shelter. And this was the biggest challenge, I think, and it didn't change since then. Except that most of Ukrainian journalists now have protection with the bulletproof vests and helmets. It can protect us from some particles of the rocket. And we can go to the war zones. So now we have those different war zones. It's Donbass, it's in the south of Ukraine. So we know where is worse and where is more safe. And that's how we can work.
Right.
So yeah.
Just so the audience know, I follow you on Twitter and I saw you post pictures. You were close to the front lines, right? In these past weeks. Where are you now? Are you still in the neighborhood there?
No, right now I'm actually in the safest place in Ukraine. It's Zakarpattia, it's near the Romanian and Hungarian border. And this is weird to discuss, but I should say that because of Prime Minister of Hungarian Parliament is a big friend of Putin, Russia doesn't shell at this region because it's very close to the border, and there are a lot of Hungarian citizens who live there, and yeah, but just a week ago I've been to Mykolaiv region. It's very close to the Kherson region, and people there are suffered from constant shellings from the Russian side, from the occupied territories. Yeah, so I think the life of Ukrainian journalists changed radically, and we have very different situation than it was before. Like since 2014, we had a war in Donbass.
Yeah.
But it was very different from what we have now. So it's like this war is the deadliest war in the century. Actually, it's more than it's with ISIS in Syria and Iraq.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, thank you. And for you, Veronica, how's life for you as a journalist changed since February?
Well, my life is almost the same as Katerina's, except of traveling to the war front, because I'm mostly focused as like editing stories of others now, and also my unique experience is that I stayed in Kiev for the whole time when it was besieged by Russians, and I documented how the city changed, and it was a really unique experience for a Kiev nativean that I was born in Kiev, and when my city got attacked, I decided to stay and report about what was happening. And I would say that I never expected how united we can become in the face of such a horrible aggression. And Kievans proved it to me, because we were like one fist, and like people were some were buying groceries for the elderly, others were protecting the city, some were like digging trenches, mining areas. We still have like many parks and recreation zones full of mines since then. And I would say that it was a very strange positive and negative experience, because it's like an emotional swing. At some day you are like feeling this great patriotism and think that you can do anything, that your people are capable of like doing anything they want and they can. And the other day shelling was that intense outside in the outskirts of Kiev, that I was like feeling that I get crazy a bit, because I really didn't know when and how it would stop. So this is what I feel.
Thank you. Yeah, I can imagine that uncertainty is like a very strange experience, with and a great contrast, of course, of the experience in the West when we talk about the war. And I think that's actually a good thing to go to, because you both, and I know especially you, Veronica, like really look at Western media and how the reporting on the war is done. So what have you noticed from the Ukrainian viewpoint, like how the reporting has developed? And maybe you can point to different phases in that. So is that something that you have, what are your views on that? Katarina, you want to take this one?
Well, I thought you will ask Veronica, because
Yeah, I did, but she muted herself. So
okay, yeah. I think I have a lot to say about Western coverage. We are Ukrainian journalists who used to be who used to help the Westerners, not only from the West, okay, so it's like from around the world. We help them with information, with contacts, with context, with everything they need to know about Ukraine and what's going on. And this is not a job. It's just you feel that you have to share some information about that, because you know everything. Every building in Kiev and its history. Lots of different citizens and people and organizations, because you just live here. That's why you know everything and you want to help. But in the first phase of war, like first month of the war, it was kind of our duty to help. And then you understand that you have, like, I don't talk about myself. I'm okay, but lots of our journalists just didn't have money to exist, to buy food, to buy different goods, and you know that Western journalists, they just they don't want to pay to this kind of help, or they think that Ukrainian journalists are biased because they live in Ukraine. I heard about that so many times, and I just have to admit that there is something in different editorial teams across the globe, mostly in the Western newspapers, that we are biased because we're just Ukrainians. And when I hear something like that from my colleagues, I try to explain them, okay, if you're an American journalist, you're American, you live in the US, and someone tried to hijack the White House, someone tried to break the law inside the US, and you're the US journalist, are you biased by that? If you have democratic values and you just know that you shouldn't break the law, and I think this is something that can make difference, because when you're talking about journalists from the so-called first world countries, in Ukraine we have the same values and the same democratic views, and we have a right to write about our country and what's going on, and we know better why this is happening, why Russia decided to invade Ukraine, right? So this is, I think this is a great discussion that should like that should be inside the wider journalist communities, actually.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Do you want to share something on that as well, Veronica?
Yes, I want to say that I also heard about us being biased, and also I had a personal experience of legislative teams of the very big Western media alerting my editors about a Ukrainian expert, which he's not like good for the story because he's a Ukrainian expert. So the world media have been stripping Ukrainians out of our own agency, and at the same time they are being many of them are still considering our regions as some kind of one post-Soviet space where Russia for some reason still has this rights of hegemony, which can control, which can invade other lands. Some of them, like maybe Reuters. I know that many people have a lot of questions for Reuters coverage recently.
Yes.
Because Reuters claims that it wants to present both sides of the story, and this both sidism is actually pretty harmful when there is a case of very, very strict breaking of the law, of the territorial integrity, of occupation, of invasion. I would say that if some country invades another country, it loses the right to be presented in the story equally, because I wouldn't say that a material of something like, well, Nazi Germany claims that Poland has provoked the war would look good right now. Because for me, some world media, how they present a story about Ukraine really matters, because until this day, they call Russian army Russian separatists, pro-Russian separatists, or even Ukrainian separatists, as AFP recently did in one of these breaking news tweets they like so much. So yes, I would say that by stripping Ukraine of its own agency and by inaccurately reporting on the region because they don't know context, they don't orient in the modern realities of these countries, and at the same time they're stuck in this post-Sovietism, they do actually harm sometimes. So
yeah, thanks for bringing that point up. I mean, it's so important. It's something I've noticed as well, that often, not just in the media, but even in different meetings where there is talk about the war, talk about the invasion, and sometimes without even Ukrainian in the room, which I found quite striking, actually, and surprising. But equally, as you say, in the media, and especially when we can connect to this phenomenon of what has, I think, been termed West-splaining sometimes, about how Ukraine should be acting, how they should be offering up territory and cede it, and how they should be kept from humiliating Putin, for example. And again, often without any Ukrainian voices in that discussion. So, Katya, I see you unmute yourself, so waiting to jump in there.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what Veronica said. That actually Reuters behavior, let's say so, is like Red Cross behavior, right? It's both sides. Okay, we are neutral and we go here and there, but it is not so simple, and I think that it is better to have a coverage from the occupied territories than to do not have it. And sometimes, I mean, journalists who work for Reuters, they have they know how to do journalism, They know the rules and etc. It just depends on captions to the photographs, where it was captured. For example, when you say that it is Mariupol, Donetsk People Republic, it is, you know, one point. It can be that, because Donetsk People Republic just doesn't exist. And the other thing is to say that Mariupol, Ukraine, or temporarily occupied by Russia, and it's different. But you can see the picture. You can see the drama theater in Mariupol, how it was destroyed, where killed people lying. So different things that you can you can just, you know, take and analyze it. In 2014, I worked in the occupied territories in Donetsk, and I've seen everything, like terror from Russians and the Donetsk People Republics people. I've seen deaths, and you know, I can tell that I've seen the beginning of this story, how the war began, and it is very we really need that conversation about captions and about how this coverage is, you know, is done by the big international media. We really need it because we really have some questions. But at the same time, I think it is great that we can have just information from the other side. So yeah, that is my point. I think it could be important for understanding that it's not so easy.
Yes, no, thanks for highlighting that. And this perhaps connects also quite well to the Russian propaganda that sometimes, actually quite often, manages to make its way into the stories through this both sidesism approach that some media have. What is your experience of this? Do you feel when Russian propaganda comes in, or like historical narratives, false historical narratives come in, that this is also your job to kind of jump into it, fight it? Can you name a couple of examples of what some of these really tenacious narratives are that simply don't seem to go away? Veronica, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, I would say that why I am not a fan of the both sides of the story, when one side actually violated the law and invaded another country. I think that both sides of the story is always good, but there are exceptions. And unlike Red Cross, which actually saves lives, sometimes those agencies who get the unique access to the occupied territories, I would say that they are doing not only the mission, but they also are getting exclusives. And the fact that sometimes they publish openly Russian propaganda because they want to like remain this to keep this exclusive access. This is really damaging to the people's minds all over the world, because they like mix up the reality. Because what Russia is doing with its propaganda, it doesn't even try to persuade you that Russia is right. It tries to persuade you that you cannot trust anyone. You cannot like say that white is white and black is black, because it's not true, because white can be black. It's like this kind of example, but still I have a concrete example. When Mariupol fell and Russians occupied it completely, one of the first things they started doing is that they started looting Mariupol port, because it was really like one of the wealthiest enterprises in the city. It worked mostly for Akhmetov's, it's our oligarch, Akhmetov's enterprises of metal production, steel production, and what it first did, the first thing they did is not that like restoring water supplies, restoring electricity, or giving people like some food en masse. What they did the first, they started looting and stealing Akhmetov's basically metal and steel. And what Reuters did, they reported a short story about how the first commercial ship left Mariupol with the metal cargo, and the ship is going to Russia. So if I was like a person from Brazil, for example, or from some Asian countries that are not that quite interested in Ukraine, but for example, they are interested in metal production, what I see is that first thing that happened after Russia occupied Mariupol, they started working again. They're already exporting goods. That's great, right? But there was no like Ukrainian side in that story present that would say that this is the city that was occupied by Russia, that this was like materials stolen from Ukraine, from Ukrainian private businesses, largest ones. There was nothing like that, not context, nothing, just this kind of story. And I caught Reuters multiple times doing that. And I think that misreporting stories and leaving stories out of context just to keep this opportunity to get a unique access to the occupied territories is quite a dangerous path when it comes to journalism, not activism like Red Cross, for example.
Thank you. Yeah, Katerina, do you want to add to that? I see you nodding vigorously.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely true. That if you don't know the context, you will get the wrong decision on that. So yeah, that's how it works. But actually, the worst thing that we have almost no coverage. I mean, decent coverage from the other side, from the occupied territories, and sometimes it takes weeks to have a conversation with the people who live on the occupied territories, for example, in Kherson, because they just don't have internet connection, mobile connection, electricity, and they just can't, talk about what they are going through because of the Russian invasion, and sometimes they are kidnapped by Russia just because they are pro-Ukrainian. So yeah, I would say that it is very difficult to work in such circumstances, and yeah, we still have to figure out how to do that and how to raise awareness on Ukraine. And maybe it's a bit different topic, but I feel that like last month or maybe 2 months, there was a feeling that the world is so tired of Ukraine and the war that I just in the beginning I was getting like hundreds of requests just to go on air, writing articles, op-eds and everything, and now it's just slowly going down, and nobody's interested in Ukrainian coverage, and foreigners who are living in Ukraine, they also don't do that amount of stories. So yeah, and I thought about COVID times. It's funny, but there is a lot of in common between the war in Ukraine and COVID, because COVID-19 was the deadliest threat to the world in 2020 and last year. And the war in Ukraine is actually more dangerous than COVID for the world. But it had you know, the same wave of coverage. In the beginning, everybody was, you know, writing about COVID and what's going on and how to deal with that and how many deaths across the globe, etc.
Yeah.
And the same with Ukraine, because the war didn't stop. I mean, it's every day people are suffering from different, you know, things because of Russia. But the world just don't want to listen it anymore because, you know, they're pretty out of it. And we always say in Ukraine that, okay, just ask Ukrainians how they are tired of the war. So yeah, and I guess the answer to this challenge is to cover not only breaking news,
Right. Yeah.
but just to think about you know, food crisis, energy crisis, economic crisis that was, you know, fueled by Russian invasion. We have to write and say about so many things that are not said yet.
Yeah.
Because we are all in the breaking news, but we have so many things, you know, under
Yeah.
breaking.
Yeah. Thanks for just saying that again. And if we look towards the future, I mean, Timothy Snyder did, for example, if we look at what narratives, I mean, it will come in the news cycles, you know, sometimes like through really bad news, if another, you know, bomb hits a theater and there's lots of civilian deaths involved, for example, then everybody sits up and jumps up again. But some of these news stories, of course, develop very slowly. They kind of go on, they're hard to kind of track down in a cause and effect sense. And it's a bit of the dynamics that the media and the news cycle kind of lives through and reporting lives through. But if we look to the future, what do you think of some of these narratives that need to be avoided? And here, coming back to it was a tweet thread by Timothy Snyder who said, like, Putin has a hunger plan. I don't know if you've seen it, where basically, like, constantly yeah, exactly. So here again is one that we can see coming down the road. The Russians are going to try to blame Ukraine for the food crisis and the West and the sanctions, etc. So is this something you're already thinking about? Is this something that can already be kind of countered or be worked with in some ways? And yeah, maybe Veronica, you have some thoughts about that one, and maybe you know of different narratives that you can already see, you know, also seen through the lens of this fatigue, for example, what needs to be kept alive and what needs to really be fueled. So yeah, there's a lot in there, but I hope you can work with the question.
Yes, I definitely see that. I think the problem is that audience is driven by news cycles, and there's so much happening in the world, especially in first world countries, that they do not always care about some problems they are presented or they see as local problems. And I think that's the main mistake in the media make right now is that they still present Ukrainian, like Russia's war against Ukraine, as a local conflict, while Russia has already shown that this time it's something bigger. This time it's the campaign against the West. Even when Russia's like getting some minor defeats or some failures on the battlefield, Russia always says that it doesn't like, it wasn't Ukraine who caused the defeat to Russia. It was the West, it was NATO, it was like this. And if I was like, if I were a journalist of a huge media corporation or like an editor of huge media corporation, I would explain to the audience that we're all connected, that if something bad is happening in the country, then inflation is going to shock the whole world. And that's not because of the West or Ukraine, it's because of the invasion. And Russia is now saying that basically we have the right to invade Ukraine. We have the right to break international laws. And if something like similar happens to Russia, Russia is like, oh, everyone else is breaking the law. Everyone else is bad. And we're not, because there is like Russophobia all over the world, like spreading because like we're daring to fight back. And not only Ukraine, but also the Western countries. And if like the world explains to the audience that Russia has caused energy crisis, Russia has probably caused hunger all over the world. Like, I mean, the Africa and Asian countries, Syria, but we, I mean, Ukraine, we've missed the time when we had this opportunity to explain the real cause of the hunger to those countries mostly affected by it. And now African countries and Syria and some Arab countries who still think of the world in terms of like 50 years ago, I mean, that they still do not make any distinction between USSR and Russia, for example. They see all of us as USSR, and I would not like blame them, because many of Ukrainians, they like think of Africa as a country too. And I think that we failed to explain who caused this whole pain to the world. And now Russia has won mostly poorer countries, and with the help of those politicians it pays and supports mostly dictatorships, Russia's causing a lot of stir and making a lot of money again by, for example, selling Ukrainian grains stolen, and nobody can do anything with that, because the world still keeps reacting on Russia's actions, and reacting is always like slower, and nobody would dare to break the international law the same way as Russia's doing it. And yeah, I think that's why we have what we have.
Yeah, thanks. Did you want to add anything to that, Katerina? So you laugh also a couple of times to reaction to Veronica.
No, just laughing about Africa country. Yeah, because I mean that's it. That's how it works. We cannot blame people from different situations. But still, I know that in the African countries, and not only there, in the China, for example, they are full of Russian propaganda that say that coronavirus was created in Ukraine in those American laboratories, and and this is the explanation of why Russia invaded Ukraine, right? So this is absolutely wild, and but you cannot deal with that. It's just QAnon across the globe, So yeah, so we but I think the mission of journalists in Ukraine and in the West is to explain people why Russia invaded Ukraine. And we have, we don't have just one answer. We have lots of answers. It's because Russia thinks that it is the country that is the best in the region, the largest in the region, and the country that have a rights on all the countries who were inside the USSR, and it means not only Belarus or Georgia, but Latvia, Lithuania, Baltics countries, Czech Republic, you name it, right? So all the Soviet bloc is in there, including Germany. So yeah, but I think the West don't get it still. They still think that this is a local conflict.
Yeah, and how can that change? You touched upon the mindset of, let's call it the imperial Russian mindset, which we've been talking about this quite a bit earlier in the day, about the cultural codes, the history, etc., that fuels that why these wars keep happening again and again and again. And it seems to me that almost we're zeroing in that this as the heart of the issue to some extent. What is your understanding, also with your knowledge about the propaganda that floats around and the lack of agency? Veronica, you already pointed out the apathy that happens by being fueled, conflicting stories, etc. What is your thinking about how to change that? Because it seems if this doesn't change, this will just keep coming back in history again, and again. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, Veronica. Yeah, big one, right? Yeah.
I actually don't have like this direct answer to this question because it's very hard. I think that why Russian propaganda is so successful in many countries, including the West, is that it always uses whataboutism as the main tool. It always makes Ukrainian-Russian war about like something else, not Ukraine, but United States, for example, or NATO, who provoked Russia. And they're saying it like that. It sounds stupid, illogical, but still, when they make this accent that it's our for example, for the Fox viewer or watcher of the Fox News, Russian propaganda will always like that. Just like Democrats are always messing up with Russia, trying to like control Europe, trying to spend our money abroad in the conflicts. So
right. They're
like,
the victims.
Huh?
They are the victims.
Yeah, like they're trying to trigger these strings of local conflicts and local unrests to use them to harm Ukraine, to like divert attention to something else, and always make this problem because, each country only interested in another country problems if it somehow affects them or mirrors their own problems, because we cannot function like on empathy en masse, because we have our own problems. We have like bills, we have to pay for utilities, we have to pay taxes, we have to buy food, and this is like our essential problems. And when we don't have enough, when we have like oil prices rising, gas prices rising, our desire to support some like shithole country overseas is lacking. And Russia's propaganda is using that. And of course, also, while facts are boring, Russian propaganda uses like wildest conspiracy theories, and it's always interesting. It's always like vibrant. It's always like, this movie made by Hollywood. So people got interesting. If I came to like a national television and say like, hey, Russia invaded Ukraine because Ukraine has good resources, it is developed, and Russia's like not developing its regions at all, and instead it prefers to come and invade and just to destroy, to keep the influence, or to restore the empire, because that's how Russia functions. That's how the imperial brain functions. They would say, okay, and turn the TV on the another channel. But if like Margarita Simonyan or somebody like that with the perfect English and Western education will come and say, hey, we found United States biolabs that were located near Kiev, and they were creating mutated birds to attack Russian population because they knew that Russian blood has something specific in it, and that's how they trained birds to attack Russians. And whole like defense ministry spokesperson is going to confirm that, saying that some geese were migrating from Ukrainian south to Russia. That's quite entertaining. And this is what Russian propaganda is doing. They like put a bet on entertainment and of course on bad education. So I don't know actually how we can counter this problem right now, because facts are boring. So yeah, this is my answer.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah,
that.
I just wanted to add that press don't solve the problems, right? We're just a mirror, and we just, you know, this is like bad news for the societies, that we really want to change something, because we like journalists know more than you know, than most of the people, but we cannot change it. We just can say that he did that and they responded like that, and etc. And the thing is that we really want someone to change something. That's why we are doing our work. We try to, you know, to collect evidence of war crimes and of, you know, violations, and to show you, like, that's what Russia is doing. That's why this all is happening. And we expect that, I don't know, the president of France, or, you know, or a prime minister of chancellor of Germany, they will, you know, read it, and they will make decisions that will be helpful for solving the problems. And yeah, I cannot mean that journalists are very tired to do this work, because
I can imagine,
no response on that. And yeah, it will be really great if people who make decisions can, you know, read proper journalism to make proper decisions.
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I do see, like, when you say, Veronica, facts are boring, there is a whole new niche here again, also, that we've seen pop up, like especially through social media. All the memes, I think, in one area where Ukraine and its information army has been incredibly successful, and of course these are not journalists, but is the memes, and for example showing the photos of all dogs, cats being rescued. Especially, I mean, my Twitter timeline is filled with cute animals, and, you know, in the hands of Ukrainian soldiers. So in that sense, like, the emotion, it does matter, and it has shifted things as well. I do believe it has kept people sitting up, to some extent. And coming back to the shifting of the narratives, I also see that, for example, when the call for Ukraine to cede territory, for example, that was, it did have a peak moment, and then it did shift. You know, unfortunately, it was also because of Russian war crimes in Irpin, Bucha, for example. But it seems there is definitely more power than you like made it sound at this point. So I hope you're not getting too discouraged by your own story, at least. We have some questions from the audience. Are you happy to take those? We have about 8 minutes left before we at the hour. Not so much in the chat, but one person has raised their hand. So let's see. Evgeny, hold on. Can you unmute yourself, Evgeny?
Yes, I thank you so much for this section. Thank you for journalists. It's a terrible thing came to me. that even the main topic of this event is help to Ukraine. It is very important. It is really very important to help to Ukraine, but much more, or maybe just more important thing is to change minds of old politicians, because we in Russia were in protest for last, I'm afraid, 15 years on the streets and so on, and we couldn't understand why there is no reaction at all from Western country. When I talked to Western people, Western politicians 10 years ago, they told that for us is main important thing is to keep your nuclear power within your borders and nothing else. This is not our business. This is your business. Now they talk that this is Ukraine business and business of a small community like this. So this is very important to help Ukraine, but it's much more important to make strongest power in the world to take attention to this evil and to change their mind about it, not to ask Ukraine and all people, all real people, people of goodwill of the globe to help Ukrainians and to sell, to pay a huge money and to sell gas, oil, and so on.
Excuse me, Evgeny, what is your exact question? Because you just
this is not question. This is just to idea came to me after 5 hours, yes, of this event.
Okay, so
it is very important to help to Ukraine, but much more important to change minds of world politicians. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for sharing. Does anybody else have a question, a terse one? Because otherwise I have one myself. Put it in the chat so I can actually see it.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to comment that I don't think that there is something more important than to help Ukraine. I think this is pretty equal. It could be at the same time to help Ukraine and to change something in the world politics on how to react on such genocides. And it's not only about Russian genocide against Ukraine. We know about another genocides in the world. So yeah, I guess this is just something that should be, that people should raise awareness on, but one doesn't accept that.
Yes, I agree about the most important. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Yeah, final question. We got about 3 more minutes. I'm curious to your vision for the future here in the near term. I know that I think it's somewhere in the 80 percentile, somewhere that Ukrainians think about victory. That victory is possible, and so I want to also know how do you view this? What is possible going forward in this war?
I can say.
Okay.
I think, we don't have, like I always say, that we don't have other options. I mean, to win is to survive. And this how we think when you're in Ukraine or you're, outside of the country. We don't have the option to surrender to Russia or, make compromises with Russia on some territories. because the thing is that Russia wants to destroy everybody who think different from Russia, and it's mostly the whole Ukraine and the whole world that that support Ukraine, and that's why we don't think that Russia will stop on Ukraine, and it will go west, because the enemy of Russia is not Ukraine. It's actually the whole so-called Western world with the democratic values, with the values of human rights, equality. Just it's some basics that Russia is against, because I don't know why. I mean, it is something crazy to me to understand, but they choose they path, and it is path against the like human values, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
Values, very important. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I think that we don't have an option to to be defeated. Yeah.
Thank you, Veronica.
I also think that we don't have an option, the other option, but I think that if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, it's gonna start very bad processes in the world, because we have a lot of autocrats and dictators other than Putin in the world. And if they see that Russia got away with all the genocide, all what happened in Ukraine, they will try to reshuffle world's map, because why not? Russia did it, so we can do it also. And I think that by invading Ukraine, invading Georgia, Russia has showed that it can flourish in the unstable world, because the ruling class of Russia enjoys full power over miserable people, and the more miserable those people are, including Russians, the more money Russian elites will have. And unfortunately, for many years before the full-scale invasion of February, Western elites were also not so quite unhappy with what Russia was doing. And Ukraine also, in terms of, I would say that everyone is connected in this world, and by storing money stolen from Russians, stolen from Ukrainians, Western country, by not imposing so strict sanctions on Russia after the occupation of Crimea, by restoring the relations with Russia after what happened in Georgia, the world said to the Kremlin basically that everything's okay, you can continue. And while Ukrainians were screaming, don't build Nord Stream 2, it's going to end badly for you. It's not an economic project, it's a project of influence. Russia doesn't have this economic relations type of mind. It has only the type of mind of these bandits from the 90s that flourished after the fall of the Soviet Union, which means that if you don't want to do what I want you to do, I'm going to force you. And this connects like to everything, to politics, to business, to influence. So yes, I would say that if the world does not understand that it doesn't need a dangerous monkey with nuclear weapons on Earth that can like diffuse anytime Russian leaders don't like something or don't agree with something, I would say that it's gonna end very, very badly. Because now what I see from the world leaders is that they are trying to postpone the inevitable, I would say, because people don't want to suffer the same as Ukrainians suffer now. However, if Kremlin succeeds in Ukraine, and if it kills all of us, it's going to go further.
Thank you for that, Katrina and Veronica. And what you already mentioned is very important, and it's the reason why the next segment here is 30 minutes. And it doesn't have to be 30 minutes of screening of a talk between Timothy Snyder and Yuval Noah Harari. I really advise you all to watch this, and maybe because there's a couple of segments we don't maybe not even need to fill the 30 minutes totally, and we can have a discussion if time allows. But it really speaks to why this is so important, and that Putin can't be allowed to win or be seen in any way to win, especially for these reasons you mentioned, Veronica, about emboldening other authoritarian type leaders who now seem to be more on the rise, both worldwide, basically. So thank you both. Stay safe wherever you may be, and thanks for sharing. And
I mean, I hope it will be helpful for others to understand what's going on in our country, and to raise awareness in other countries. Spread the word about that.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thanks for your help, and would be lovely to see you again at some point in the future, next event maybe. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, good. Yeah, like I said, I need a break. It's we're a couple of hours in now, so we're going to do a screening from. Let me remove my spotlight so I can see you all. Just a second. Oh, yeah, good. Great. So good. Still 30 people here. That's wonderful to see. Yeah. So we're going to go into a screening. It's a conversation that was held like less than a week ago, even between Timothy Snyder and Yuval Harari, called "The Next 40 Years Past and 40 Years to the Future." I think it was. But it's really important, I think, to watch it and really grok it, because it speaks to why this is not just the isolated conflict that we. The narrative of the isolated conflict, I think, that should be avoided, but why it actually matters as an actual event that, as Timothy Snyder calls it, the difference between what we've been exploring today already as populations cohering around myths versus a world order that coheres around values, and what difference that makes for being future-oriented or being past-oriented. And another massive distinction, I think, that is coming more to the foreground here during this day and in our conversation. So go and watch it. Like I said, I don't think we need a full 30 minutes. And after that, I think we can open it up maybe for 10 minutes even to have a brief discussion amongst ourselves, like just share some initial thoughts before we move to more important topics, even that of humor with Anton Timoshenko. So he'll be here in about 25 minutes already, on the importance of humor, and specifically Ukrainian humor. So there will definitely be a couple of laughs there. So stick around, and I'm gonna share screen and start that conversation between. Oh, hold on. Let's see, where do I have it? Oh, here we go. There's all kinds of stuff in the way. Here we go. Can someone unmute and let me know if they can actually see it and hear it?
Yes, everything is fine.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, great.
Yes. It's good.
Let me just find it. Oh.
Can't hear it though. At least I can't. Not able to hear the audio either.
Not able to hear it?
No sound. Not yet.
Oh.
As well, do not hear it.
Oh. Hold on, then I'm going to try some other things.
40 years and the next 40.
Yeah. Hold on. Not getting my usual screens that are helpful. Let's see. Hope this works.
I think if you press share, at least this is what I see. If I press share screen, and then on the bottom left on the window it says share sound. I'm not sure if that is.
I think I got computer sound now. How is this?
Ukraine, it's often not seen because it's so central.
Yeah.
So, like the founding myth in the Western tradition of democracy
I'm gonna back up a little bit.
History often. The first answer to your question is, it'll be more important than we think. And the reason why I'm confident about that is that history often overlooks the things that are so deep and dark and important, right? Sometimes it's the heaviest things that get overlooked. And if we look at the history of Ukraine, it's often not seen because it's so central. So, like the founding myth in the Western tradition of democracy is the myth of Athens, where where the city chooses Athena over Poseidon. And when the city chooses Athena, some of you have heard this story before, but when the city chooses Athena, the idea is, okay, we'll have the olive oil, we'll have the olive trees, rather than angry Poseidon and his salt water and his trident. And that's an image of democracy which is shady trees and contemplation. It's all very nice. But then you ask yourself, how did ancient Athens actually exist if all they grew was olive trees? And the answer is they exported their food from what's now southern Ukraine, right? That's how they existed. If you look at the Age of Discovery, when the Italians and the Dutch and the Portuguese and the Spanish and the British were breaking out into the broader world of what we call the Americas and Africa and Asia, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was supplying them with food. How did it do that? By encircling the population of Ukraine. And where was arguably the first anti-colonial or proto-national or even national movement at that same time in the 17th century in Ukraine? When we look at the 20th century, at both the Soviet project and the Nazi project, although historians and public discussions of this don't always notice it, in fact usually don't, Ukraine is at the center of both the Soviet and the Nazi project for the transformation of the world. It's been so important to world history that we have had trouble seeing it. There's this irony. We think that the things we see are what's important, but often it's the other way around. Often what we see is what's easy to see, and what's important is what gets overlooked. So as I understand this war in Ukraine, it's not the first time Ukraine has been important in world history. It's just the first time that people have noticed how important it might be in world history. So I don't doubt that this will be an axial event. An axial event because, first of all, I don't believe, as you've already said, Ivan, I don't believe that there can be a European security or political architecture without Ukraine taking part. Number two, I believe this will be an axial event for at a world historical level because of the threat of famine in Africa and Asia, which is associated with this war. And number three, I think this will be an axial event because, and we can return to this, because I believe that the democratic project isn't a matter of technology or fate or economics or any kind of determinism, but that the democratic project is intrinsically about human affirmation of values. And this war is very much a war which depends upon visible values like courage, values that are just as real in my view as the rocks in the field, but we in the democratic part of the world have largely given up on seeing democracy that way. So I think if in 2062, probably not me, I'm not planning to live that long, but if someone else is, and I don't want to be in the company of the people who do plan to live that long, but if someone is looking back from 2062 onto, thank you for, I think Yuval was the only person who laughed. I completely lost the live audience, but thank you, Yuval, for being with me here. In 2062, looking back, if we're looking back from democracies, I think this will be seen as an axial event because of the affirmation of values.
Thank you very much, Yuval. This was really challenging. Tim put Ukraine in a place where we normally see Israel. So how you see?
I can do that all day.
Well, I'll start with 1982 and how difficult it is to see 40 years to the future. I mean, if we had here as a guest of honor, let's say the chief of staff of NATO from 1982, you have, I don't know, was it Andropov or was it Chernenko in the Kremlin and Afghanistan and Solidarity being crushed?
Still Brezhnev was there.
In 1982, really? Okay, so and you tell them that our biggest problem right now is that the Russians are invading Donbass and trying to take it from the Ukrainians. He would ask, on which fantasy world are you inhabiting? And it's so difficult to see, and it's just 40 years. And the next 40 years are likely to be even more hectic than the previous 40 years, because history is accelerating, technology is accelerating. And another point is that it's always, I mean, the future is not written anywhere. It depends on the decision we make. I completely agree with Tim that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a pivotal moment in the history of the 21st century. A lot depends on what happens there, what the Ukrainians are doing, what the Russians are doing, what everybody else around the world is doing with regard to this war. So I don't know how people will remember it in 2062, because it depends on the decisions that people are going to take in the next weeks and in the next months. One possibility is that this will be remembered at the moment when the global order finally collapsed. That the order that was built and the institutions that were built for decades to preserve peace, to secure global trade, to prevent famine, to prevent epidemics, this was the moment that it completely collapsed. And the era of chaos and war and poverty began. That's one scenario. Another scenario is that Putin is not allowed to win in Ukraine, that he loses and everybody sees that he is losing, and that it will be a moment when the order was reaffirmed. You know, like you have a social norm and you have a bully comes and breaks it publicly, and everybody's watching to see what will happen. If he gets away with it, the order collapses. But if he's punished, if he loses, the order is actually strengthened, is actually reaffirmed. So I don't know what's going to, I know what I hope will happen, but I don't know what will actually happen. It's a moment, I mean, already it seems quite clear that this is a moment when Russia has lost its position as a potential superpower. That if on the 23rd of February, a lot of people around the world still thought about Russia as a superpower or a potential superpower, then what's been happening in the last few months made it clear that it's not. It can't be. And maybe it will become a part of the Chinese camp. Maybe it will be a puppet of the Chinese, but it's no longer capable of being this kind of superpower that it was in the 20th century and aspired to be in the 21st century. And again, also with regard to Russia, a big question is this choice really between Europe and the West and China. One of the things that made it so difficult to believe, I think, that Putin would do what he did, is that, you know, if you think about it from a rational perspective, there was no threat to Russia coming from the West. Despite all the propaganda and all the paranoia in the minds of people like Putin, I mean, realistically, nobody in Europe wants to invade Russia. Not the Germans, not the French, nobody. If there is a geopolitical threat to Russia in the 21st century, it comes from the East. It comes from China. And I think that the real decision that Putin is facing, and maybe he's already made it, is whether Russia will become a puppet state of China or not. And this could be the moment when Russia became a puppet state of China. And then there is the question of the West. And I think that if Putin had just waited, done nothing, just waited for a few years, I don't know, 5 years, the West would have self-destructed maybe by its internal culture war, which is tearing apart the United States, which is tearing apart much of Europe. Just do nothing and the West will destroy itself. And by his action, he actually gave the West a chance to save itself, to stop the culture war, to remember the key values which Tim was also referring to realize that there are these fears that the conservative and liberal camps in the West have of each other, they are as nothing compared to the real danger that the West is facing.
Which was so much lacking in our societies in the last years.
So I remember when I was arguing a few years ago how important Russia was in American domestic politics. And people quite rightly pointed out that, well, these things that Russia is able to do in the US, it can only do because of problems that are already native to the United States. I think I would make the same point in response to the idea that Russia is going to rescue the United States. This is quite true that this conflict has become really the only bipartisan issue in America. I've been struck traveling across America how there are Ukrainian flags in places where people would ordinarily not have anything to talk about. So there are Ukrainian flags next to Black Lives Matter banners in some parts of the country, and then there are Ukrainian flags in places where you would not see a Black Lives Matter flag for literally hundreds of miles around. And it has become a subject that allows people, not just in the real world, but also on Twitter, to talk to one another who weren't talking to each other before. So I agree with Yuval that there's a kind of chance there, but it's only a beginning. It's only an overture. And for me, like the grand question is about getting out of, if you want to call it culture war, is whether you can have a discussion about the future. So you can't, the culture war, it can't end with a compromise. It's not going to be like, oh, I agree with you this way, you're going to agree with me. It's not going to end that way. It ends, or it alters when the subject changes towards the future. And I want to, by saying that, I want to affirm or maybe expand a point that you've all made just along the way, which is that this war now is largely about whether political regimes can deal with the future at all. I mean, there are many ways to characterize the regime in Russia, but one thing which I find very striking about it, and I've been trying to make this point for a while now, is the way that it consumes the future. Not just its own future, but everybody else's future, and that it places politics back in some kind of version of the past, whether it has to do with some baptism in Kiev 1,000 years ago, or more recently with the conquests of Peter the Great. It's always going to be a matter of some moment in the past, and this version of politics cannot be allowed to triumph, because in this version of politics, all we have is a dispute about whether or not we were good in the past. And that's not enough. It's not just that it's not enough, it's fundamentally misleading, it's mythical. But we will break out of what you two are calling the culture war when we can have a real discussion about the future. Because the kind of politics that I see in Russia, where it's all about the past, or really it's about a kind of narcissism, right? In this case, a narcissism of old men, but a narcissism which says, everything's about the short term. All that matters is Severodonetsk. Let the world burn so long as I can get to the border of Luhansk Oblast, right? That's where Putin stands right now. When I say let the world burn, I mean it quite literally. The United States Supreme Court today has granted a hearing to a case which, if they hear it and they allow it to go through, will mean that the United States will become an authoritarian regime where short-sighted people who don't believe in global warming are going to be in charge. This all, for me, hangs together. The same people who bring you the war in Ukraine are the people who don't believe that we're going to ever deal with climate change. So this whole authoritarian turn, for me, is about the past as myth, but also about consuming the future. And that's not just Russia challenging us. That's something that we have in Israel. It's something that we have in the United States. It's something that we have in the West in general. That's a tendency which we're going to have to deal with ourselves. So that for me is the big question. And it's part of the answer to the first question too. Can we break out of this into a future where we actually deal with climate change and where we have a horizon of time in front of us instead of just a terrible present and a mythical past, right? One of the advisors to Zelensky, I think it was Podolyak, tweeted a few weeks ago, like, we should be talking about climate change and artificial intelligence and all the things that Yuval and I would like to talk about, but instead we're talking about famine, and and we're talking about it because of this war, right? So for me, this war is just an extreme example of a general problem, which is how do we break into a politics where we can actually talk together about different versions of the future?
All right, I'm going to stop it there. I hope many of you listened. You can have the floor together for a while. I'm not going to moderate anything because I need to line up a few YouTube videos of Anton, who will be joining us shortly. So go ahead, unmute yourselves and talk about it for just about 5 minutes, and then I'll take the space back. So hope you found that useful. I'll post the thing in the chat. So okay.
Does anybody want to start?
I'm really struck by what Timothy said about when we look at history, we often overlook the darkest, heaviest parts of it. It's a powerful thing to contemplate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, first of all, I really enjoyed the discussion. I feel like, yeah, there's just a lot of noise, different perspectives in this, and unless you're spending a lot of time diving into it, it can be difficult to know what's noise and what's signal. Yeah, and also personally, I kind of lack enough of a historical perspective. I mean, just on what you're saying, to know what role Ukraine had played in the past and how it had been maybe overlooked, as he said. So I don't have a lot to add to that, but found it quite interesting to see those perspectives.
I've got a quick reaction to share. And my reaction to the video, besides really appreciating, having been able to view it, is that, I guess at least academically, I had come from a background where geopolitics was just sort of textbook geopolitics. Here are the strategies and such. And I think for me, this video really put together geopolitics and metaphysics in a way that I don't think I had fully appreciated previously. So I feel like I'm sort of building on Shayla, what you're saying there, where the two really go hand in hand in this particular case, and that's just something I'm appreciating.
I'm just curious. You mentioned the geopolitics and metaphysics. What do you mean by metaphysics, or what comes to mind for you on that front?
I feel like that's a little longer than that would take a really long answer, but the first words that came to mind were sort of cause and effect. As someone based in the United States who has, I think, plenty going on in some ways, I think it was very easy, being quite geographically far, at least from Ukraine. And like you, Bone, I think like not necessarily having the full understanding of Ukraine's historical involvement and impact in this particular situation and in previous historical situations. What I'm coming to appreciate more is, I'm losing your question a little bit, but it was very easy for me, I think, to lose sight of the broader implications and the broader importance of what could be going on here. Even for someone such as myself who, I would say, reads a lot of books and what have you. It truly, this information environment is very distracting. It's quite dense. We have a lot of things going on, and so this is not the best way I could address that, Bowen, in terms of metaphysics is, for me, this video and maybe this broader space is a way to tap into a certain current of energy that I'm not necessarily able to easily find or procure for myself. And in doing so, it creates a center from which then I can also help transmit a signal on a similar wavelength, and then hopefully sort of penetrate through the auric, disinformation, distraction, Shayla, back to what you're saying, not seeing the urgent rather than the important of a situation. And I guess, Bone, for me, it's the metaphysics of this has to do with just seeing the reality of the situation, the cause and effect of what's going on here, and that how those causes and effects ripple out into broader systems and impact all of us.
Where am I? I found it really interesting, Snyder's call to pivot towards the future, because when history becomes myth, that myth is actually made by the people who have been so most successfully brutal. So the example with the Ukraine is watching yet another culture being demolished by simply someone who is capable of being more brutal. And that's why it has to be, in this moment, sort of addressed. If that makes sense. How do we get out of that cycle? Take that off.
Also, the point that he made about how if Putin had just waited a few years, the West, is unraveling on its own. That's a powerful thing to feel as well.
Yeah, maybe just to echo that, that was something that hit home for me of what I just had a name blank, Harari, Yuval, I think. Yeah, he was saying like it's like a tipping point or a potential tipping point where a lot can happen or a lot can decide where the path goes based on a set of decisions in a relatively short space of time, and it could really go one extreme or the other, or have the potential to, and it's impossible because of that to really predict, given how pivotal this moment is in terms of the order collapsing or the order being reinforced.
I think it's become clear in all of the discussions today that Russia is fighting to conquer Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting to embrace a new future, and isn't fighting to conquer Russia, but to end the fighting to allow the values to come forward. And I know from the United States, the values of the past are more and more obviously bereft of any vitality, and it's only oppression. It's only a conquest of one over the other. In all of the issues that are being discussed in the US, it's conquest of one over the other. And there isn't a vision. And the bereftness, the poverty of vision has to be the motivation, but what is the new vision? And what I've heard, especially Taras, I always like hearing him. I always like hearing him because of his ability to express the vision. And this vision needs more press. The vision because people don't know where to turn, especially like in the US now. It isn't just a question of turning to the Democrats like it kind of used to be. If we could just get through this election cycle, that isn't helping. It's because we're looking towards the past and without a vision for the future. Because I know that enough people would grasp a vision for the future, but it isn't being properly expressed or even presented by either party and by society at large. And so we're killing ourselves over the past. I don't even know what, but it's because of lack of a vision. So that this war is for the vision, and that's a valid vision for humanity as a whole, is where the hope is. And that vision, it like when I hear you speak, Taras, it's like being in a desert and somebody's bringing water. And
thank you so much. We've been to the Emerge gathering in the United States a few weeks ago, and one of the idea was to collect this future vision from the brightest thinkers in the domain of future thinking, in the domain of civilizational design. And either sadly or just realistically, some of them were bringing vision that we need to surrender. And we need to surrender because civilization is at stake, and civilization, so essentially life of 8 billion people is at stake, and surrender is way it gives higher probability to survival of the whole. And some of them were asking to forgiveness for such notion. And in one way, it's a very honest thing to say. In other way, they were saying, I think you would hate us for even bringing that up. And that's I believe that's a point where we need to collectively do the sense making and how to bring that collective. So if we have some strata of society that think about global problems or some global unity, and other strata of society think of survival, we cannot bring that 8 billion people to sense making. And that still is our quest. We even with this gathering, we want to bring all people who can have a vision, some positive vision for the whole humanity, which considers that I like to bring the problem of trolley dilemma. Essentially, what we're playing here, we are a trolley dilemma in the classical formulation. It's where it's an ethical dilemma where in order to save larger amount of people, we need to sacrifice smaller amount of people. So in classical formulation, the train is going on the tracks and you need to push one person to save 5 people. So here we play this trolley dilemma on 40 million people. And the question sometimes is how many million people we're ready to sacrifice for that, for the greater good. The biggest quest for all of us, and I think for all people who think in this way, like with Snyder and Harari, we still don't see convergent global vision, which we desperately need. And this is one of the space. This is one of the space that was like tradition coming from maybe Hellenistic times or later with salons. We need that sort of sense making, and some of us were bringing the Scandinavian practice of Bildung and those smaller communities without hierarchy that come with some ideas and share them freely. So then you go to your communities and say how we want to run the world, not by the power of the vertical, but maybe by all of us coming together with some ideas. So one thing that keeps hope in me that we can talk here and then all of you can come home and talk to your communities and ask how you actually want to run your country, the globe, the future of civilization. That's the hope.
One thought just came to mind as you were saying that, Taras, of like maybe partly why these conversations, because what you just said there really resonated, because it's like how often do you have conversations with people in your community about seriously contemplating what kind of world do you really want to live in? It's not as often as we probably should have these conversations. I very rarely have these types of conversations actually, and maybe it's because we haven't often been given the opportunity to think of that, because agency has not been typically granted on the local level to really have much to be able to do about it. But maybe that's partly an institutional shift, but partly a mindset shift as well. So yeah, thanks.
I really appreciate this conversation, and I was really touched by what you said, Ellen, about Taras. I have the same experience with you, Taras, that there's a vision that is alive in you and the people around you. It's embodied, it's living, and it's very palpable. And I've learned a lot just by being in the presence of that vision.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting us. It's so heartening to see how global community showing up for these events for Ukraine. And I believe it's not just for Ukraine, for all this 4 months with Emergent Perspective organizing these meetings weekly. I think we're doing some sense making. And the hope is how Bowen was mentioning, how often we do that. I believe that this practice cannot be granted. We need to take it in our own hands. So that's sort of the subjectiveness, that notion that Vitas was bringing, the manifestation of your agency. No one can come to you and say, let's talk about democracy or consensus, because consensus arguably is even better than democracy. It's where we truly deeply agree with our collective future. And no one can come to us and say, look, now you talk about democracy and consensus. We, in this process, bottom up, we arrange ourselves and talk about that future.
Because if we did truly believe in a consensus about the future, we would be as fearless as the people of Ukraine.
Ellen, are you speaking about Americans? Or who are you addressing when you say we?
Maybe I'm being from the US, talking about people in the US who don't know where to turn, who only bemoan our fate under the Supreme Court and the Republicans and the Democrats. It's always somebody did something wrong, somebody made this decision. What is the vision? That is, we're bereft of the vision. I guess I only speak from a US perspective, from the community that I live in. The progressive community talks a lot about what's wrong, and it's very wrong, and it's very regressive and punitive and separative. But at the end of the conversations, other than we need to vote, I don't hear the vision. At this moment of desperation, I don't hear the vision. And something that was said this morning about taking for granted our liberty, or taking for granted our freedoms. I think in the US we swim in quote unquote freedom. We swim in democracy. We swim in prosperity, even though many, that we don't even know what it's like to be us until it starts getting taken away. So, Rainer, I think I'm speaking of my community and the situation in the US right now. And because of that situation, then Ukraine does get lost again. It does get lost. This epic battle does get lost.
We have a large responsibility.
Because there's one more scandal, one more shooting, one more this, one more that. Another surge of the pandemic. The vision is what's missing. The vision.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
And love from the poem. And love, the love. Where's the love in this?
In this war, for many of us, optimism became a life choice, like believing that the change is here and hearing that optimistic voices. And with United States even, you mentioning that there is some stasis and maybe absence of future. There are communities that develop some new frameworks or some particular policies. For example, all of the developments on modernizing the governance, like liquid democracy instead of representative democracy, which failed you in many ways in the United States, which deprived you of power and exact capacity to change what surrounds you. So liquid democracy, the idea that every time for every particular issue you can converge on people who you trust, but then they don't hold the power forever. They don't hold the power that cannot be controlled. So on each issue, you can have this fluidity. For example, you would be best in some design of institutions regarding medicine, and someone else would be better in education, and yet someone else would be better in building road infrastructure. So we don't form representatives who are forever taking power from us. And those ideas are not just circulating, but being tested in the United States. And that's very heartening message in the United States, in Europe. But I see those actions, and it's there is a hope for future in those experiments in smaller communities who go somewhere in Wyoming, bring 300 people and try this new models of governments, try to run their social system on smart contracts on the blockchain, again testing this different type of voting systems. So I believe there is future in that, and we're testing it in this very heterogeneous way. There are multiple spots, and they don't have power on the level of US, but I believe they emerging from the bottom, and that could be our future, where multiple models will emerge, and then we'll find the best of them, like the diverse ecosystems of ways to govern ourselves.
I love the whole, the felt sense of liquid democracy. My whole system feels relief just contemplating what you just spoke.
The hopeful part here that technology that we usually see as the very problematic part, like many of you probably have seen Social Dilemma and other pieces of modern media that shows how we can be exploited by our worst parts, by our biases, and exploited not because there is some evil person, but just because we have those limitations of our recognition, our group thinking, or inability to resist some pathological tendencies. But on the other hand, this liquid democracy can be really enhanced by modern technologies. Almost all of us would have smartphone with which we can choose people who can vote every time. So it gives also a lot of hope. And I believe that's, especially in the time of war, that at least for me, it feels it should be my religion. You wake up and you see that terror, you see those dismembered people on the streets of European city, and you need to choose to live. You need to choose to believe in the brighter future, because otherwise it's not possible. So finding those gems of optimism or some ways of social and other technologies converging together on making brighter future, that's the choice, and I believe it should be all our choice.
You know, Taras, I just want to say that one thing I'm also contemplating is in my work, we talk a lot about how a certain way of visioning, especially in New Age communities and things like that, is a way of avoiding what is right in front of us. And so I think my experience with you has shown me the difference, and how the fact that you and the people around you are embodying this vision right in the middle of a war, an extremely dangerous and life-threatening war, is that for me is the essence of what real vision is. It's not about turning away from anything. I'd love to hear a bit more from you about that.
Thank you so much. It feels that addresses a little bit of question. Someone was asking how Ukraine is manifesting meta-modern view, how this progression from
briefly, sorry to interrupt,
modern to
we're going to start in
postmodern
5
to
minutes.
meta-modern. Ivo, are you saying something?
Yeah, I was just letting everybody know that
we
we're going to start again in 5 minutes. So that's all. So I'll see you in 5 minutes.
With modern vision being in clear examples of Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, which believed that by very rigid ways of building something, we can get to some goals of civilizational development. And then with postmodern stance up until now, where everything is so relative that there is a great degree of cynicism and irony that is not ending in anything bright. We just think that the history just have inertia and we are not moving anywhere. And postmodern or meta-modern view combines perspective of realizing that everything is not bright and flowery. We cannot do 1968 anymore. It's not Summer of Love, although we all want it, but it cannot be, because there are objective problems on the global scale, and we need to use science to solve many of those. But simultaneously, we cannot solve that only with that reductionistic modern approach. We need belief. We need some sort of faith in that brighter future, because if we look at ourselves only as a biological system, then it's very cruel. We just fight for survival, and there is no kindness and love and humanness in that. So that belief simultaneously, believe that we can build something maybe brighter than we can even imagine now, and simultaneously being grounded. It feels in Ukraine now, how people trust, like all of this thing called explosion of trust. We see how people connect over the social media, like people who never heard of each other, and they connect over Signal or Telegram or other channels, and they send not just money, they ask to drive their family away from the war zone, or share their houses and things like that. And that happens like almost instantaneously. So there is a great degree of trust and this faith sort of, but it's not faith that is ungrounded. It's because there is some feeling of an organism, of a bigger whole, something bigger than yourself. And that feels like a tendency, like a vector that we work for something bigger than ourselves, something bigger than just one ego that sits and fights for survival. And that's heartening, and that gives hope. And then you want to do more of that. That's where I find hope.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can really feel that. Yeah.
Thanks for keeping the the room alive, people. That's great. We've got about 1 minute. Anton Timoshenko is already in the room. I have prepared a bunch of things to show. So in about a minute, we're going to go and continue with the program. So Evgeny, a question will have to wait, I think. So maybe later for...
May I say something very shortly? It seems to me human history is so long, and our generation is so huge and bright, but I'm sorry, I'm afraid our generation couldn't be the last one. Everything will be fine. And I hope that in 40 years and 100 years, people look back, find very strange.
Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you.
Very strange loop. Very strange loop, and everything will be fine. I hope so. I hope so.
Thanks, Yevgeny. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Great. Okay, let me spotlight myself. Good. Welcome back. This was an hour's break. Thanks for keeping the room alive with your conversations. And apologies for the mistake. I thought we had half an hour break, so I was rushing to do everything, but we actually had an hour. So that was a nice welcome, a nice break from this marathon Zoom session. Good. Anton Timoshenko, he's here already. I'm going to spotlight you immediately, and just so you can see his face and recognize him.
You hear me?
Good.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, that's all perfect. Super. Thanks for joining us. What we're going to do, yes, Anton is a comedian from Ukraine, and I've been watching his clips. I found him through Twitter, and actually also one of the articles from Veronica, who you just saw in the journalist panel, and he had this great quote. Well, I'm not going to share it right now. First, we're going to look at some clips of stand-up routines that he's done in Kiev, sometimes in bomb shelters and during the war. So it's warm-time comedy. And later on, after watching some of the clips, I'll be speaking to him about the role of humor during war and some of the angles there. So, but first, let's just go and see if I can share my screen. We've got a whole bunch of clips, and it's probably going to take a bit of back and forth with screen sharing and managing tabs. So just a second. Where are we? Here we go. So bear with me. And please give me a couple of shouts if the audio is not good or is. So.
Diploma in physics compared to Russian. And you just can't read the news from Russia seriously because they always have a punchline. Like, for example, the typical title, Ukraine has biological weapon. Birds, chickens, and bats who carries infections when they fly. And all of this finance from the USA. Thank you, USA. Now I can always go to KFC in Kiev and buy some biological bucket. Hazardous chicken. What next? Russia will say, there are teenage mutant ninja turtles in the Ukrainian army. They were born in Chernobyl. Look at the Michelangelo and Leonardo together. It's Ukrainian flag.
Okay, how's this? Was this? Could we all hear this? Can I see some thumbs up? Yeah. Okay. Good. Great. So the tech is working. I'm happy about that.
This is so sad. This is so sad to watch my stand-up in Zoom conference. It's like really sad.
I can imagine. It's not the same as live audience. Okay, let's go for some more. Where was the?
It's not easy to find a live audience in Ukraine, you know.
No. A live audience. Oh, here we go. This is not the right screen because this is a bit hard to arrange with the Brave browser. Here it is.
Yeah, your hosting is more fun than my videos.
Yeah, comedy is happening right now.
Hold on. Okay, I got it. Next. Let's see if this works. Sorry, it's not easy.
Germany, because when we ask for weapons, Germany says, we don't have enough weapon to shoot. Come on, Germany. Come on, my grandmother said you have a lot of, or you can create it very quickly. She remembered that. Что, як вообще нормально вам слухать англійською? This is not so difficult. I can do it. Boris Johnson's come to Ukraine. I can go to UK if you need. Like.
Sorry, Boris. Today was your last day.
Oh, oh yeah. Now the jokes place in new way. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So two more short clips.
He will come to Ukraine probably.
Probably become the mayor of Odessa, I hear. Okay.
Ukraine is only one professional actor. So interesting now. So I want to invite Netflix in my country because we have a lot of stuff you can film here. Everything like Squid Game. We have Squid Game like every day on the streets. Stranger Things, lots of Stranger Things in our country. Black Mirror, just hold my beer. As I remember, I was awakened in the country by the war and understand that the main army commander of my country is a comedian. I saw all episodes of Black Mirror and it's not even close, to this stuff. All Ukrainian television is a Black Mirror now. I can see live streaming of my country being invaded. I feel like NPC in a Call of Duty game, just running on the street. Every day I see this statistic, how many Russian soldiers were killed, like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. It's like coronavirus statistics, but you feel better when you see it.
Okay, next one. Two more.
To get back to normal life, you need to start working. That's what my landlord told to me. And ask for the rent. It's like typical dialogue now in Ukraine. Yeah. You need to explain your landlord why you can't pay during war for the. You need to find reasons why you can't pay. I a little bit argued with this woman, and she said, "You need to pay at least half of the rent." I say, "Okay." And the funniest part that in 2 days after that, Russian rockets bombed a building just in 900 meters away from my apartment. I heard this bump, and for me, this was a sound of a discount. I heard and think, oh, it sounds not like half of the rent. It sounds like minus all rent. You're okay. Thank you.
Okay, last one.
You may know that we gave our nuclear weapons in 1996, and now Russia is threatening to use nuclear weapons against us. As I understand, it can be first nuclear cashback in the world. A couple of words about Hungary. If you read history of Hungary, you need to know that full name of this country, Hungary for Russian dicks. Yeah, I like this joke. I know it's dead joke, but like all jokes from Ukraine is dead jokes a little bit. Sweden and Finland are joining NATO. What I can say about that from Ukraine? You're welcome, Sweden and Finland. You just use this, you just use this boring Ukraine promo code to join NATO faster. That's nice. And the Russia gets another promotion. Strike one possible NATO member and get 2 for free. Ukraine won Eurovision. Thank for everyone for support. It was not easy because girl from Spain was really hard, but Ukraine is harder place now, so I'm sorry, Spain. Germany took last place at Eurovision. I don't think it's fair because the guy was not so bad, and I'm sure we will send you some points for Eurovision, but later, Germany. Yeah.
Okay, so I hope that came across well on screen sharing. So yeah, I see some smiling faces.
Yeah,
so
he was
really
great.
good.
He was great at screen sharing stuff. He was the best screen share in my life.
Thanks. I wear that as a badge of honor. Yeah, there was one other Germany joke that I would love to show, but I couldn't find it in the quickness of this all. So thanks again, Anton, for being here.
I see messages in chat. It was fine.
Good.
Oh, thanks.
Funny.
not the best review in my life, but it's not so bad too. Thank you.
I can imagine it's very different standing in front of a live audience and seeing yourself back on Zoom. It's
yeah, that's strange. That's strange a little bit.
yes. But again, thank you here. Oh wait, I pushed something. Yeah. So Anton, I found you through this article that Veronica, the journalist who was earlier on today, wrote, and in it she quoted you, and that's actually how I found you. And I want to read this quote to you again.
Oh, I didn't read it, so it's
no, oh, okay, yeah. She wrote. This is quoting you. If you are a good comedian in the US, you can have a late night show. But if you are a good comedian in Ukraine, you can destroy Russia.
Yeah.
So I'm just really wondering, like, this speaks kind of to the power of humor. And we've seen so much, of course, in, both in the memes, like lots of funny memes we saw, but it stood out. And it was actually something the world got to witness, that, you know, despite the atrocities that came out, there was this Ukrainian humor that managed to balance everything. So my first question to you is, like, as a comedian, what is your sense of power now in Ukraine?
Yeah, I need to say that my English is far away from perfect, and on my videos I'm speaking really fast and, you know, furious. But in real life, I need like an hour to answer on one question. Can you repeat one more time? You asking about where I find the sense of humor now?
No, more like the sense of power, your ability to actually influence things, to have a voice, because often I find comedians can really, really speak truth, for example, in ways that other people can't.
Yeah, I always thought about stand-up as a way of power, a way of get power, because when you have a chance to speak to the big crowd of people, and then you have a microphone, that means you have ability to give some kind of message, and you have ability to a little bit manipulate these people. This is the sound of papers in my head. Please.
Yeah, influence their viewpoints. Yeah.
Yeah, and I studied for political science at my university, and my diploma was about humor. I wrote about the role of humor in politics, and politicians often use humor as a kind of informational weapon to get power. In USA, especially in Britain, in Ukraine, it's only on the beginning. And I remember that I wrote that what the one of the important side of humor comparing with other type of messages, for example. For now, people have a lot of way to get information, like from articles, from social media, from all this stuff. That's why people start to create some kind of filters in their heads. They try to defend their brain from this, from this pack of information from everywhere. But when they listen humor, when they listen like stand-up or just jokes, they do not resist at the same way, because people like to laugh, because people want to feel relaxed. And from this point of view, humor is more even dangerous instrument than other information, because when people listen humor, they feel relaxed and they will not resist your message. That's why when you use humor, you can give that message that you want to give, and people probably will swallow this message. That's why humor is really important stuff in information war. I hope I answer on your question.
Yeah, no, perfect, thanks. I also, I sat for various clips of yours, and people are in a place where they have to often deal with, gruesome news, like Ukrainian Facebook is just filled with people who are dead, and the atrocities, of course, have been well reported. So do you also feel, is there a limit where you can go with your jokes? Because I saw sometimes in the audience, they're like, the laughter didn't come like booming out, but it was like, ooh, how do you find the edge here?
Yeah, this is probably the most difficult part of stand-up comedy in Ukraine now, is to feel the limits, to feel the line. And from my point of view, this war for stand-up in Ukraine, this is a it will be a good filter for comedians. I mean, only good comedians can feel this line. And we had a couple of scandals just in the last month. Like my stand-up colleagues was canceled because of their jokes, and these jokes were really not so good. And all these events in my country will it will be like a check line for a lot of comedians if they can or can't feel this line. And from my point of view, there is no limits in humor, and you can joke about everything if you want to joke about that. But from my own perspective, I'm only joking about the stuff that I have experience with. I mean, it always works better when you speak about some true stuff from your life. It working better in stand-up. And for example, I can joke about Bucha, I can joke about Mariupol because I don't have this direct experience from the city. But if there will be like a comedian from Bucha who will decide to talk some jokes about these events, he can do that because he had this kind of experience and he had all the rights to joke about that. So this is the way to check the limits. If you have some experience with your theme, you can say about that. I had a couple of jokes about revolution on Maidan. I'm probably the first comedian in Ukraine who started to joke about Maidan stuff because I was at Maidan, because I took a part at Maidan, and I'm joking about myself on that events. That's why I don't think it's like out of limits. It's my limit, it's my line because I was at this line. So this is the point.
Yeah, I'm also curious. Thanks. I'm also curious. Is given the really dark history of Ukraine, do you think is this particular does that inform the kind of style of humor? That is there such a thing as Ukrainian humor? And I guess my question is that really infused or informed by the dark history, or is this a more
Well, I didn't think about that. You mean if Ukrainian humor grows from our dark history, that's why our humor is so dark and a little bit rude for now? I don't know. Now. I think a lot of nations, I think every nation in the world have some kind of dark page in their histories. But why Ukrainians joke so many times and have so many memes about war? I think it's only because Ukrainians are very emotional people, and we like to laugh, and we also love to not laugh, but we always laugh and cry. We can't hide our emotions. We always show it. That's why we can't like hide this emotion. That's why we have so many jokes and so many tears about these events. I don't know about the influence of our like history before these events, before this war, but I'm sure that this war really changed a lot of people in Ukraine, and this war really changed the type of humor in Ukraine. Because, for example, for me, I feel like I will not forget about that in my future. And even for now, all my jokes now, it's so difficult to write jokes now, because in stand-up it's really important. If you want to make a good stand-up, you need to talk about results, conclusions. I mean, when you I tried to explain this in English. When you start your stand-up part, your stand-up beat, it's called beat, for example, you will start from some kind of theme. You can give some jokes about the theme, and in the end of this beat you need to give a conclusion. And now this is so difficult to make a conclusion, because we have active phase of war, and everything changing like every day, so you can't make a conclusion. That's why I don't like my stand-up for now, because it's all like very it's not long-lived jokes. I mean, in a couple of months these jokes can be dead, because the situation is changed, like and nobody knows in which way it will change. And I'm sure that after this war, I know I think like I will spend a lot of time in my life after this war to write some jokes about this war, because I can make conclusions maybe in 1 year, 2 year, 10 year, 20 years after this war, and it will influence on me for all my life. I hope my long life, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, is there also? I can imagine that. Okay, so you have to name the title comedian. Does it also put an extra burden on you to kind of play that role? Because I remember reading in that article that this humor at this point in history also performs a therapeutic function in some ways. Does it make it harder to be comedian, to fulfill that role in that sense, or is it something that just comes quite natural to you?
No, it's not natural to me. I give different interviews for different journalists from different countries, and oftenly I give different answers on the same questions, because like first time some guy from Germany asked me about how it feels to write joke during war, and I said, oh, I feel like I'm in informational war, I'm struggle, my jokes killing Russian soldiers, I feel like that, this is so nice. But then in a week, some journalists from France asked me about how it feels to write jokes during war. And I said, it feels terrible. I feel very bad. I feel like an empty box. And when I say that I go to the stage and help people to feel more better, and the same way people help me to feel better, because they give me this energy, they give me this reaction on my jokes, and this reaction feel me, and I have power to write a new one more joke. Yeah, I said that for now, stand-up probably is kind of cheap psychotherapy for people in Ukraine, because it's really expensive to get a psychotherapist for now, for every day. And ticket for stand-up is only about $10. You will not find such a cheap psychotherapist, or you can, but I'm not sure he's a good one. So yeah, in this way, stand-up helps people to feel more better, because they laugh, and when people laugh, they when you feel laugh in your body, like it helps you to feel more like free, like your muscles feels. But when I'm laughing, I feel better. Like all my muscles feels good. I feel good, and I get energy. I hope people feel something like that. But it became more hard with each month to write new jokes. I mean, I wrote joke about dead Russian soldiers, about war. I wrote this joke in the first month, and I wrote the jokes in the second month and the third month. And when you writing jokes about dead Russian soldiers for 5 months, it's not my job of my dream. I'm a little bit sorry to talk about these guys and about these problems, and I become angry, and I become angry to the world and to Russia and to for a lot of number of people, and it's bad, because I was not an angry man, but I become very angry in my stand-up, and it feels strange. I feel like a war changed my material, and I know what will be in the future, what I will write in future, because now all my usual jokes, like simple jokes about life, seems like not so important and not so fun, and I always want to add some Russia destroying joke in my material, always, like in every theme. It is so difficult to write joke about the supermarket, and I'm trying to do something with the Russians in this supermarket. Always, this is so strange.
Wow, yeah, thanks for sharing that. Well, you really lay it out. I feel that at some point, or on some level, your humanity is also at stake. What you shared before, saying like you didn't used to be an angry person, but equally, I think for many people, humor is an outlet for their hatred.
Yeah.
I've seen, yeah.
This is the best way to get out your angry stuff from your body. I mean, jokes. I think jokes is the best way, not to destroy in your kitchen, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So
you have a nice carpet, I have to say.
Thank you.
So nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a very. I'm very pleased with the Zoom background. Thanks. Yeah. So if you look at I think I just want to move, since the evening part of this conversation is much more about the future. So, and looking forward. So I'm just wondering, how do you see it? Like probably in the shorter term, where do you see yourself go? Is this like a path you want to pursue, or is this something that you want to see on the side? Is it something once this war is over, as you said, I can't just keep writing these jokes? Where do you see yourself going in like let's just do a year, maybe that is a feasible.
I don't understand you when you say soft wall. What do you mean, soft goal? Or
oh, I don't think I said so. My question is just about where do you see yourself going into the future?
Just talk with me like with a retired man. Just try to explain retired man your question, and I will understand it.
Okay, I'll keep it simple. How do you see the future for yourself and for Ukraine?
Okay. It's not so easy question. I must say that I don't think about future. Like me and my friends, people in Ukraine, we don't think about future because now we have only nowness. I mean, like I have plans on the next month, probably, and because I have this stand-up tour, I will go with stand-up tour in Ukraine in the safe cities. And maybe in some not really safe cities. And this is my plan on future for the next month. But it's really difficult to think about the end of the war. I'm realist, so I understand this war will be not a fast war. Like I'm sure that this war will continue like in a year, maybe in 2, maybe in years. And I also understand that maybe in some of the day I need to go to army to defend my country. And I'm really bad as a soldier, but I understand that this possibility can be in future if we wanna return our territory, return Donbass, Crimea, and all other stuff. And only one thing I'm really sure that Russia will end its career as a nation, because even if Russia in some way, I know, with this nuclear weapon or other stuff, even if they will capture all the Ukraine or something like that, they will self-destroyed in a years, because we already see how bad all the system in Russia, and I just can't see the way it can work in future, like in years. But when you ask me about future, I always think not about Russia. I'm thinking about China and all this, interesting countries, because Russia is not only one interesting country on the map. And I'm just wondering how we get to this point in our world. I'm always I'm feeling now like I'm live at the funeral of the world, because everything become worse. Like this coronavirus stuff, and this wars, then this nuclear threats. It's just so strange for me. Elon Musk wants to go to Mars, then he bought Twitter instead of save people. That's he decided. Even Elon Musk decided to buy Twitter instead of continue to do something useful, in his job. So I'm not a pessimist. I'm sorry about this, like sad thought at the end of this session. I need to say that. One more thing I'm really confident in. I'm really sure that Ukrainians will be united in any way, even if Russia will capture some kind of our country or capture all country. Ukrainian nation will unite and will continue to struggle, because now I see so many examples how Ukrainians help each other, how the people from the world help Ukrainians. This is so strange. Just imagine this. I'm just a guy. I'm just a comedian from Ukraine. I have some kind of audience in my Instagram or Twitter, and some soldiers asked me to find this Mavic 3, how it goes in English, drone. This drone Mavic 3.
Drones.
And I wrote to my friends, and then they phoned some kind of IT specialists who decided to buy this drone, and they bought it, and I bring this drone to these guys just for free. I just found some guys who decided to buy it, and this kind of networking in Ukraine now is really magic. I'm hope that in future after war it will be continue. I mean, this networking will be safe, and anyone in Ukraine can write in Twitter, "Oh, I need a car," and we're like, "Okay, we'll give you a car. Just say, wait a second, collect some money."
Thanks for sharing that. I mean, this is exactly the beauty that Ukrainians are modeling to the rest of the world, and what we've been talking about all day.
Yeah,
it's the reason.
It's the reason. Is the best example of sharing economy. Like everybody is saying about sharing economy. Well, Ukraine now is a super sharing economy because everybody shares everything.
Yes. Thank you, Anton. We're at the hour. The next session is starting. Hang around. Find some. You may find like a vision for the future is one of the session's names. So stick around if you want. And thank you very much for sharing this heartfelt sharing. So,
thank you.
And please, if you do, put your YouTube channel in the chat so people can find more of your stand-up routines. So it's really great stuff. And possibly share where you're going to have your tour as well. So, okay.
I will add some links on my videos. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Cool. Okay. I'm going to unspotlight you now and announce the next panel. Thank you very much, Anton. Take care.
Thank you. Take care too.
Gosh. Okay. The next panel. This, as I said, the second half of this day really is more about the future and looking towards reconstruction and visions for the future, how we can get involved, our networks, because you probably already have a sense of the people in the room, what we have to offer, why it's so important to also be in it for the long haul. We have heard from many people who saying like about the fatigue, and this is what this next session actually is about. I've lost my paper, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to spotlight some of the participants. They're already in the room. So here's Gail. Great. And yes, great. Hey, Gail, good to see you.
Good
Perfect.
to see you too.
I have found Lena. And then there's Michael. Great. Awesome. So, and then, let's see, where's the last? Are we? One more.
I am here, Ivo.
Yes, I know. All the way up the top, obviously. Great. Super. Great, here we are. So it's a full panel. We have an hour, so I realize it's quite like possibly a busy panel too. Let me see. Let me introduce all of you first, like really briefly, on this panel that is really about our networks and what we can offer Ukraine. And we'll open that up later on. We'll go for an hour and hear from each of you. But first, Mikhail Kryukanov, Dean of the Kiev Business School, has been a driving force actually behind the Bildung initiatives in Ukraine. He has translated books about Bildung to Ukrainian. And also since the start of the invasion, he's been a regular here on our weekly calls. Again, we've been going for 20 weeks now since the start of the invasion. And been a force of presence here. And it's given us a great sense of what has been going on the ground for him, his time as refugee, now back in Kiev again. So thank you for being here, Mikhail. Aftab Omer is the president of Meridian University, which offers degrees, professional training programs globally, emphasizes the power of transformative learning, He's a sociologist, psychologist, developmentalist, and a futurist. So his publications have addressed the topics of transformative learning, dialogical capability, developmental power, cultural leadership, civil society, generative entrepreneurship, and the power of imagination. So then there's Lena Rachel Andersen, Bildung activist and author of The Nordic Secret. I believe that's the one you translated, right, Michael? Yes, exactly. Which has inspired a folk high school and Bildung movement in Ukraine. The book was published in Ukraine in 2021 under the Ukrainian title Bildung, The Nordic Secret About Beauty and Freedom. Lena is a member of the Club of Rome, a president of the think tank and future lab Nordic Bildung. And then Gail, hi. Gail this is also from her bio that I composed, keenly interested in the intersection of technology and human rights, and supports futurist humanitarian causes with a passion for women's issues. So Gail is a culture builder and a catalyst for human and organizational development, comes from a rich organizational consulting background with corporate and nonprofit clients. She was in the process of becoming a monk when she became an executive, instead taking on the role of Chief Culture and Talent Officer at Wikimedia Foundation. Okay, so welcome everybody, and thanks again for joining this panel, this most important panel about what is needed and what we can actually offer. So I think before we see, I think it's really important, and we've been emphasizing this throughout the day, that we don't really look, oh my God, the poor Ukrainians, look at them, all the help they need. And while that is all true, there's so much that is actually coming the other ways. I forgot to say, this panel is like one of the first international ones, with Aftab and Gail coming from the US, and Lena in Western Europe, and Mikhail from Ukraine. So sensing into that, I would love to hear from you first. What do you think Ukraine is actually offering the world right now, and what do you believe is at stake? So if you first could speak to that for maybe two minutes, that would be amazing. So who wants to go first? Aftab, can you go first?
I can, Ivo. Would it be okay to read a very short poem?
Yes, of course.
So I'll mention who the author is after the poem, so we can just take in the images without that frame of who it is. When geometric diagrams and digits are no longer keys to living things, when people who go about singing or kissing know deeper truths than the great scholars, when society is returned once more to the unimprisoned life and to the universe, and when light and darkness mate once more and make something entirely transparent. And then people see in poems and fairy tales the true history of the world. Then our entire twisted nature will turn and run when a single secret word is spoken. So some of you may have recognized the poet. This was Novalis, who died at the age of 28, a year after he wrote this poem. He wrote the poem in 1800, and then he died a year or two later. So one way I'm experiencing the crisis in Ukraine in terms of its world transforming, in terms of its culture transforming potential, is what is happening to language and how necessary it is to take our discipline of language and how we use language to a whole other level. Not everything can be said meaningfully in English. So that's part of the constraint even right now. If we had the Novalis poem in German, it would move differently. That even a good translator, like in this instance, Robert Bly, a son of Norwegian immigrants, even a good translation cannot make the bridge entirely. So what is happening in terms of language and how, for example, we saw how Anton is using language, even in English, using language to expand what truth can be experienced. Earlier today, I think it was Veronica who said, facts can be boring. And so how does one illuminate the fact? How does one make it transparent? Last thing I'll say is the importance of the term Bildung is related to this, because the English word education cannot hold the necessary range and depth of meanings that need to be held in terms of the cultural renaissance in open societies that is essential. Thank you.
Thank you. Off top, Gail, are you willing to continue?
Yeah, I'd be delighted to. Off top, thank you for sharing that poem and your reflections on language. It's good to see you. I, because of the grace of Vitas and Katerina who are on this call, I was in Ukraine a number of years ago. I loved visiting Maidan Square. I loved walking around Kiev. My time at Wikimedia, which is the foundation that runs Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects really radicalized me around the need for free knowledge and how the nature of information, which is foundationally built on language, is changing, the belief in it, the truthiness of it. And I always believe that access to information is fundamentally necessary for social change and transformation at scale. And what this conflict in Ukraine has made so evident is that systems that fundamentally oppress knowledge, where it's not even legal to call a war, where it's shrouded in terminology that obscures what's actually going on. This is what oppressive regimes do. Oppressive regimes fundamentally cap human development because they want a degree of conformity and control over their citizenry and beyond their citizenry to the image of the world at large. I remember a Buddhist story that says we run around trying to, instead of actually relating with people, we run around trying to put little idols of ourselves in other people's foreheads and then spend all our time polishing those little idols. And I feel like that's very much what oppressive regimes like Russia, like China, like North Korea are all attempting to do. And the conflict in Ukraine has blown that so wide open. It has belied any expectations, the sheer length of it, the endurance, the resilience, the grittiness, the gutsiness of the Ukrainian people have really made it possible to come into a different relationship with what truth means in the West, but also in Russia. I work a lot in pro-democracy spaces internationally. I think my commitment to free knowledge has naturally led me there. I met a Russian activist, actually, a Russian environmental activist who had to flee Russia in Oslo. And we were talking about the need to get arms and supplies to Ukrainian people. And she was having me PayPal the daughter of some Ukrainian soldiers that she knew near the border to buy scopes and to move information and armaments and technology in radically different ways than we've had to. This is in some ways one of the first crowd-funded, crowdsourced wars, in the same way that Wikipedia has crowdsourced knowledge, it has been really interesting to realize that munitions, public support, et cetera, has also been crowdfunded in many ways through engagements like this, and in this drawing together of this community and who we will know and what we will influence as a cause, because of the perspectives that we've gotten to hear in today's call. So this movement towards free knowledge, free expression is a counter to what oppressive regimes are trying to do in fundamentally capping human development by expanding and widening the reasons to connect, to collude, and I mean that in the best of ways, and connect. I find these two countervailing forces really powerful and really emergent and unpredictable in the best sense of the word. So I want to just pause there and let my other co-panelists also speak to different elements of this, but I find this really both intriguing, inspiring, and also necessary, not just for Ukraine, but for the world.
Thank you, Gail. Lena. You're still muted, Lena. Yeah.
The microphone.
There we go.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. So
good to have you.
What Ukraine is giving to the rest of us is obviously that they're doing their best to stop tyranny. And I think that we in the West have just taken our freedoms and open societies and peace for granted. And one of the things that I have learned personally from the war in Ukraine is that it's impossible to warn people against something they cannot imagine. I mean, all the signs were there. The Ukrainians asked for help. Russia was turning itself into a fascist, totalitarian, authoritarian society with all the kinds of propaganda and oppression that we've seen before in history, and the West did nothing. The signs were there. There were people who followed the development in Russia, and we didn't hear about it. And so this is really a fault of all of us. Of course, the perpetrator is Russia. All the sort of arrows point toward Russia. That is where the blame needs to go. But we could have acted wiser. We could have understood more. And it's just impossible to warn people against something they cannot imagine. And if we're talking about language, if we're talking about poetry, that is what art can do. That is what the aesthetics can do. They can expand our imagination. We can imagine that things can be otherwise than they are today. And we've been really poor at that. And now Ukraine is paying the price, and we're all paying the price. And one of the things that, I mean, we're sort of at a fork in the road, and the one path leads straight to a very dark black hole, up from which I doubt that we can, climb. At least not in many years, if things go very wrong. And we're facing a hypermodern future where technology and violence and brutal force are defining the future of humanity. And we can see how bad things are going right now just with grain export from Ukraine, and how Russia seems to be planning a global hunger pandemic. And so, I mean, that is the cynicism and the barbarianism and the inhumaneness, and I don't even have words for it, that does this is just beyond anything that we have seen in generations in Europe, definitely in the West. I know that the West is not, we have blood on our hands as well, but we have not deliberately planned for people to die from hunger. We've done it before, 150 years ago, and of course 100 years ago, but we were sort of moving beyond that, and then we forgot that not everybody moved in the same direction. And this is where Bildung comes in, because the ability to handle development and the ability, and I really think this is the core of what is going on, when people cannot handle other people's freedom, and when people feel so much pain from the world not unfolding the way that they want it to, that they have to use violence to bring the world back so that it matches what they have inside their heads. That is when we have war and violence and authoritarianism. And so we have a Bildung educational cultural task of bringing people, to the point where they can accept that other people want to live their lives in different ways than they have sort of planned for them. So, so the other path that we can go as a civilization, as a species, as a planet, is towards a future of peace and prosperity, and where we have tolerance and where people can handle other people living in ways that are different from the way that they would like to live their own life. And there is a huge task for Russia. I've had Mikhail Krikunov on a conversation online previously together with somebody from Belarus. And it's amazing how those two countries, how people in those two countries have shifted their worldview and their language and their references from the East and Russia to the West over the past generation or two. And it's really a complete tectonic shift in culture. And so there is a lot of hope, but there is also a huge task right, not just in front of us, but like right here in front of our nose. So that is where we are.
Yeah, thank you, Lena.
And thank you, Ukraine, for stopping this invasion.
Thank you, Lena. Mikhail, same question to you, but answered as a Ukrainian in a way. So feel free to work with this as you want.
For me, it's both difficult and very simple question. Simultaneously. Because, in my mind, Ukraine is sending to the world a very strong feeling of pain. In biological sense, the pain is a signal that something very important have to be changed, have to be improved, So by sending this signal, we are making the process of adaptation necessary, essential for the world, probably happen because of the educational process, the next one. Because the pain always raises questions. So we are raising these questions. So we are giving world right now the example of resilience, and completely new practice instantly emerging in such a complex social organism, which looked at itself very not so far ago as a very conservative one, as a very slow, as a very inefficient. So that's a lesson, because the questions probably have to be followed by reflections, and reflections under the very important question is the education process, at least for mature people. So from this point of view, we are looking for COVID as as a rehearsal for us, a kind of. So I do believe that we are giving world right now understanding of essentiality of academic freedom and personal independence of teachers and professors, if we are talking about education. And it is a lesson for everybody in crucial importance of moral and ethics and liberal arts for the society, not for educational administrators of community surrounding education establishment, for the society, for its health, for its future. And I think this moral lesson now could be learned very quickly, especially if comparing two cases, Ukraine and Russia, the free world and not so much free world, authoritarian one. And I will probably conclude with one more thing we are sending or giving the world. This is again understanding of importance of networking, of professional and human networks of support, which is given to the world right now on very unexpected, I do believe never happened before scale. Thank you.
Thanks, Mikhail. Yeah, you point again also, like just Lena did, to something so important, I think, and that is, what are we able to perceive? And by that I mean the possible, like the constraints around their imagination that either came about through complacency, Lena, like, you know, when you say that in the West we've just become so accustomed to peace, we can't imagine anymore. We couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine it, like even the invasion of Russia. So, but coming back to what we have seen happen here, this beauty that Ukraine has shown us, like what is the sense of the possible? I'm really curious how all of you see that now, because throughout the whole day, we've heard from so many people about the possibilities, what was previously not possible before, with this, you know, the reason for that this event is called an explosion of trust. This trust makes so much more possible, and I think even our imagination has problems catching up actually to what that actually is. We know what we want to avoid, and we can speak to that, especially in the case of Ukraine, what we want to avoid. But I would love to hear from you what you believe is now possible that is not possible before, in relation to the further development of Ukraine, but equally for the world. I don't know who wants to pick that one up. Lena, maybe you smile.
So let me, I mean, I have not been to Ukraine, but I have, of course, since we got, you know, to know all these Ukrainians who read the Nordic Secret and who we started collaborating with and who've joined us in the various Bildung events that we have hosted. I've come to know Ukraine from the outside and through these wonderful people. And I've also followed the news, and I've followed a number of Ukrainian commentators on Twitter. I mean, I guess many of us have done that. And one thing that has struck me is the amount of creativity and art and music and aesthetics, really, that the people are producing. And I think it's it's an outlet. People produce it because they have to, because they cannot help it. And I have no idea what's going on in Russia right now. I have no idea what's going on in other conflicts and wars. But there has been a ferment. There has been a foundation for creating all this art. It's a well-educated population, at least in the urban parts of Ukraine, and there is a strong connection to Europe. You also just won the Eurovision, so there is this. There's cultural capital, and the Ukrainian civilization goes back 1,000 years, and some of the buildings that are still standing, are almost as old. So there is this whole, foundation. The roots go really deep, and one of the also interesting things, and one of the things that I brought up when we first discussed translating the Nordic Secret, because the nation state plays a huge role in the Nordic and the Danish development, and nationalism in the toxic form is not something that we should, contribute to reproducing. And I did not know Ukraine well enough to know, so what is the relationship between the Russian and the Ukrainian groups in Ukraine? And we talked about that. And what is interesting now is that even the Russian population in Ukraine are identifying even more strongly with Ukraine and want a free and independent Ukraine in ways that, as far as I understand, they've never expressed before. So there is a cultural development within the country and among the Ukrainians, and many different kinds of Ukrainians. And there's a wonderful Twitter account called the Ukrainian Memes Force. which is satire. And one thing that has struck me there is that they use all kinds of pictures of Black people, white people, Asians, all kinds of ethnic groups. If it can create a laugh, if it's good satire, everybody is sort of included in the project. I mean, they just vacuum the internet for all the memes that you can add text to. But I get the impression of a society and a people that is very much in the 21st century, that is looking forward. And what Russia is really trying to do is to go back into the past and to remain there, which is not gonna. They're not gonna succeed doing that. Nobody is. But the question is, how much violence are they going to be prepared to use in an attempt for going back to the future, to the past? Yeah, going back to the past.
Thank you, Lena. Anybody want to pick that up from here? Especially, I think it's important, the question of imagination, the sense of what is possible and how it translates into action. Aftab.
So in her initial round of the comments, Lena spoke about struggling with the other's freedom. So how does an individual or a society become capable of freedom? This is a great question and an enduring question. What is so important about Ukraine's response to being invaded is the practices of interdependence that have been scaled perhaps in an unprecedented way, in at least since World War II. So there's a profound relationship between dependence and freedom, that we become capable of freedom, agency, autonomy through good experiences of dependence. And it is the free who are capable of interdependence. So we are seeing a capability of interdependence that shines light on the emptiness of open societies. So this illumination of how weak open societies have become witnessed the United States, just by way of example. But when we look at the percentages of the German and French parliaments, for example, that have gone right to the degree as they have. So open societies are in deep trouble, not because of Russia, but because of our own internal dynamics that have to do with our own understanding of freedom and the collapse of civic and cultural authority that would give freedom its creative trajectory.
Add a couple elements to this. One is, I've got a lot of curiosity about the impacts of diaspora, right? About the impacts of mass migration. And I've been traveling around in Europe the last few weeks, and I just got back to the United States. It was fascinating to me to see what it means to be proximate to people who are fighting for freedom and standing for freedom in a different way. And that directly relates to what Aftab was just saying. It brings the conversation into a deep proximity with people. And I was seeing in the tiniest of villages, in these little town squares, Ukrainian flags being flown. And I thought that was incredibly inspirational. The other piece I think is relevant here that is related to what Lena and Aftab both said, is that freedom does take a practice. It takes a skill. And frankly, it's one that's both been eroded internally because we've, in the US, it's certainly been eroded. It's a much longer rant on US politics that I won't go into. But it's also been actively interfered with by Russia, by China, the constant propaganda, whataboutism, the interference using social media at scale. The amount of money that flows through. When I think about culture, I always think about the mythic and the mundane. I think we're talking here about some of the mythic elements, which are really important to talk about. And then there are also the mundane mechanisms by which capital, technology, all of those interact with marketplace variables, the sheer scale of oligarchs and the amount of children they have in schools in London, for example, influencing a local. These are very real things. And the sheer scale of confusion, which they attempt to obscure the story as about what's going on. And I think what's possible here is to increase, hopefully, our skill at seeing through some of that, seeing through some of the ways in which we have all been subject in the West, especially, I think, to propaganda and the way that we're being actively manipulated through this whole process. And so we have an opportunity to practice the skill now about being in freedom by being proximate to people whose stories matter and who are truth tellers inherently. So one other comment that I wanted to make. It'll come back to me. Happy to hand it over.
I hope it does. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Gail. It's so important because throughout the day, one of these topics we've been coming back to, very important, is agency, right? And you touched upon like what propaganda actually can do and how it can weaken agency. And I really, invite you to look back to the recordings once we post this of some of the presentations here by Vitas earlier today, and why this is so important. And here I would love to get practical because you mentioned practice and what is actually needed. And to make the point, like if we look at Russia and we explored some of its historical development and how that relates to the sense of agency that people have, and contrasting that with Ukrainian agency, that do have the power to form networks and affect changes. And then it said like Ukraine has strong agency, but still a weak state. And Russia is the opposite. The people have weak agency and a very strong state. So to both build on that, back to you, Mikhail, as you've already, what is actually needed here to also form that strong state next to building on that strong sense of agency that Ukrainians have shown?
The immediate question appeared in my mind is, what does it mean, strong?
Mm-hmm.
In what sense strong? A previous Ukrainian spoke before us, I mean, this comedian, Timoshenko, all those comedians, some of them became presidents, and told us as one thing I never could agree with, that he, probably on a personal level, cannot think about the future. And the whole entirety of people surrounding me, whom I contacting, talking, and so on, every day, every moment, are thinking about the future, returning to the state. So how to create the strong in the minds of people. Strong means able to support you, able to support your vision of future, able to get people together for action, because the culture could be dead. It's not about meditation. The future could be could happen, desirable future, only because or due to action. And the state which allows action of people directed to building the future, not to retaining, keeping the old things unchanged, in my mind, is a strong state, because it allows such an actions for the sake of its bureaucratic stability. But let's look at democracy festivals. I do believe that this movement started from Sweden and now presented in 6 countries, as far as I know, in Europe. And this summer, they are aimed at making the first event, whole European one, is a totally new model and instrument of making state stronger by the actions of people. And I do believe that it's very closely related to Bildung process, to responsibility, to the very uneasy questions everybody could and should ask themselves, or him or herself, in our life, during our life. Are you satisfied with what you are looking, what we are seeing around? How you'd like to change it? What action you like to initiate? What action you like to be part of? So I think this atmosphere and sense of belongingness, sense of mutual action, sense and desire to know is really a process of making future, desirable future, because we can simply be passive and not acting at all, but what will we do when undesirable future happen to us? So it's not something which we should passively wait for. So it will happen, but it will be undesirable. It will be something very cruel, very unpleasant. I'm choosing a very polite words. So I do believe that when we are talking about education, we are talking about self-development. We still are talking about not defending and eliminating the pain from your life, but accepting this pain as a cause which is crying for your thinking, crying for your knowledge of yourself, knowledge of your society, knowledge of others. And one of the questions I saw in the chat was about what to do with, say, imperialistic bureaucracy, which is not doing enough help. And I said, what are you talking about? About the behavior of bureaucrats. But at the same time, the brightest example is Germany, when bureaucrats, highly ranked, simply tried to stop the aid to Ukraine. And simple people created the atmosphere in which this behavior appeared to be totally unacceptable. And it changed the politics, maybe not mind, but who knows, at least behavior. So I'd rather not to use such an old-fashioned constructs like imperialism and so on. The world is changed, already changed, to not to think in these terms itself and behavior of others. Okay.
Thank you, Mihail. Anybody wants to pick up on that? Because if not, I mean, I'm quite interested in this future making. It seems to be quite, without getting into the technical details, but this mindset of future making seems to be so vital and to keep alive. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just present centering that notion and what that affords. I wonder, like, yeah, there's not really a question in there. I think it just stuck out. But if anybody wants to speak to that, yeah. I mean, yeah, after.
I will. Thank you, Ivo. So one of the first casualties of trauma, both individual and collective, is imagination, is our relationship to future. That's this immense loss that happens with trauma. And so at the same time, as we begin to engage trauma, both individual and collective, in healing ways, there is a explosion of imagination to connect with the phrase "an explosion of social trust" that has been a slogan and invitation for today. That and even as in the midst of this invasion, we have seen an explosion of imagination. And so it becomes very important to ask ourselves, but of course, Ukraine is being traumatized. So how can we support Ukraine's collective trauma with sufficient resources so that imagination is not the casualty, and that the collective agency of the Ukrainian people keeps leading, and the open societies support that and learn from it.
Yeah, thank you, Aftab. So connecting back to the notion of our networks, how do we think we can actually best organize this? I mean, there's so much to do. Equally, I think there's a lot of connecting back to the theme of trauma. I've been part of a few meetings where there was a real concern being voiced about the misapplication of what, helpers, let's say, helping techniques, modalities, which worked in one context, but actually would not fit in the other context. So I wonder if you have, I see you nod already, Gail, like if you also have some thoughts about that, what actually needs to be avoided in this way moving forward.
They'll learn anything from the space of philanthropy at all, which is another area I extensively work in. It's that you have to actually really deeply listen, profoundly listen to people who are on the ground, who can actually speak to their needs. And what I've experienced with Ukrainians is incredibly capable, often very conscious, very aware people who have a sense of what their country is really standing for. And I think that it's important in my work with activists to center the right voices, right? It's not about making something of yourself, but it's also necessary to have this concentric, intersecting, surrounding rings of people, who are farther and nearer, so that you get the best blend of internal and external perspective, because sometimes it takes standing outside something to reflect aspects of it back, which is, I think, exactly why you've constellated the panel that you have here, that you have Mihail with the Ukrainian perspective and an international perspective. It is about dancing in the polarities between those things. And then I would also say that there's just a lot of polarities to dance between: short-term, long-term, deeply pragmatic, and then ascending to the spiritual and thinking about what is the identity level aspects of the modeling of a new healthy kind of nationalism that is possible as a consequence of this. So a couple thoughts off the top of my head on this. And then with the networks, earnest, constant endeavor. I think there's something in there about staying close and proximate over time. So historically, folks in the West, including myself, have a short attention span. So what does it mean to keep the stories alive in the news, in the media, but in a connection with the people that we know, so that it continues to stay pertinent, and our own ideas of what's happening get updated, that my mental model today is different than what it was 3 months ago. And it's certainly different than what it was in January, when I feared, like so much of the West did, that Putin and his arrogance would just bring down enough of a hammer to crush Ukraine in 3 days. I've never been so happy to be wrong in my entire life.
I would like to say something about, I mean, all the refugees from Ukraine that are in the rest of Europe now are going to be an enormous resource. I know that there are traumatized people. I know that there are people who've lost their closest relatives. I know that there's a lot of pain and trauma. But there's also a lot of learning going on. And there's a lot, and I think that we could actually help Ukrainians in Ukraine and outside when they return to implement and take with them best practices from elsewhere, but also we can learn from the Ukrainians. And so I think that dialogue can take many forms, and I think we should prepare ourselves for that. I also think that one of the reasons, so there's been a lot of voices out about how Europe is taking so well, receiving Ukrainians so well, and that's just because they're white and Europeans, and it's a racist response because we haven't treated Syrians and other refugee groups similarly. And there's probably a truth to that, but I also see something else, which is definitely two things. One is that this is a neighboring country, and it's a country that was already on its path towards being integrated into the European Union and all these other institutions that we have. Plus, and thereby there is this sense that this is, with all its problems, with all its corruption, with all its oligarchs and all that stuff, this is a country that is, not a failed state. It's a country that works according to the rules and the expectations that we have regarding our own states. And it is very clear-cut, seen from a European perspective, who was the invader and the villain, and who was the victim of an aggression. And so whenever Ukrainians enter other European countries, there is no doubt whether they're refugees or not, because it's very clear-cut what the conflict is. There are a lot of Syrians who are in the exact same situation and who suffer as much and who deserve the same treatment as Ukrainians in Europe. But it's really hard from a European perspective to see who they are among the Syrians who arrive here. And so there are two consequences of this. One is that it's very easy, and there's a really good collaboration also between, I'm speaking from a Danish perspective, I think it's the same thing in the rest of Europe. There's a really good collaboration between the Danish government and the Ukrainian embassy. And so there's a really strong collaboration between Denmark and the government in Ukraine as this is going on. You cannot say the same thing about Syria or any of the other countries from which we've received a lot of refugees. So there are some, fundamental differences in the current situation between Europe and Ukraine and the refugees and the war and the consequences of that war. So in that respect, this war and the conflict and the situation is different from the relationship that Europe has with other conflicts around the globe right now. And what's interesting is, and I'm speaking from a Danish perspective again, there's a mutual understanding between the Danish government and the Ukrainian government that all Ukrainians in Denmark should go back to Ukraine as soon as possible. And so where we usually insist that refugees learn Danish as quickly as possible, there's a mutual understanding that Ukrainians do not need to learn Danish because they're going back. And so there is a certainty of sorts that this war will end and there will be a Ukraine where people can go back home. And we don't know that with the same kind of certainty for other countries from which we receive refugees. So there is a different cultural exchange, there's different humanitarian exchange, there's a different situation altogether. And so one of the great things, and it feels horrible to say that, with such a horrible war going on, but Europe has suddenly come together. and a lot of Europeans feel that there is something like Europeanness. And I guess from the Ukrainian perspective, you've known it for a while because you were looking at Europe. But we did not have that very strong feeling for a very long time. And so that is definitely one of the things that's coming out of this.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, Lena. It's a very important point again. We're nearing the hour, so it's time for like final round, I think, of closing remarks. To me, reflecting all this, like it becomes so clear again that also like the story that is going to be told, the story that takes this forward is going to matter so much, and who. And be very careful about who are the people to actually tell it. So, I just want to reflect that. But any final remarks that you want to make in this context? Off top, I see nods, and then Gail, and then Michael.
There is a time and place for dialogue, and there's a time and place for war. And our Ukrainian colleagues have, with fierce clarity, helped us see that. The question we need to ask ourselves is, when there is time and place for dialogue, is our dialogic capability up to where it needs to be? And my hunch is most of us would at least have some doubt about that. And so what can we do to intensify those practices that develop our dialogic capability, individual and collective? Thank you.
Thank you. Gail.
I think I would add to what Oftap said is that the temptation is to, as human beings, to try to tell simple stories, and this, I think that we need to let ourselves be surprised and not tell simple stories here. That we need to build our own capacity for complexity and distributed, thoughtful leadership. I do think Sam has put something in there about using the network approach in reconstruction. I think that it's going to be really emergent and that there will be some vectors around rebuilding, but I think that some will be happening in very unexpected ways and some might not even be happening in country. So I think the shift around like a new kind of nationalism that is healthier and that extends beyond geographic borders is going to be a really interesting one for us collectively to play with, in addition to the Ukrainians. And then I think that we also need to continually ask ourselves and redefine what it means to be good allies to one another and have that be a start from real ground mutuality.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Michael, closing words.
Thanks, Gail. It's very valuable note. What's interesting, we are not talking right now. We, as a large crowd of people who I see here and so on, about ethnicity. Not so long ago, our informational space was filled with ethnically directed discussions and so on. We are talking about nation. We are talking about political nation. We are talking about the boiling pot we are inside right now. And you are totally right when talking about complexity. We are inside the complexity, but it's not a chaotic state. And there is only one escape, or maybe direction to go off complexity. Take into account that no experts exist in this very difficult movement, is to allow yourself experimentation, the social experiment. So I would like to conclude with returning to what we could and are given to the world. We are a laboratory, social laboratory right now for the world, you know, and we are very keen to understand what future is waiting for us and what we could do together, just as a detail. Immediately after time will be finished, I'm running for train, returning to Lviv, where 150 Ukrainian businessmen and thinkers will gather tomorrow to discuss future, not war, not something very rational. You know, the road to so-called good future cannot be constructed from only rational expectations. So a kind of those things I'm not expecting all my life, irrational or something related to strictly cultural things should be allowed in a process. And now they are used as a fuel for social process, but at the same time we cannot talk about complexity with our people. We should find more simple ideas to be injected, allow me this expression, into the social body to let people think about better future knowingly.
Thank you, Mikhail. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, my wonderful colleagues.
Thank you very much.
And all
for
who listen to us.
Yes. Thank you very much. We're at the hour. We're going to move into our final session of this day, this long day. I can definitely feel it. I don't recommend anybody do 7 hours of Zoom straight, but here I am, still am. So I'm handing it over to Jonathan Rowson, who will host the panel, the final session. And let me just spotlight everybody and get the right people in the room.
Excuse me, guys, I have to leave. See you.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, Mikhail. Bye. Good. So in principle, this is open-ended, this session, because there is no following one. So let's see how alive the conversation stays. Katrina, I see you. And here we go. That's great. Another Katrina. Katja, hi. Michailo, I have seen. Okay. Could you turn your video on, Michailo, so that I can add you and spotlight you? And then there's Jonathan. Let me see. Where are you, Jonathan?
I'm here.
Ah, great. Yeah, perfect. Jonathan, are you still in the room?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. But why can't I see you? Are you? Is your video on?
I believe so. I can see myself.
Oh, here you are. You're like high up, not listed alphabetically. Sorry. Here we go. Okay. I think I'd best leave it to you, Jonathan. Right now, I'm pretty beat up. I can feel.
Yeah. Can I just take a moment, Ivo? Listen, I just want everyone here who's watching, and it's really great that at the end of the day we have about 40 people still. It's been a long day, and it's been arranged with a great deal of cooperation from our audience and guests, but with a huge driving force, tenacity, and patience of Ivo Mensch, our main host. So although we can't have an auditorium give rapturous applause, while Ivo zones out for the last session, can we all mentally thank him and give him a little wave or something? Because he's made today possible. So thank you, Ivo. Your efforts much appreciated, and it's been a wonderful day to be part of. So I'm very grateful.
Thank you.
The next thing to say is that I didn't get a chance to go to the green room. I don't think any of us did, Katerina, and Mikhailo. So I haven't had a chance to meet you each in person. I'll briefly introduce you, if that's okay, so that people can know who we're about to talk with, and then I'll try and frame the final discussion. So just briefly, so Katerina Yasko, or Katya, is an organizational psychologist, a trainer for the development of emotional intelligence, trust, cooperation, effective communication, and peaceful conflict resolution, although with some caveats in the current context, and co-founder of the consulting company Integral. Mikhailo, I hope I'm saying that correctly, Winchinsky, you can correct me in a minute how to say that, is an associate professor at the Kiev Mohyla Academy and Ukrainian Catholic University. He's also the author of Ukraine's Maiden, Russia's War, a chronicle and analysis of the Revolution of Dignity. And Katerina Shinkaruk, I think, is a senior lecturer of international relations at the University of Kiev Mohyla Academy in Kiev since 2016. She's an associated fellow of the Analytical Center of Ukrainian Catholic University since 2021. She's an invited expert and consults leading Ukrainian think tanks on foreign and security policy issues. So I'm glad to have you all with us. And like we say, it's been a deliciously long day in a sense, and yet there's still energy, I believe, to further deepen the discussion. For my part, there's been moments of great clarity on the documenting of human rights abuses, the challenges journalists face with both sidesism. There's been the exploration of humor and the challenges of making jokes. I was really struck when Anton mentioned this. He's normally imagining supermarkets when he makes his joke, but now in the supermarkets, there are Russian soldiers. I was just very struck by what it would be like to have a psyche like that. We've had a rich discussion about Bildung and related matters. And we're very much thinking about the future now. Timothy Snyder, in one of his recent talks, spoke about one of the main dividing lines between Russia and Ukraine being, broadly speaking, Russia still being very past-oriented towards the great imperial past, whereas Ukraine was much more about looking towards the future. But in the context of widespread destruction of the country, it begs the question of how does one begin to build that future? So I'm gonna, just because I'm a familiarity, I'm gonna ask Katya first. Katya, you spoke earlier today with great elegance about the cultural differences of Ukraine and Russia. And I want to begin with a little curveball, if you don't mind, because today, obviously, we're friends of Ukraine. I think the hosts, it's fair to say, and most of the audience don't see the war with any great moral ambiguity. We see it primarily as a brutal invasion, perhaps even an attempted genocide. And so there's not any doubt about that. On the other hand, when we think to the future of Ukraine, it's hard to think of the future of Ukraine without also having a future for Russia. And I know you have Russian friends, Katya, and I'm sure Mikhailo and Katerina do as well. Tell me, not just a viable future for Ukraine, but what would it look like for Russia to have a positive future? One that made them less like an imperial, dictatorial, existential threat on your doorstep, and more, again, like neighbors. What would it mean for Russia to move in that direction? What kind of credible path can we see towards that? And because it seems to me that without that, any future for Ukraine will remain perilous. So Katya, you can begin, and then I'll pass the same question on to the others as well.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. And of course, it's a very, very complicated question. And I would like to touch upon one of the aspects, one of many. And I believe here the example of Germany may serve us because I guess that without certain shadow work, without the process of conscious repentance, there is no way for a good future for Russia. And I really don't want to speak out of some I don't know, pride or arrogant perspective. This is really not what we need. It's more that they need it. I believe that taking responsibility at all levels, and there is a lot written about it, and there are wonderful works dedicated to a comparative analysis of how different countries worked on these shadows connected to their past, and which countries were more successful and which countries were less successful. And there is a lot to learn, basically. So if there would be a will to deal with this problem, I guess that there will be ways to do that. So that's the first main step. And I guess it's not only Russian issue, it's also Belarusian issue, and some other countries who have been supporting or silently supporting Russia in this awful war and the atrocities that happened. So this is one aspect. And we already touched some others during the previous discussions, like collective Bildung. I literally do not see any other ways to bringing and population into more self-authoring stages, because it's exactly the impulsive and socialized mind that is too receptive to propaganda. And then propaganda may manipulate to any, to any direction. But in order to have this inner capacity and inner moral compass, you have to develop at least the self-authoring mind. And this doesn't develop easy. There are special approaches, and we can learn about these approaches. The Nordic countries have wonderful practices that can share with us these approaches. But how to do it in Russia without the will, I don't know, but maybe we can hope that someday there will be will to learn and accept this help.
Okay, thank you, Katya. Mikhailo, I know that at some point you may have to catch a train, and so I'm keen to get you in at length before you have to leave us. What is your sense of, I mean, obviously Ukraine's future is what we're here to speak about, but to begin with a reflection on Russia's future and how it might pertain to that, what are your thoughts on the matter?
Well, let's put it this way. I have been accused, by the way, the surname, Jonathan, thank you for the introduction. Very nice of you, but the surname is pronounced Vinnytsky, which you clearly got wrong, but that's okay. That's fine. I'll forgive you this time. Next time, being a Ukrainian, I'll have to shoot you. But that's,
with love, of course, yeah.
Of course, that's a joke, and I hope that everyone understands it as such. I heard about your first. I will get to the answer of Russia. I promise. But I want to reflect on one thing before I start with the question on Russia. I had a conversation today with a very good friend of mine who's actually in The Hague at the moment, and I was listening also to your introduction and your statement about mass destruction in Ukraine. I think that on the news, watching the news in the West, it looks like Ukraine is much more destroyed than in fact it is. Now, I certainly don't want to belittle the war in any way. There are places in Ukraine that have been destroyed completely. And when we're talking about the Donbass, for example, when we're talking about places like Irpin, Bucha, etc. But at the end of the day, for example, I just finished a 4 days of teaching, of consulting and teaching working with medical universities, 2 specific medical universities. And they haven't been touched. They're looking at, I think that the concept that we were trying to get across, and I think that this is very important, is the Chinese character crisis. I'm sure that many of you know that the Chinese character crisis is made up of 2 other characters. One is threat, the other is opportunity. In other words, every crisis is both a threat and also an opportunity. And I think that is something that the way Ukrainians are very often looking upon what's going on in the war at the moment is that this is very much an opportunity for growth. And obviously, when we talk about this war, it is a war that is happening in the context, I would analyze it as being in the context of a longer revolutionary process. which began in 2013, which obviously was a threat to the Russian regime, and the Russian regime reacted. In fact, we've seen these types of things before. I mean, remember the last revolutions that you all taught or that you all learned about in schools, the French Revolution, the American Revolution, they were all, revolutions happen together with wars. This is an unfortunate fact. And we are in a, if you like, a war of independence, which is part of very much a revolutionary process. Now, the problem is that the metropole, if you like, in other words, the imperial metropole that we are trying to get ourselves away from and have been for the last, I would say, well, at least 8 years, if not 30 or 300, depending on which interpretation of history you like. That imperial metropole is the last empire, or the last, if you like, traditional type of empire, meaning territorial empire, because some would argue that the United States is an empire as well, but it's certainly an economic empire rather than a territorial one. Whereas Russia is a territorial empire, which is very much past focused, and therefore is, unfortunately or otherwise, doomed. And there is no other way of talking about it. That Russia, the Russian Federation as such, is probably not going to survive this political conflict as a single political entity. Now, that may sound like something that is very optimistic from a Ukrainian, and most Ukrainians that I know, when we talk about this, we say, yeah, we cheer that on. But from a global perspective, that's also something that is very scary, because when Russia disintegrates, it will disintegrate into 15 or 17 or 18, and I think Katerina Shinkaruk, who's my colleague, will probably be able to say a few more words about where, whether it's 15 or 20, but the point is that the disintegration of the Federation will end up with multiple nuclear-powered, unpredictable states. And that is something that is geopolitically scary for a lot of us. At the same time, having said that, the future of Ukraine for the next 10 years, maybe 15, maybe 20, we don't know how long, is a future that is actually very similar to that of Israel. In other words, a country that is surrounded by enemies, that is receiving a large amount of support from its Western friends, at the same time is under a permanent existential threat. And until such time as that permanent existential threat from Russia is neutralized, unfortunately, we're looking at not the most optimistic of scenarios, either for the world or for Russia. Now, if you'd like, I can certainly say more, but I think that Katya certainly has a lot more to say on this topic than I do.
Thank you very much, Mikhailo. That's a very good introduction. So, Katerina, how would you like to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan, and thank you for colleagues Katya and Mikhailo for starting this absolutely massive, large-scale discussion about what could happen to Russia and how to minimize its threat. Well, on 24th of February, Russia has basically committed strategic suicide, I would say. And but this was not when Russia has taken this, I would say, the path of self-destruction. And here I should underline that similarly as Katya has been saying, this is not a position of arrogance or rejoice about this self-destruction that we are observing, but this is actually a threatening and intimidating neighbor we are dealing with, which we would be willing to help avoid this self-destructive path. But I'm afraid it has taken it at least as long ago as in 1917, if not earlier. And so here we are talking about the patterns, long-term patterns of destructing oneself and destructing others around. How do you stop these patterns? How do you help overcome them? This is a very large-scale question, especially when you're dealing not with a patient, but with a 140 million nation. And it is not just Putin. And I imagine you have already discussed this earlier today, that this is not Putin's war. And this makes the task much more complicated. This is not about regime change. This is about change on the social, political, cultural level, which is absolutely hard to engineer if we are talking in terms of social engineering, but also hard to predict how and when, hows and whens, and the recipe for it. I would use a metaphor of therapy, which I like a lot, applying to the States, because here you have a destructive pattern. You have, first of all, to have the patient recognize their diagnosis and take ownership of their diagnosis. And only then there could be any assistance with basically cure. There is also, I think, a lot of misconceptions about what this cure could look like. I should say that obviously this is not about showing support, showing understanding. This is how you basically would imagine the pacifist approach could look like. And again, based from the programs, today's programs and agenda, I imagine you have already discussed many of the aspects related to it. So here I would say, if Russia, by some miracle, if Russian people by some miracle would agree to take ownership of their diagnosis and accept external help in improving their situation, this would require what they call in psychotherapy tough love, right? Very, very tough approach, and boundaries and limits. And as one of the speakers today, I think Valery Pekar, he likes this idea of denazification, denuclearization. So all this type of approaches that qualify fit into the box of tough love. But this all is conditional to the possibility of Russia accepting that they need to take ownership and basically be agents in the process of changing some kind of new thinking, as Mikhail Gorbachev has recently reminded everybody, which does not look likely. What looks likely is actually what Mikhail had mentioned. It is external, without Russian participation or goodwill, external pressure, external isolation, and all the implications, geopolitical and social and economical, that it will lead to. Again, I would just close up this round of remarks with saying this is the path of self-destruction, and we are currently watching it progressing.
Gosh, okay, thank you. There's a lot there. And while I see the comic potential and the idea of Russia going to therapy, in terms of, you can imagine how the Ukrainian meme force, which is probably the best meme force in the world, could really go to town on this idea of Russia in therapy. But I also hear what you're saying. It's a dark prognosis. The more probable outcome is a continuation down a destructive path. The aim of this event is to think more about Ukraine's future. So I don't want to dwell on this, only to pause in terms of saying, am I hearing you right, that you think the best case scenario or most probable case is not the complete transformation of Russia's heart and soul and culture, maybe with some kind of optimal new constitution giving autonomous power to 18 odd regions and some democratic revitalization, best case scenario, switching to renewable energy while they're at it. Much more likely, from what you're saying, is somehow there's a new, some kind of settlement as a result of the war Ukraine hopefully reclaims the bulk of its territory that it's lost recently. And then somehow a new Berlin Wall, but except it's a wall somewhere very different. And Ukraine tries to go about its Western life or European life while Russia flounders. Okay, so tell me how are we seeing this vis-a-vis, I'm trying to get it, because the problem with the discussion thus far, not problem, but maybe missing point, is we're huge friends of Ukraine. We love to speak of how amazing all Ukrainians are, and we believe every word of it. On the other hand, when we're thinking about the future, to keep it real, I just want to be aware of this looming shadow and what's happening there. Is there a wall there? Is it porous? Are they changing? Are they still attacking? Talk me through how that looks. Mikhailo, you want to go next?
Yeah, I did want to respond to that, because unfortunately in about 15 minutes I'm going to have to leave the meeting. I apologize, and I think it's a very good question, Jonathan. Thank you for that. There's a lot of discussion internally within Ukraine as to how we are going to defend ourselves in this, how we're going to create the, if you like, the forepost of European civilization against what looks to be a very an area, a geographic area of chaos that's to the east, which is effectively what's probably going to happen. And that, what I envision, in fact, is a sort of an area of chaos and lawlessness at the end of the day. To use a spiral dynamic term, an area that is very red against an area that is sort of blue-orange, right? And moving towards some sort of a new types of colors. I apologize if I'm using shorthand that's incorrect, but I think that's kind of the ideas that we're getting across. Ukraine is, there's a misnomer about the fact that the word Ukraine comes from frontier land or borderland. That in fact is incorrect, but historically it's not the way it was, because the word Ukraine, Ukraina, just simply comes from Kraina, which means country, right? Which is a logical way of calling your country. You would call it a country. But it has been interpreted by historians very often as being a frontier land or a borderland. Timothy Snyder actually is very good at that, and he calls it the borderlands and the bloodlands, the borderlands. But that in fact is a frontier, is probably being a frontier for the next foreseeable several generations is probably our future. And it is a frontier, which is, by the way, not a bad future. The idea of frontier is an idea of a land of innovation, land of change, a land where, or a place where people come to self-actualize, if you like, or self-realize themselves. It's not a particularly, it's not a place for the faint-hearted, and I think that is true of Ukraine's future. But when we look at sort of historical parallels, frontier lands are always the places that, or not always, but have been very often places that have been places of innovation and places of unexpected growth and unexpected creativity. And I think that that's really the optimistic vision that I would like to see for Ukraine. It's unfortunately probably not going to be a country of 40 million. That is something that we need to understand. It's going to be a smaller country in terms of population, because frontier lands are always smaller. We have had, at the moment, approximately 5.5 to 6 million people leave the country. And we have data now that shows that, for example, in polling refugees in Poland, approximately 17% have already said that they're not coming back. So we're going to have a brain drain. We're going to have a population drain. We're going to have a demographic crisis. But that means that we're going to become a country that is a frontier. And I will remind you that, the history, the very optimistic parallel that I like to use for this one is the United States was a frontier as well. And 100 years later, after it stopped being a frontier, it became one of the centers of, whether we like it or not, certainly as Scandinavians very often they'll criticize the individualism of the United States, but nevertheless, it certainly was an engine of cultural progress, of civilizational progress, and certainly one of the areas throughout the 20th century, I would say, where a great deal of good things happen for humanity. Let's put it that way. And my vision of Ukraine is actually something very similar. A country that is going through a revolution, a country that's going through a war of independence, and a country that's going to be faced with not necessarily, in fact, an aggressive neighbor, because that neighbor is going to have so many problems in the future that it's probably going to be more of a Wild West kind of open land, open space that we will have to both defend ourselves against and also will be able to expand into, not necessarily territorially, but certainly in terms of ways of thinking, if you like, cultural artifacts, those types of things.
Okay, and just I know I want to get to Katya and Katerina, but I think this might be your last comment, Mikhail. I'll ask you one more question on the back of that. You see that as coming, as a possibility. Ukraine is a frontier. The Russian problem is not resolved, but it's attenuated by the fact that they have enough of their own problems that they're not bothering Ukraine directly. And Ukraine goes through this period of the charged reconstruction, possibly a smaller country, not all of the diaspora returns and so forth. And so would you say you're optimistic? Is that the right term? I mean, would you say that the probability is of a relatively bright future, or would you merely say it's a possibility?
I'm obviously very optimistic, and I don't think it's just a possibility. I think we're on the right track. I think that, look, the final point that I will make is, again, a bit of a historical analogy. It would be strange if I didn't make this analogy because of my sociological background and the fact that this is sort of the basis of my book. So, look, in the past, when we've had revolutions and wars, very often these revolutions of wars have been on the cusp of large civilizational changes. So when we look at, for example, the American and the French Revolution, these were the events that very often sort of started and signified the switch from feudal agrarian to industrial society, which also meant a rejection of the divine right of kings, the creation of nation states, all of these things that we take for granted today were really started with a war of independence and two revolutions. And by the way, the War of Independence was quite bloody. And it was against a very, very, very powerful neighbor that most people considered to be obviously the hegemon at the time, certainly regionally, the British Empire. The parallels are obvious, in addition to the fact that we are obviously also at a state where we're moving away from industrial society and moving towards a post-industrial society. And if we look at the social structures that have led to the local victories of Ukrainian forces, for example, they are about hierarchy, they're about network structures, they're not about hierarchy, they're not about bureaucracy, they're not about rules, they're about, if you like, again, going back to the concept of spiral dynamics, they're very green, they're very about sort of consensual kind of things. And so, to the extent that we can talk about the inevitability of progress, we are at the cusp of that progress. So even if there's going to be a sort of a local, there will be local losses and there will be local defeats, history is on our side. And if history is on our side, then obviously I'm very optimistic about the result. Again, where the line of the frontier is drawn, that is another question. How many people will be living on that frontier? That is another question. But certainly, I am of the opinion that a generation forward, we're going to be looking at Ukraine as being a place of new senses, new ideas, certainly new structures that others will be looking towards as personally being a place of opportunity, and also a place from which the rest of, if you like, Europe at least, and the Western world will have something to learn from.
Okay, thank you, Mikhail. And you're free to do.
I apologize that I have to run. I have a train to catch. My apologies to all of you that are here. Thank you for giving me your attention, and I apologize if I was monopolizing it.
Thanks for joining us. It's been a great pleasure hearing from you. And everyone, the link to your book is in the chat, so hopefully we'll follow you that way too. Thanks a lot, and enjoy the train ride. Okay, so I think, Katya, I want to ask you next. Vis-a-vis the analysis of spiral dynamics there, because it speaks to your earlier talk. What does it mean for Ukraine to develop in developmental terms now? I mean, are you already there? Like, what are the blind spots? What are the aspects of what are the kind of healings, growth? What are the ways in which Ukrainian society now grows, recovers on different horizons? Obviously, you've got the triage of the immediate war and survival, and then you have a kind of transition to a functional rebuilding, reconstruction, and then presumably a kind of different kind of further future, 40, 50 odd years, 2 or 3 generations. And this is all happening, of course, in the context of seismic global changes, the time between worlds analysis, in which ecological breakdown is beginning to bite in various ways. Who knows what kind of technological developments will change? In the same way the smartphone was unimaginable 30 years ago, you know, what will be the equivalent? Where will virtual reality be? I suppose I'm wanting you to freewheel a little bit about the different waves of the future for Ukraine, not just getting out of the war, rebuilding the country, recovering, and some kind of renaissance, but where is it going? Like, what's the sort of telos or entelechy for the country?
Yes, I've been thinking a lot, by the way, about these terms, which one is better to use. Definitely recovery is not something inspiring, at least for me. Renaissance, not sure. Then I was thinking about others, maybe dawn, I don't know, but I am optimistic.
You mean dawn, sorry, dawn as in like the beginning of the day, right? Dawn,
yes, yes. I think that the time of Ukraine is coming, and that's my, I don't know, maybe it's, you know, my dream, but I feel a lot of energy. I feel not just there's the explosion of trust, but also explosion of creativity and explosion of imagination. And of course, huge trauma work has to be done so that this imagination won't be hindered, because we, of course, being focused now, majority of the population on survival, it affects consciousness, and a lot of work has to be done. And it's important that it seems that the government and the society are conscious of this problem. So it's our path and our responsibility to turn the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, into growth. And there are ways to do it, and we hope that we will be able to manage this with help of different experts and foundations, because we truly need this expertise. We have done some capacity building during this last 8 years, but it's definitely not enough. But the overall vector, besides the trauma work, which is of course just a little part that has to be done, the vector is obvious. It's modernization. It's heading towards orange, and creating conditions for the investors, the certain climate, because I imagine that no resources, no money is enough from various foundations and countries. Definitely, we need to learn to earn this money, and we need partners who will be eager to invest. And for that, a certain climate has to be created in Ukraine. And I believe it is possible. And adding on to what Mikhailo said, I'm even optimistic that with some, smart social policies and population management approaches, I believe that we may invite some foreigners, some expats, if we send, if we really head towards maturity and expertise as a goal, not just adding on population, but adding on certain quality of population. And already English language has been, talked about as maybe the second language in the country. It is quite possible that it will be accepted, and I personally encourage it greatly. So who knows? Maybe if we say we want to get to the self-authoring mind from Robert Keegan's terms, or Orange from Spiral Dynamics terms, within 5 or 7 years, then maybe our own practices might not be enough. Maybe we need more people who want to be Ukrainians. Because, for example, my husband, who is a Lithuanian by origin, he calls himself Ukrainian. And he believes that there are many other people in the world who, by their spirit, by their relation to what is happening in Ukraine, certain qualities that Ukrainians are manifesting, they wish to be called Ukrainians. So maybe Ukraine will be able to create conditions for people to come and rebuild the country and create something totally new. Maybe it will be the lab of, development for social of human capital and innovations at a systemic level.
You're selling it, Katya. I'm believing it. I would invest and buy into that vision. So well done. I suppose I'm keen to hear from Katerina about this as well. But the reason I'm just ever so slightly incredulous about it is that, as I was trying to point out with the earlier question, Ukraine, of course, is part of a geopolitical context. It's not just the neighbor. It's also that, moving towards modernization to someone living in London at the moment seems like a really strange objective. Like, it feels like modernization was sort of something that has come and gone, and that now modernity is almost dying or something like that. It's a very different, from where I look at the world, seems like we have problems with modernity. They're mostly ecological. To some extent, they're about technological overreach. To some extent, they're about sort of political alienation and breakdown of governance. But it's not obvious to me that modernization is the aspiration to have in the early to mid 21st century. On the other hand, I'm not Ukrainian or living in Ukraine. So tell me, Katerina, how do you see it?
Thank you, Jonathan. I will allow myself to slightly elaborate on previous points, and then I will get back to your question about modernization, or how we can define it. Just going back to the future of Ukraine, I think that as compared to what you were asking about Russia, I think the recipes are very similar, although the resources, the human potential, the human capital, the reality we're dealing with is very different. But recipes are about, honest diagnosis, ownership, agency, and I believe these are things that are broadly recognized. What I also would like to underscore in relation to your previous question about Russia, that Ukraine's future should not be about Russia. This is like exclamation mark.
Yeah. I agree.
But this is very important in terms of, I understand that this is not what your point, sure. But I mean, this is a very important element that should be always there in all discussions, internal and external, especially internal, given the trauma that Katya had been mentioning, that it is very difficult to not talk about Russia when you are being in the hot stage of war, and it is very difficult to build a picture of the future, not putting Russia on that picture. But this is, in my opinion, very important to have one's own picture of the future, where being against Russia, antagonist to Russia, or you name it, is not part of Ukraine's successful identity. And as you mentioned, yes, Ukraine's identity and future is in Europe. And speaking about modernization, I would not necessarily frame it in modernization terms. I think what Ukraine is going through now is maybe really a final stage of the liberation war, the hot stage of it, the liberation from imperial past, some kind of decolonization, if we call if we, you know, speak about decolonization in this terminology of modernization, then it is possibly applicable. But I would not just, you know, narrow down all the complexities of what Ukraine is going through to this concept, which indeed does remind us of 20th century processes rather than 21st. And here we could speak about post-modernization, you know, digitalization. Me currently being outside of Ukraine, I can say that Ukraine has been doing fantastic job in digital services. I can acknowledge this now, especially as seeing how these things are working elsewhere in Eastern Europe. But not just about speaking, not just about modernization or decolonization, just really, I would be more open-ended about concepts of Ukraine's progress. The idea is that Ukraine is demonstrating another miracle after Euromaidan of 2014. Back then, we remember the attention that was paid to the popular protest, to this chemistry, this absolutely unique solidarity and self-sacrifice that people had been demonstrating on Euromaidan. Now we see the same, but multiplied in hundreds of thousands. And this again, not just a chance, I would not call it a chance, I would say it's a trajectory. It's a trajectory. And this is why I'm also optimistic. As you know, as Immanuel Kant said, optimism is a moral duty. So speaking about future, we have to be optimistic because we have a stake in this future. So bottom line, I am optimistic about Ukraine's future, and I guess I am not unique in that. And second is that we can conceptualize Ukraine's path forward in different terms, but what's most important is that Ukraine is finalizing and accomplishing all the tasks of nation building, state building, finalizing all its, maybe I would say, Euromaidan agenda now with very high cost. And it is a common task of not of just Ukraine, but of all its friends to help it succeed in accomplishing these goals. And another thing, maybe going forward, like with your next question, and forgive me if that is the case, but I would say that for the West, supporting Ukraine in achieving this bright future is a question of win-win or lose-lose. It's a completely similar interests, like these interests are completely coinciding here. I will stop there. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I want to open to the audience in a second, but Katya, do you want to just maybe say anything further, or are you happy with where we've reached at the moment? You're good, okay. So does anyone, if anyone wants to raise a hand, we can try and bring you in. I'm going to make gallery view so I can see you. Does anyone have a question for Katya or Katerina? I have further questions, but just want to give you a chance. No one? Interesting. Okay, I guess it's been a long day. Okay, I have one more thing to ask then for now, which is something about this vision you have of people visiting, like Ukraine becoming the place to go. So rather than talking about the challenge of the exiled Ukrainians, the global diaspora, not all returning, and many young people growing outside of their homeland, not really knowing it, not necessarily wanting to go back because not maybe remembering it or not identifying with it as much. And that can seem kind of slightly tragic, but the flip side, Katya, you were saying is if the Ukrainian spirit prevails, and it looks like there's a good chance it will, and many of you believe it will, and it remains inspiring for the rest of the world, in effect, you'll become a sort of magnet for global immigration to Ukraine, such that Ukraine becomes this center of a new dawn or renaissance, not just for Ukraine, but for humanity at some level. And I'm trying to sort of give that, not just the kind of poetic sort of marketing, but a sort of sense of credibility. And I guess there it's worth just asking, is that feasible? Because it does seem to me like there are places, I mean, Snyder called this an axial event. And I think he means by that, relating to the axial age, the world turns on this point. I think literally in terms of the meaning of axis, for something to be axial, it's the point around which things turn. To call the Ukraine conflict axial is to say that depending on how it goes, the world will go one way or the other. But there's another sense in which I think Ukraine is potentially axial, that, historically we've had major centers in, Athens and Rome, and at different points, Berlin and Paris, and maybe New York and London at different stages, sort of geographic centers where somehow the world turns from that place. And I suppose I'm interested to know if Ukraine might be such a place. When we came to the Emerge gathering in 2019, that was part of the premise. And I confess at the time, I wasn't too sure what to make of it. But now I do kind of think that Ukraine has this axial quality, that somehow through its sort of heterarchical approach, through its explosion of social trust, through its extraordinary sort of digital and technological progress, through its will to survive, through its inspirational courage, that it might be this kind of luminous soft power attractor for the rest of the world. Is that the case? I mean, do you think that, is it just a pipe dream and marketing? Is this just another way of keeping morale up? Or is it quite possible this is indeed the way things are going? And either of you can respond to that.
Frankly speaking, I don't know. Because the desire to be optimistic and to believe in this beautiful, prominent future is overwhelming. So I really believe in every word that you just mentioned. And as someone who works with teenagers from time to time, I can tell you that each and every child, 14 years plus, I'm interacting with, most of them are scattered around the world. So we're meeting online. Each and every wants to return to Ukraine and build this country, rebuild or contribute to building. And they do understand that they need to use the opportunity to get education or whatever. They are at the point of acceptance, at least now, but they do want it in order to come back. Some of them are coming back literally already, making these decisions. Like I mentioned, my son, 17 years old son, he came back from US and just with firm determination to stay and rebuild the country. Concerning the other aspects and foreigners, I think that a lot of things depend now on the governmental policies. On the decisions that will be made at the top level, because this is immigration policy. This is not something that is decided, bottom up. But I see them quite open-minded at the moment. Zelensky has a lot of friends all around the world, and he sees that many countries are helping, are literally doing their best to help, and he's meeting one after another. Yesterday was the Irish leader, and Ireland is extremely friendly and helpful, by the way. So every day he has someone to thank, and I believe that as a next step after the victory would be nurturing these connections and making them work at economic level, at social level, and other levels. So I believe what we are gaining now is huge social capital, both at the collective level, like we being spread around Europe and the whole world and getting new connections. And basically, many people are falling in love with Ukraine at the moment. And at the same time, the leadership of the country, I believe, does its best to create the sustainable long-term connections. So I think all these dreams are possible to implement in case the planet, the climate supports us, and we do not have new black swans in the nearest future. I think Ukraine has a lot of chances to succeed.
Okay, thank you. And Katerina, you can say whatever you want, but just as Katya was mentioning black swans, there are some early signs of China showing renewed interest in Taiwan again. There are many permutations of things that can happen in the near future. You're going into evening mode there, Katerina, I see. But yeah, you're welcome.
I apologize for that. I have a situation of a Cinderella. I have to switch on the light at certain timing.
That's
so
great.
If you give me a few minutes to switch on the lights, maybe I could get back to you in a minute. Would that be possible?
As you wish. If that's most comfortable for you, no problem. You can do that. Yeah. But equally, you're welcome to speak. It's kind of charming. It's kind of charming in its own way. If you want to speak like this, it's also all right.
Okay, well, let me do that then. Next time I will continue now. So yeah, that's very interesting. Basically, I would say that Ukraine has a chance to use to the best all its strongest characteristics that we have now discussed. But there are also challenges associated exactly with the same characteristics. And we have seen this through Ukraine's history, the independent Ukraine's history. So yes, of course, this bright future that we are all optimistic about has many challenges, internal and external. But I would like to underscore, before we go talking about China and other external challenges, I would like to underscore also that what solidifies my optimism is also the processes I observe on the ground with a very vibrant, active civil society, which becomes even more broader and more intensively engaged in the processes which I would label as state and nation building. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if you have already discussed today the Lugano Declaration. Probably you did. No. The civil society had came up with a broad declaration, and it also is quite resonating in terms of putting Ukraine in the center of international developments, because even the game of words, Luhanska Declaration, which means Lugano, but also means Luhansk, which put basically Ukraine's occupied for the moment Luhansk in the center of Switzerland, by some irony, right? So this is also quite illustrative. Mm-hmm. And in this declaration, Ukraine's civil society lists the characteristics it wants to not just to cement in Ukraine's future updated social contract, which is also, I find it fascinating that in the middle of aggression we are discussing these things, which are absolutely important, but they are also illustrative of the situation in Ukraine's mindset, civil society. They are discussing European identity of Ukraine, democratic, inclusive, participatory political regime, market economy, open and inclusive cultural identity, basically putting human dignity in the center of Ukraine's I would say, updated rather than new social contract. So this gives a huge sources, not just for faith in Ukraine's future, but basically grounds to speak about actions already being taken in that direction. This is why my point, just to sum up this discussion on internal processes, my point would be that I would not be postponing Ukraine's recovery and investments in Ukraine's recovery until some kind of technical victory declaration. We can absolutely realistically speak about moving forward with all those investment and recovery planning, and basically already fixing certain territories, especially when it comes to governance, to the institutions, to the procedures, to some non-material processes. It is absolutely possible and should be done without, postponing, because we certainly don't know how quickly Ukraine can achieve the what I call technical victory. This being said, of course, there are external processes that you mentioned, like China, which I think is an interesting actor because Russia very much had inclination to associate itself with China and basically associate China with itself, but China very smartly distanced with Russia's aggression. And currently, the distance we are seeing is very interesting, and it is even more, I would say, it is even more Eastern, if I may put it this way, than the Turkish position. So I understand that this has nothing to do with China's respect for the rule of law or territorial integrity of Taiwan, but with regard to the dynamic in Eastern Europe and how this all Russian self-destruction can play out for China. It is not, I would not say it's a linear process. China is watching and will pick the winning side. There was and also I think quite a good comparison. Unfortunately, I can't remember right now who was the first to come up with it, but it was a comparison between Belarus and China, saying that Russia will become Chinese Belarus. Yes, so these are some comments from the darkness.
Yeah, thank you. There's some light from the darkness. Gosh, well, listen, it's been 8 hours since we began this session and 1 hour for this session, and I do want to wrap up soon. But since we have the freedom, I just want to ask you both one more question. Speaking partly for yourself, but to some extent on behalf of your countrymen as well, or country people, country folk. I suppose it's just that we had 20 weeks of these weekly sessions with either people in Ukraine or people in exile or former diaspora, and then quite a lot of Western people or just international people who have an interest in Ukraine for one reason or the other. And I'm struck week in, week out by the almost certainty that you're going to win, technically or otherwise, the emphasis on reconstruction, recovery, renaissance, new dawn, as if it's something that's inevitably going to happen. And I suppose the human in me wants to know, don't you ever despair? Like, this relentless positivity and courage, is this only for the cameras? Do you have moments when we turn off tonight, do you go away and sob? I mean, there must be a sort of darker side to this. How do you find in yourself and in your communities, keeping this positivity going sounds like it must take a lot of energy. I'm wondering, how do you do it really? Katya, you can go first if you like.
I want to acknowledge that I'm very touched by your question. I also want to say that there are places in my life, there are places where I cry and not only sob, but really cry and mourn. There is a place of grief. And also it's just important, it's part of emotional hygiene. It's partly conscious, partly unconscious, but you really need to connect to the sadness in order to connect also to the emotions of joy and optimism. Because your container, it's the same container, you have to be able to go up and down. Because motion, energy motion, you just need to keep an energy going in the system. So I would say that it's very important to have places where you can open your heart, let's call it like this, and belonging, community are very important for Ukrainians now. So from the very first weeks of the war, I've been trying to create some of the spaces for women who are scattered around the world like me, where we can both exchange, cry, but also listen to the Ukrainian poetry and music, and reconnect and calibrate the strings of our soul with the nation. With the soul of the nation, with the spirit of the nation. And this is done in order to keep going. So I just want to say that thanks, to science, thanks to the awareness that we have, we can use this knowledge in order to consciously manage energy, or at least try to. I don't want to boast. There's often nothing to brag about, basically, but there is a mechanism, and many people I know are using it consciously. And I imagine that there will be more. For example, one of the brightest psychologists in Germany, working with trauma, Vivian Dietmar, we will establish emotional healing space for Ukrainians starting from the fall. I know Gabor Mate, who is the best trauma expert in the world, is very supportive of Ukraine and Ukrainians, and is willing to contribute. So I believe there will be more spaces and more consciousness that we need to have space for mourning and grief in order to keep going.
Thank you, Katya. And Katerina.
Yes, thank you for this question. And I will speak about my personal experience, but I can't help looking at it also from the political scientist perspective in terms of looking at the challenges and opportunity, because our society is quite tough on emotional intelligence. It has patterns inherited from communist past that basically downplay vulnerabilities. And it is important to be tough. It is important to face the stress, multiple stresses of a post-Soviet person with, poker face, with a very assertive and approach that does not give much space to emotions. And basically vulnerability as an element of mature, healthy individual and society is something that we are still learning. And I think that currently is again a challenge and an opportunity to learn it better, to be vulnerable, to express emotions, for strangers to hug, for an anecdotal evidence I heard about a person who was a quite high position from Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, a lady always very protocol cautious, would be giving just warm hugs to Ukrainian displaced people in Poland, because this is not a time for diplomatic protocol. This is a time for being human. And so, yes, this is time to learn, also being vulnerable, and see that this is okay, demonstrate and learn that this is okay to be vulnerable. Yeah, and obviously there are places I have to be vulnerable and to recognize that even the fact that when you are asked, are you okay, to take the courage to say, I'm not okay. Because the expectation, the social norm is to say, I'm okay, even if I'm not, right? So this is also something that Ukrainians are going through, and I am as one of them.
Thank you for the full answers, both of you. There's always more to say, and we'll carry on the conversation. But for today, it's been a lot. I just want to end with two things. In a moment, I'd like to ask everyone to turn their mics off, but not just yet. First of all, I want to remind you, today was partly about hearing from some great speakers, keeping the Ukraine flame alive in our minds and in the minds of our networks, our families, our friends, our colleagues, so that indirectly we just keep the salience and the importance of the issue in people's hearts and minds. There was also a fundraising aspect, and that was partly about the people who bought tickets, who had a chance to give more when they did so. We have raised some money through that. If any of you want to give more, there are ways of doing that. And again, you can find that through the website or contact Ivo or myself. So on behalf of Perspectiva and Emerge, I want to thank all of our speakers. I've already thanked Ivo, who helped to arrange it. I want now just all of us, just because it's been a long and quite emotional day, especially towards the end, we'll just have a brief moment of silence together. We can all turn on our mics, so the possibility of sound is there. Just as a way of being slightly closer together, you're welcome to put your mic on, but keep as silent as you can. If you can, even with, is there a reason people can't do that? You can, okay, good. Ellen and Aftab, and then thank you, we're beginning to do it. Maria, Duncan, Kate has done it, Alexander, Lynn, Joe, Vitas, if you're there. Okay, well, we're giving everyone a chance. Eric's not there, Michael. Okay, at least half of you have done it. Just a moment to be silent together, to bear witness to the moment that we're here trying to help each other. And long may it continue. And we wish Ukraine and Ukrainians all the best in every sense. And we'll carry on the conversation and see you again before long. So with that, I know it's 10 o'clock past in Ukraine now, and different times around the world. But thanks everyone for joining wherever you are, and we will see you next time. Take care and goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Bye.
So much.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You well.
Have a nice weekend. Bye.
You well.